resolve from Godtimmer.
The turn 4 resolve, right? That's how much pressure this card actually has. And he's got another one to back it up if necessary.
Yeah, I'm sure that Den is more than okay with that. You trade your 3 cost for their 4 cost resolve. He's okay with that. But what is his option here? Combustion Demon is okay, could just pre-avoid, get the clear. Halnisa is fine, except if you want to use the clear. Then it gets answered by Thunderbolt Demon quite easily. The Alisar is a 2-2, and it's a bit late for that since you missed your turn 2 Alisar, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the one thing that Godtimmer has over him right now, right? Oh, but looks like he's going to go for the hard Combustion Demon. I think that's fine. He's a huge stat line. You get that clear. Your opponent has to take care of it as well because they know that the longer that thing stays up, the more annoying it will be, as we've seen in previous games.
Yeah, on the other hand, Den has been forced to use the neutrals a bit early, not getting the full value of them, not being able to get the Ram from the Ram EL, not being able to get that very strong enhance from the Combustion Demon.
No holding back.
Yep. So this will get the clear pretty safely. He's going to just dig some more, and I think that's fine. Hey, that's another resolve.
Yeah, Godtimmer does not have Laura or Six. The one card he has is Grimmer, and that's the one that can be set up in your deck, the one you want to draw later. While Den at least has the one Laura, but no Six either.
Alright, Thunderbolt, of course, doing good work. Such an amazing card. It just... it's crazy how amazing it's
So
is
good, yeah. Insanely strong.
Alright, so... is he going to burn his second resolve here? I think he kind of has to, because I don't see any other way to...
well, he can...
in a clean fashion.
Neria manually Evo Neria to clear.
Yeah, but that...
doesn't feel great. But I think that feels better than just resolve pass.
Especially in a deck that you can discount the resolves on, right?
Yeah, you can get, like, that resolve could be so much better later on. And it could be crucial where, if you have, like, 9 Plaguements, for example, you could resolve for 1 to clear a body, and then still have enough to go Lara Grimmer to close game out.
Yes, sir. Alright, looks like he's gonna go for it. As you said, it's still fine. The Nerea also stays up on the board as a pressure tool, so for that reason alone, I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's less than ideal, but it gets the job done. I'm just happy to see Nerea come back. She's got a long absence, and she's back right before she rotates.
Oh, you are so right. I forgot she does rotate soon, huh?
Yeah, she's an old Shadowverse card by now.
Man, it feels weird to call World Uprooted old. It feels like it just came out a couple months ago, right?
Then going with the Liberté here. The thing about the Alisar is that oftentimes we've seen Alisar on 2, and it's just like so smooth, helps him out the entire time. What we're not really seeing too often is no Alisar on 2, and then you have these like Alisars in the mid game like Den has right now, where you don't want to play because it's just a 2-2 do nothing. And if you never played, you'd never get the party started, but you don't want to commit those 2 play points to an Alisar right now that doesn't do anything.
You lose out on that extra Evo points, you know, especially if you have 6 in hand. It slows down the game plan, but playing them down slows it as well, so kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, right?
But Combustion Demon for Godtimmer looking pretty solid here. Could be a full clear and get some 2 evos so he can finally cast some cheaper Resolve of the Fallens.
That's true, yeah. We just saw one go out from Den's side. I guess, yeah, you just go for it here because you do get the full clear no matter what. You really don't want to let the Helicina stick by just because of how annoying she can get over time. So with this, it's cleared, you're chilling, and you can just wait. He has double Grimnir as well, and that's actually 1 Evo away from being active, which is kind of scary.
Again, that's why having the Resolve is so crucial. Because, like, imagine Alisar spawns, you spend 1 playment to Evo him, clear the board, 1 to Resolve, and then you still have 8 left over to go double Grimmer, 20 damage to the face.
Yeah, exactly. So here, I like that he also evoed the Alizard there to make sure that is online now at all times.
See, and this is what I was talking about, where Den Combustion Demon early on was great, but now, if you had a Combustion Demon now, it would be insane. You could banish the Alisard, fully clear the board, get 2 evos, and be in an excellent spot. Or instead, now, he just has to make an awkward decision no matter what it is. Wow. I mean, perhaps the most awkward decision you can make. Just going to the next game.
Yeah, I guess he just saw that there were no lines of play, or that he was just too far behind, you know. But was it that bad?
I mean, Dan had such a strong run today Is this how it's gonna end? Godhammer just needs one more W, but his spell boost has been banned out. He's got to do with Dragoncraft.
Man, it's, I don't know. I feel like you want to still do your best, give it your best attempt, because of course, you know, both these players are amazing, but as it gets later, you know, as the nerves settle in, as that like kind of stress from the tournament starts to come out, you know, even the best players can make mistakes and you can still punish them for that. So I feel like, you know, never say never, right? Just got to keep going. But at the same time, early concedes can save you that time and just basically go like, all right, wrap it up, let's run it back and just try again.
Like you said, it is late time in EU, and then, you know, maybe he's feeling that fatigue from the entire day of not just playing, but preparing for the tournament, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're playing from Europe, you're basically spending about a good 8 hours already today just thinking about the tournament. No, I mean, yeah, potentially more than that.
Yeah, so from the moment he wakes up, you know, he's instantly thinking about it, right?
Like, uh-oh, it's Championship Sunday, baby.
All right, let's see if Den can bounce back here. Godhammer going first with the Bike Dragon. He has early ramp in the Oracle. We've seen Jerba be instrumental to that bike game plan in the mid game.
At least Den this time has that Alizard early. That's so important.
We also see again Nagosa for potential Fist of Supremacy, because that's always a great way to end the Shadowverse match.
That's right.
Double Alizard, though, something that Den didn't have in this previous game.
Yeah, I think he's definitely feeling a bit of relief here. I mean, in the end, honestly, if Den just needed that mental reset, he's just like, all right, that game wasn't good. Let's run it back, have a better opening as we do here, and I mean, we'll be good. Of course, Godtamer here just plays out the Jerva for that 5 ping.
Yeah, you know, on the other hand, like, that gives Godtamer so much momentum, right? Because this man has not lost a game today. He went 2-0, 2-0 again. Now he's up 1 game. He has not lost a single Shadowverse match in today's tournament.
Yeah, my man can be just feeling confident there, just sitting, no stress whatsoever. He hasn't had to experience a loss. That's kind of crazy to think about.
Pretty impressive in a top 8 Championship Sunday, like you're saying.
When you put it like that, yeah.
You're gonna see the Reggie plus Dragon Rearing. Fantastic combo. You get that ramp, get the buff, get the stats.
And you need it big time too.
You can just eat with the Reggie. Not gonna play another follower to get a buff because it's likely going to Dragon Spawn in. And I think that means he's going to just ignore the Alizard, cash in 7 damage to the face.
That's good. I think that's the kind of speed he wants right now. Because, I mean, he has that Ganagosa ready for next turn if he needs to go for it. The only kind of issue is that that's basically his only play. And...
well, he'll cycle the Dragon X, and maybe that gives him something else to do.
Yeah.
And then he can finish the game over with Ganagosa. A Delivery Take here is great. It does exactly 7 damage, 3 from its Evo effect, and then 4 from the rush body. So a good answer to a 7-7. And Den has not one but 2 worlds to sustain himself in the mid game.
That's super important here. So for Den, you know, back against the wall, but at the same time, he's had a really good early game. I think he should be all right going into this. All right, Tiamat pick up.
Dragon X are hatching. It's a Tiamat, a Georgia's, and a Roy. Is there a dream team of Dragon cards?
Oh my god. Good lord.
Maybe replace Tiamat with Ganagosa, and then like that's the actual dream team.
Yeah.
But he has the Ganagosa anyway, so you know he's good.
Exactly. It's kind of tough at the same time, right? I mean, he's been pushing so
aggressive. Is he gonna Ganagosa? Yeah, he's gonna just Ganagosa. Wow.
I mean, he has so many ways to end the game now that he's not afraid of anything, right? At the same time, though, spooky. World?
I like this play from Godtemper because if the World is played, you have enough damage. Because now Engineer Roy's enough damage.
Oh, you're so right.
Like, you sort of bait Den into playing the World because he has no other option. He has to clear Ganagosa and heal. And Godtemper knows he has more than enough damage. Roy's our boy. He can ride the bike and just go phase with everything. That's gonna be right. Godtemper not losing a single game today. This man is gonna be your April champion, undefeated, finally gets his big win.
What a dominant showing, and just like that, my man pops off just like that. We love to see it.
Welcome to the Shadowverse Open. This is the May Cup. Darkness Sword Belter is well underway, and today the fight for those league points continues. We are your hosts and casters. I am Luz the Panda. Joining me today is Chris. How are you doing? Different fight.
Hello, hello. It feels like it's been mere days since we last sat here and, went over all the amazing games that we had last time around. And, looking at the decks that we have representing, that the players have today, definitely feels like we're going to have some similar appearances, but also some pretty fresh ones.
Yeah, so although in the game, nothing really changed because we didn't have new cards, the meta has been developing, and we'll get more into that later on. But first, Let's go and look at our format, how we do things here in the Shadowverse Open. As always, we have a 2-day tournament. On day 1, it's 7 rounds of Swiss with a playoff bracket. As always, we're playing a rotation format with 3 decks and 1 ban.
That's right, and then of course today is day 2, you guessed it, with the top 8 best players remaining in single elimination, and it still stays with rotation and the 3-deck 1 ban. But of course, let's take a look at what kind of prizes are these players actually playing for. So of course, first place once again gets to walk away with $1,000, and second place, of course, still pretty amazing, $600.
Meanwhile, 3rd and 4th will take home $400, and 5th through 8th will take $200. But on top of that, the players are fighting for those precious league points. Let us take a look at the standings and see how things have been developing. We'll see at the top is Rinforzando. Still, he got that win early on, and he's doing all right. We also have Sai up there, and 3rd place we have Duck Dodo, who has not yet won an SVO, but he has been very, very consistent this month, and he is here today in the top 8 as well.
The Trailblazers, man. Like, Rinforzando actually was in the top 16 and barely didn't make top 8 again. So we keep saying this every month, but it really does matter. Like, look at this. Just coming back time and time again and just scoring those points. But of course, everyone else is pretty close behind. Noir slipping down to 9th though, so that's pretty big. But of course, we talked about Doctoro. Let's take a look at which players are we actually going to see today with today's bracket, because there's some pretty familiar names here. So Yo from Team Revelation is going to be going up against Tyr, and then after that we're going to be seeing Mana Surge's Honor go up against our familiar face Doc Dodo.
Then we're also going to have Shinsha go up against Rudofer, and in the bottom we have 2 players that previously played in the World Grand Prix. We have Pain going up against Disastrous Beato.
That's going to be a pretty big one. Like, I'm really hyped for these kind of big matchups, it's names that we're all sort of used to, we've seen before, coming up once again. Honor is also a pretty interesting one. Some of these players brought decks that nobody else did. Spoilers, we have a rune coming up pretty soon. We got a sword from Honor, so there's some interesting one-ofs that, some of these players definitely excel in those classes, and so it's going to be exciting to, hopefully, if they're not banned, see some of those decks show up.
Yeah, at this point, it would just be weird to see Honor without the sword. So if you guys are wondering, he did bring it. It is the OTK, and we can talk more about that later on. I also want to point out that out of all the players in the top 8, I believe Tyr is the only one that has not made a previous top 8 appearance. So we have a lot of, recurring names. At this point, players are consistent, not just in the month to month, but year to year at this point. Like Pain and Beato, they have been playing Shadowverse for years now, and they're still doing so well.
Seasoned veterans should not be slept on. We talk about the big upcoming players, the rising stars, but you gotta respect the veterans, right? But of course, if you like all the action that you're seeing today, we do have more events coming up for you as well. Not only just this SVO, but there's also the Shadowverse weekend, which will be happening on May 22nd or May 23rd, depending on your time zone.
And then there's the SVO June Cup. This will be with the main expansion. For Southeast Asia, it's June 12th to 13th. And for the West, we'll see you guys on June 19th and 20th. And on top of that, we do want to announce that we do have a card reveal for you guys today for the Darkness Sword Belter main expansion. So hang on tight. We'll have that for you guys later on the show, but you do not want to miss that.
That's right. We don't even we don't know what the card is yet. So I'm very hyped to see. You know, it's that season where everybody's kind of figuring out the meta. I feel like we say this every time though. You know, it feels like the meta is like figured out, but then there's new stuff coming up. You know, we talked about last month how Amulet Haven is like a really fun deck and we're both really into it. And then there's like 4 of them today. So literally half of I think it's the second most represented deck. So that goes a far way.
Yeah, like I was saying, even though there have new cards or any changes to the game, like the meta does still develop. For our first match of the day, we're gonna have Yo going up against Tyr. Again, I believe it's the first time we're seeing Tyr in the top 8, but we have seen Yo in the past. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he was there in August 2019 for the top 8.
Yeah, so once again, he's back here. It may have been a while, but he is bringing that, you know, the wonder of the Rune. We saw it win last time around, so of course that's a pretty cool pickup, as well as the Forest and the Haven. On Tyr's side, though, it's a pretty standard lineup. You know, he's got the Bike Dragon, I think the Blood, as well as the Haven as well, and we have a lot of Amulet Haven representation today. But of course, first, let's take a look at one of Yo's lists, which is the Spell Boost Rune. So, as I said earlier, this deck took the entire show by storm last time around, and we'll see if we can make a run back. You know, it's banned out this time, but it can still come up in future rounds.
Yeah, we definitely have seen the power of Spell Boost Rune in the SVO before, and Yo is the only player that was undefeated in Swiss. This man was 7-0. And yet, he's the only player with Spell Boost today. This may be because while the deck is very, very powerful, it might just not be that consistent. So when we do see the Rune, it's the player that was popping off with it, winning all the games. And I mean, I would be scared of this deck. It was banned out. But on the other hand, we're gonna take a look at Tyr's Amulet Haven deck. As we were saying, Amulet Haven has really shaken up the meta and is now the preferred Haven deck as opposed to Sanctuary. We see the double 7-drop, the king and queen, if you will, of the deck. Frigg and Jadeland definitely are the ones that bring home the victory.
Absolutely, and we've been talking about this, you know, ourselves, how this is basically like our favorite deck right now as well to climb with. It's really, really fun, and for me, one of the big reasons why, you know, I watched SVOs for so many years, honestly, is to see the decks that I like being played at like the highest caliber and learn from the plays. So personally, I'm really hyped to see this Amulet Haven be played today and seeing so many people bring it especially. So there's a lot of really interesting, you know, techs in here, and just I'm looking forward to it. I'm really, really hyped. You know, ever since Serena got released, I've been trying to make this deck work, and so I'm really glad that finally it got that kind of like late game scaling that it needed and an actual good win con. So I'm hyped. I'm so glad the deck is alive. I never played a single game of Haven before Selena came out, so I'm definitely very happy about this one.
Yeah, it's just one of those decks where, like, you know, Selena came out and she has a very powerful effect, but the deck isn't there yet, and then slowly over time we see new amulets, new support. And now finally in Dark Sword Belsar we see Jadeland, who really puts the deck together. And although the amulets are not the greatest, we're playing some, you know, suspect ones. It's still very, very powerful, and you have some great amulets such as Noah, Rover Eagle, and you know the fact that Jadeland can do damage to your opponent, clear their board, banish their wards, and then summon Birds with Storm. Very, very powerful.
It's so good, and just there's like those games sometimes where it drags on for so long that you're just, I think I had one where I think I dealt like 15 from just playing him, and I was like, you know, both players start healing up a little bit, kind of, you know, playing it out, starts to get a bit grindy, and then suddenly just like bam, 15 damage and it's over. So I'm really hyped to see this, but you know, we're gonna be stepping into these games real quick right here and now. The first one between Yo and Tyr.
Yeah, so the Spell Boost was banned out. On the other hand, Tyr, the dragon being banned out. See, Tyr has what is like the new version of the last month's lineup. Last month's lineup was Evil Blood, Bike Dragon, Sanctuary, right? This month now they're switching to still the Bike Dragon, but Blood, instead of Evil, it's now Ball, and instead of Sanctuary, it's now Amulet. Now we are still gonna see some Evil Blood and some Sanctuary, but this is like more or less what the meta has shifted into. So we'll see how this plays out. I do like the Amulet Haven a lot. On the other hand, I'm not a huge fan of the Ball Blood. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, Ball has been pretty interesting lately, purely because we saw in past months how it was basically the favored Blood deck for quite a while, and basically almost the only one, it felt like, in rotation, right? And then Evil Blood kind of came up out of nowhere last month, basically, and it was the go-to, and now suddenly it's kind of bouncing back, and I feel like it didn't really lose too much to make it that bad. So I honestly was kind of expecting it to come up eventually. And so I think we have like I think we have 3 people bringing it today. So yeah, I mean, honestly, while I do agree that it's maybe not as favored anymore, I think if it draws into the right cards, if you do find the Ravenings, you find the balls, and you can just, carry that tempo through, you should be pretty good.
Yeah, so the ball deck is one of those decks that's very reliant on having a specific card by a certain turn. And for this deck, that's the Corruption. You need the Corruption on your first evil turn to get that leader effect. However, there are some moves to the deck like Ire. There's one play that I think is very, very strong, because I think at its best, Ball Blood is like a tier 1 deck. So what you do is, if you have the ball in hand and you have Ire, you can play Ire, then you can fuse your hand into the ball so that you have like only 1 card in hand. And then when Ire attacks, you draw until you have 5. You get a lot of value out of that. And it's a great way to cycle through the deck. However,
exactly, it's like
you are relying on, like, you need the Corruption, you need the ball, you need the pieces, and it could come together, it could fall apart very quickly. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, those kind of decks especially are, keep in mind you're playing so many rounds of Swiss on day 1, and you have to basically carry yourself with those lists. And I feel like it can get pretty exhausting when you're running something so piece reliant, right? We have plenty of decks that aren't as much and just kind of like play out, their tempo, eventually draw into their win con, and they're good to go. But it's decks like this that they need to see specific parts, as you said, at very specific timings, and the lack of it can sometimes just destroy your entire run. So it's a risk you're willing to take, basically.
Yeah, it's an excellent point you bring up, because one of the things that I want to talk about is Aggro Shadow. So although we're not seeing Aggro Shadow in the top 8, it was one of the decks that people thought would be good into this new meta. And, you could try that in Swiss, but there was no Aggro Shadow player in the top 8. So sometimes you take those risks and they don't pay off.
Yep. I saw people even on socials, on the Twitter, talking about like looking at the final bracket, going into today's show and saying like, oh wow, I guess Shadow's not the deck to bring, huh? And yeah, I mean, that's basically how it worked out, right? So we're seeing an interesting start here from Yo's side as well. He had the Revolver Eagle, but chose to play out the Grey Wing instead. Doesn't really have much to kind of get these amulets running. Selena hasn't really showed up yet. Does pick up the Frigg, so at least that's something to look forward to. But he's going to just set up a very wide board. If he top stacks Selena off of this, it's going to be super huge. Yeah,
it's interesting the way he chose to order his cards, because he played a bit off curve, but maybe it's because he wants a specific follower to get the bike, which may be the bird or something he's going to play. This is the early game of Amulet Haven. You're passing, you're playing amulets, and it could be a bit rough in the early game, but then you have a lot of tools in the mid game to stabilize, such as the Sniper with a very powerful fanfare and the effect. Like, one Sniper can potentially clear 3 followers and then have Ward to protect you.
That's right. On top of that, what's nice is that even if he doesn't top deck Selena here, the God's Loving Smite is actually perfect for next turn.
Yeah.
It just pops everything. So that might be the play there as well. Let's just see what he goes into. But 11 life, like, look at this, right? It's a deck that relies so much on this like early setup and just doesn't really do much early that you kind of end up in these situations.
Yeah, he is going to get a decent turn here with the Smite into the Sniper. Pretty powerful all around. However,
really
Tyr
good.
did have Corruption that first evil turn, like we were talking about. He just doesn't really have the ball yet. So like we're talking with the Ball Blood, you need those sort of combo pieces. It's not a combo deck, but you need those specific cards. So like, you have Corruption, cool. You don't have ball, well then it's going to be tough to get that W.
Yeah, and look at how much basically Yo's been rewarded here, right? This entire board is just going to sit here based on turn 5. You just spawned a bunch of stats, push his opponent back down to 12, just like he was sitting on 11. And now with no ball inside, I mean, what do you even go for? Showdown to try to draw into it?
The thing about the Amulet Haven is that once you're stabilized like this, then it becomes very, very powerful, because not on turn 6, but starting on turn 7, the Frigg, the Jadeline come down, and then the game is just over, right? So
everything scales so hard.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Tyr did a good job of applying pressure, but the bounce back, the stabilization was too good from Yo, and he has both the Frigg and the Jadeline to close the game out.
Yeah, he's literally spoiled for choice. And I mean, next turn, like, say he draws into, virtually nothing, just a blank card, even just Vengeful Sniper isn't too bad. You get 2 damage on the board, you get to, if necessary, evo it for the banish and set up a ward just to buy more time for turn 7. It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, and like, the sniper's so good in this deck because you want all the effects, the face damage, the ward, the clear, everything's so good. And for
The banish too against some of these cards.
yeah, like we say these blood cards that are like, these are good blood cards. You know, last one we spent so much time talking about how good Hani Slice is a card. And she's great, she's fantastic. But like, those cards alone do not win games, you know. It's the combination of the good cards with the corruption lure effect with the ball that becomes unstoppable. But with him not drawing the ball, I don't know, I feel like this is Yo's game. He only needs one more turn to get to those turn 7 power plays.
We talked about this risk, right? You know, it's simply put, you're willing to deal with this, right? By locking in this deck, you're basically saying, I'm fine with both the highest roll that I could possibly get, and you know, decimate my opponent with like back-to-back balls and everything, and like, you know, perfect curve. But at the same time, I gotta know how to win out of this situation, and that's the real test for Tyr here.
Wow, and I like Yo's play here, very aggressive, gonna take the sniper. Even though he floats the 4 play points, he cashes in that damage, gets the ward, and evils the face. I think instead of, you know, the standard Amulet Hammer play is like Frigg on 7, so you get those extra amulets, and then J-Line on 8 to close the game out. But he's saying, hey, I could just win with J-Line on 7 right now.
Yeah, exactly. He is basically, what, doing 3 off of the Jade Land, so man. And of course, you know, you got to keep that empty board, especially like that's, especially if you're going to go into the Frigg here, you want this stuff to get traded off so you can actually have the, I think, oh, he has 3 amulets destroyed, so it won't actually fill up the entire board yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good the setup that Yo set up because Tyr is forced to clear the board or else he's dead on the board, on the, you know, board to Jade Land. And if it does clear somehow and the Jade Land wouldn't be enough, then he can just go back to like, oh, I'll just play Frigg on 7, get a bunch of effects, and then on turn 8, Jade Land would like 100% be lethal.
Exactly. Just gotta keep spamming those Friggs, and Jade Land just becomes more and more threatening. He's basically become like the avatar of the deck too. I like whenever people talk about it, you just see Jade Land. My girl Selena's gone, bring her back.
He's great. I love him as a card, like for sure.
Yeah.
Amulet Haven Jade Land's been the most fun I've had this expansion.
Same. We are not biased.
Okay, we're seeing the Shownemer show up. You know, the card could be used as a defensive tool, except that Jade Land does banish, but the Aryer doesn't get enough attack to clear, but the pings for corruption saving him.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah,
Thank
he really needed that.
Yep. I was just watching all the damage go face. I was like, uh-oh.
You know, Tyr did do his best. Like, honestly, that was not a bad turn at all. Now he's not dying to the Jade Land. While Frigg is pretty strong, like, is Frigg good enough at this point?
He doesn't get the Evo effect off of this either, right? So he doesn't get the free heal. If anything, is the heal that he really wants here as well. And so...
Yeah, you also want the 6/6 body, right? Like...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So actually kind of awkward for Yo. It looked like he was set up, but Tyr found a good play using the Showdown Evo, which we don't often see just because you really have better Evo targets since you're always like Evo in the face or Evo in your corruption, things like that. But the Showdown does have that nice Evo effect, and the car was maybe just what Tyr needed.
I think that's basically pulling through for him right now. Like, you know, we can see Yo's camera, unfortunately, to see his reactions here with the situation, but man, it's, I think for Yo, he's the one that's, you know, it looks like Tyr's the one that's kind of like stuck and not sure what to think and what to do next, but I think for Yo, it's probably just like sitting there, you know.
Well, there is a chance for lethal. He could play Banish the Ward and then summon the bird with Storm. It's a chance. Oh, he goes for it, doesn't get it. He gets the right target on the Banish, but then he didn't come the bird. He went for it and I respect it, but oh, there's the ball. Well, that's gonna be it now.
Yep. Oh dear. All right,
man.
Tyr, take it away, boss. You got this, buddy.
I respect Yo going for that play because, like, I think he realized that, like, if he plays Frigg, it's not good enough. So if he has, like, I don't know, it might be a 10-20% chance for lethal, he's just gonna take it, and he was kind of close to it. But
yeah, exactly. Like, you gotta play to your outs.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. And on the other hand, Tyr finally picks up the ball. He had that turn to stabilize, and just like that, Tyr's gonna take game number 1 here.
That's right. And we talked about it. New players coming in and just eating up the competition. You love to see it. That's a really strong start from Tyr. I love it. And so now we're gonna have to see him run it back with his Haven list as well.
Yeah, so we are still hyping up Amulet Haven, and it's like that we're gonna see a lot today. So I'm glad we got to start the day with it, and that was a good example of how the deck works. The one issue that Yo had is that his turn 6 was like set up for that, you know, potential turn 7, but like he ended up throwing so many play points, and then the Frig wasn't as good as you wanted it to be. The Jade Land was also not good enough either, so you can see how like he was doing strong plays, but he fell just a little bit short at the end there.
Yeah, like you don't want to be trying to 50-50 your win con. Like Jade Land is there to secure those games, right? He's there for that, for the win con, but just sadly came a little bit too short. Oh, the mirror match, you love to see it. All right, I'm curious in this mulligan, to be honest, because there's some really good opening targets in this already, at least on tier side especially.
Oh yeah, I mean he has, you know, 2 amulets and a Selena, and those are 2 long amulets. He's thinking about it. You can see his very expressive face.
I think I honestly would probably keep this. I mean, this looks really, it's about as good of a start as you can get, and he's gonna keep it. You'll love to see it. All right, my man, take it away. Oh, you can see he's not happy with that one, my man. That's just Although,
I mean,
if he doesn't have a good setup,
it could be okay if he just top decks like a Roller Eagle, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, both players have amulets, so we're gonna see. Let those amulets, let the countdown begin.
Let them do their thing.
Alright, I have a question for you, Chris. Have you ever, and I mean ever, in your Shadowverse career history as a player, have you ever pressed the countdown button?
I actually think I might have, because I remember vividly one time, I think in like 2017 or something, I realized that there was the, you know, in Sword you have like the trait button.
Yes,
for like for officers, and then I was like, wait, these exist.
Yeah.
And then I just went around every single class after that and just like going like, what does this do?
But you know, the secret is that the countdown button doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, wait, no, now it does. It shows the stat line of the actual things that will come out of the countdown.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's got some purpose, I suppose.
Yeah, but let it do its work.
Okay, well, Tyr did pick up another amulet. Maybe not the one that he really wanted, but at least he's playing amulets. Sometimes you draw your Frigs and your Jalen and your Selenas, and it could just be a bit awkward. You really want your early game to just be either amulets or followers that summon amulets, like the 2 birds, Fortune Fowl, and the other bird, I think his name is like Prismatic Plume, I want to say, something like that.
Yeah. That's the one. Man, this is interesting because he gets the 3 damage ping here, and the clear as well, so it's actually pretty good, all things considered. But he could also, I think there's no reason not to use it, because
yeah, I might as well spend it.
He's gonna trade it in anyway to not be board locked, and then, you know, play out whatever. So there's no like risk of him, or like there's no denying his Selena, right? If he does hypothetically have it.
And I will say, last game, Yo also went for the Selena setup. The reason why his early game might have been a bit off curve, I think, is because he really just wanted that Selena because he had the perfect setup for it. But he didn't draw it. And this game, I think, is going for the setup again, and he doesn't have it in hand. So I wonder if he's being a bit too reliant on like that Selena quote-unquote high roll.
All right, and ooh, hold on. There's some.
And there's plays.
I don't know how optimal they are, but there's a lot of plays.
Oh, yeah, definitely a lot of plays. Yeah. Like, I wonder if there's a world in which he might like evil the face, because in this matchup, like damage matters. Like the damage matters a lot. So
if anything, it's a race.
Yeah.
But thing is, he has to play knowing that he can't commit too much because it'll either randomly get banished or get 4 pinged. So what you could do is accept that L
and just not commit anything.
You basically do this on the altar to kill the Selena. Yeah, that's what he's doing. All right.
Oh, he did draw
hoping
Selena.
for this.
Wait, this isn't that bad. Like, he still gets a pretty good Selena next turn.
Yeah, and he's not evoing because he knows he's going to lose it. And now both of those amulets, the removal is going to get burned on 1 card, basically. So
okay, this works out.
I think that was good.
Yeah, I think that was a good turn for him. Yep. And like the Dogma was good. He got a good pickup. He definitely would have liked the Selena 1 turn earlier, but I mean, on turn 5, it still might be good enough.
If you can top deck like one cost amulet, that'd be
that
perfect.
would be the dream.
Yeah, but he played that really well. Like, that's kind of the thing with the unicorn setup as well. Is like once it's at 3 cost, it's already like a massive stat line and it's healing, so you might as well just get rid of the amulet. Like there's no point to wait.
Yeah.
There's some people that played the, I think it was the morph. I can't remember the exact name of the card. The one that turns one of the cards on the board into an amulet that spawns a bird. Yeah, exactly. And you know, I've seen people do that on the unicorn amulet as well, because it's like, you know, basically get that out as well. It's a lot of different lines of play.
Yeah, but now Tyr has like this sort of awkward mid game. Like he does have Frigg and Jadelin, which is very good for him. But I don't think he had enough amulets early on that it's going to be like a Mason. And now he doesn't have any more amulets to play. So it's like, it's not bad, but it's definitely awkward.
Exactly.
Now Selena can come down, get the damage, get the Haven Fire.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's actually really good for him.
Yeah.
And also he gets like massive stat line on the board next turn. I think Yo might be able to actually bring this back with the looks of things, because he has like Frigg, potentially like double Frigg, followed up into Jadeland. Like there's a lot of really good plays going for him.
Yeah, he also does have the extra Evo point from going second. So I do like this play. Instead of coming into a Haven Fire, he can spend the Evo to clear Selena, and then just play Unicorn instead to be more efficient with his play points.
Exactly. Alright, so when they're coming in,
the Unicorn is also, it's nice because it gives you one more rally count, and he has double Noahs, so like just make those Noahs a bit better. Because one of the things about the Amulet Haven deck is that sometimes you get these very awkward Noahs like Tyr has here, where it's like, yeah, you played the Noah early on, and it's an Amulet, and he has a long countdown, which is great, and then Noah shows up and it's like, it's a 3-3, and you're like, wow, sad.
If my Noahs aren't at least 15-50, I do not want to see them. Just banish them. Just get him out.
I mean, that's the opposite that happens, where like you've popped off and then you're like, you know, Frigg, Jadelin, and you get those 18-18 Noahs and stuff. Yeah.
That's the game plan I'm going for, and nothing else.
Yeah, I think the turn 6 might be the most awkward turn for this deck. Aside from the enhanced bird that just summons the area, you don't want to really play amulets here because they will take the board space and they won't be procced by turn 7 when you want to play your Frigg and get the full effect, or the Jadeland. So it is a bit awkward. You can also just play triple 2 cost, like Unicorn, double Haven Fire, something like that.
Oh, he could literally go Unicorn. Potentially, like, he hasn't even Evo'd this game yet, so, you know, like, go Evo the Unicorn in, maybe, and then that way you safely get Haven Fire Selena. But
okay, he's still coming into the Eagle. I mean, you still want to play the Eagle, like, you still need those amulets. It's just, you know, it won't be as smooth as the curve could have possibly been, but he'll still find good plays. Looks like he's gonna Evo, and then maybe just play Haven Fire. Yep, get the clear.
That's good. I think that's fine too. Because at this point, like, you're not as concerned about the rally count as Yo is. But look at this, 7/7, 2 times, and a bit of storm damage.
Way better Noahs. And again, this is still like a bit of an awkward turn 6, but it's actually not that bad because he could just play the Grey Wing. It's actually a fine, you know, just damage at this point. And then he can have the choice of either Frigg or Jadelin next turn. So Yo's looking pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, like, Jadelin's already banishing 2, so we're slowly getting up ahead. I think, how are we looking at on the destroyed? Yeah, we got 4 amulets destroyed as well, so Frigg is actually basically set up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's one of those games where he'll go Frigg on 7, and then Jadelin on 8 will win the game.
He's not in a rush either, right? He can take his time. Like, he's so far ahead in this game that I don't think it's something worth stressing about. On the other hand, there's 3 amulets destroyed on Tyr's side.
I even like the Evo. He has the extra Evo, might as well commit it. I want to feel Haven Fire just for the damage, because it could make a difference. Like, right now, Tyr's under so much pressure from those 7/7s.
Exactly. You might as well, like, turn it into as close to lethal as possible.
See, there's the bird that, like, is the good turn 6, but now it's a bit too late. And his Jadeland isn't good enough because it's only banishing 1, healing 3, and summoning 1, which does not deal with this board. And the Frigg isn't great either because A, you don't have the board space, and B, you haven't played that many amulets, so it's just super awkward.
Yeah, exactly. He's hovering over the sniper. I think that might be the play, to be honest. Like, basically try to deal with this board as well as you can. Holding those Haven Fires might actually pull through here, but I don't know, man. It's pretty awkward.
At this point, the Jadeland I think might be what can do the most in the board. And he did get a good snipe on the 7-7. That's a good target. He can also evil the Selena and get some heals. So those are some good RNG hits for him.
That's really good, yeah. Like, he goes back up to 14, so he's safely getting out of the lethal range. He can basically trade into the 7-7 just like that. Still leaves up some big targets on the board, but it's nowhere near as bad as it was earlier.
Yeah, honestly, he got the best possible roll, right? Answering a 7-7 and summoning Selena. That's got to be best case scenario. Even so, there is 6 damage left on the table, and Yo has Evo, so that's 8. His Jadeland is only doing 3, though.
That's right.
So,
and the Frigg setup is very, very well.
I mean, he can still go like trade the bird, play Frigg. He doesn't get the Evo, but like I feel like that'd still be pretty good. And then he'd be set up for Jadeland next turn.
You might as well go for it. I think that setup right now is what's going to close you the game, and I think you can't wait on it for too long, otherwise you just fall behind.
Yeah,
because if he starts throwing his, like, you know, assuming that tier, let's say, has 3 Friggs in hand, right?
Yep.
You can't afford for that to happen.
And one of the things about the last turn is that while the Jadeland was really good for tier, like, that's his finisher, you know? He had to commit his finishing card to just stabilize. Yo knows he's not under that pressure anymore, so he's free to just go in. And now his Jadeland is set up for that turn 8 lethal, which is what I was saying the entire time. Like, turn 7 Frigg, turn 8 Jadeland.
Yep. 100% agree. 100% agree.
Now, that Noah's only at 14-14, so not as...
man.
Yeah, not good enough, right?
Not good enough. Go get back in the gym.
Makes the trade, going for his own Frigg. He might get, you know, something decent as it is. But...
Ooh, the banish. Where's that gonna hit?
Oh,
not too hot.
He already got a little bit lucky today. If the Noah was a 10-10 and got the Evo, and maybe he could do something.
Yeah.
Like, it's close. Like, Tier's like been really, really close, but doesn't really have quite the perfect answers, even with some good RNG from the last turn.
I see.
Yeah, he I don't see a timeline where
that's game. He
answers
can't answer that 14-14. There's a Jadeland coming, and just like that, Yo's gonna tie up the series, and we will go to a game 3.
That's right. So, you know, don't sleep on Yo. He's still in this, still pulling through, and so now we're gonna switch over to his Force, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he was playing Sekka Force as well, so that's gonna be pretty fun to see.
Yeah, one class that we haven't talked about much is Forcecraft. And nothing really has changed in that from last month. There is still some players that are playing Sekka Forest and some players that are playing Loxus Forest. They're both fantastic decks. They're both really, really good. The Sekka Forest is one of those decks that is very reliant. Like, you have to draw your Aria on the evil turn or like the turn after. And Luxus is Luxus. We've seen it, you know, destroy, and we've seen no Aria never draw Luxus the whole day. So
yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, well, there's the big target that you need in the deck for it to function, already secured.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good opener. He has to be happy about that.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll believe in you, Yo. I'm sure you're popping off. We'll get to see it one day. On the other hand, for tier, Revolver Eagle is an interesting one because it's like, if you have the good curve, it's like perfect setup for the turn 4 Selena, but otherwise, yeah, Major Prayers is probably the better keep here.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward
Plume as well,
because like he had 3 fantastic cards, but they're all 3 cost. And with the Amulet Haven, it's really one of those decks where you want to curve out, you want to play you know, 1 cost Amulet on 1, 2 cost Amulet on 2, 3 drop, and like if your hand is all 3s, you just can't do that.
Exactly. And there's like certain cards that were in the Amulet Haven list until very recently, and like Anvelt basically was a pretty common card until just a few weeks ago, I want to say, and I mean, just got cut out because
I think there's a player
it takes up board space
today that's still playing the Anvelt, so yeah.
yeah. But you know, I've talked to people that play the deck a lot, and they were like, yeah, it takes up board space. My turn 7s aren't good enough. Basically, that's the conclusion that it comes to. I
mean, that's my issue with the Summon Pegasus, is that the Pedium Prairie is amazing. But if you RNG and you get the Summon Pegasus, oh, I just feel so bad. Because Summon Pegasus kind of sucks. And it's so slow and so clunky.
Yeah, but just gotta hold it.
Yeah. It like saddens me that like we don't have something better than Summon Pegasus in 2021. That the fact that Amulet Haven has to sometimes get a Summon Pegasus, it just It's sad, man.
It really is. It really is. Right,
There it
go
is.
for these.
Summon Pegasus.
Hey, speak of the devil.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a stat line, I guess. That's its only kind of redeeming factor at this point.
Yeah, it's a slow amulet, and there's some value in that. This could be a Noah plus Mayor Prayers type of turn.
I'm feeling that right now.
Or is it
I
just
think
like
that,
set up for Selena? Because he could guarantee a next turn Selena with 4 amulets.
oh, you're so right. Yeah, just Noah Priest, pass.
Yeah.
That might be the... Wait, but
I mean,
you could also
yeah,
just do Priest
just-
prayers.
Yeah, and then next turn go amulet Selena, right?
Oh, no, wait, what, does the Priest expire by then? I think it does.
The priest is 2, so he'll be around for the.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah, you can't crystallize it because it costs 5. So you'd have to play priest
Exactly, so-
now and then hold the
Yeah,
Noah.
you hold the Noah, yeah.
But that still works, and like that's pretty good. Get most of the prayers and guarantee the Selena. That seems good on paper. I do like Mayor Prayers because he's at the point where like we're near in the mid game and he doesn't have J-Length or friggin' hand. So I think that draw 2 aspects of the card is actually massive right now.
You need to connect into it, yeah. It's that. Also, drawing first, definitely good.
Yeah.
Explore your options first. Hey, there you
There's
go.
the
There's
Frig.
Frig.
And like Miascus is nice.
Noah.
He still gets the, the 1 damage clears the ward. Yeah, the Noah means that unless he draws another 1-cost amulet, now the Selena won't be the full thing, which I feel might just be incorrect. Because Selena on 4 is so strong, right?
Yeah, exactly. With that entire big setup, it's just... You basically get to pop the entire board, and in that case, you would have also gotten a banish. So that would have been like an extra threat that he would have had over Yo.
Yeah.
But let's see, maybe he's going for something else.
I feel like that would be such a good answer to the, like, Yo's best place to play Arya, because he pretty much has to. And like, if your play next turn can answer your opponent's best play, like, I don't know, that seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
But instead, we'll see what Tyr could do. I don't know, maybe he doesn't realize that the Shady Priest is 5, but maybe he still finds something great to do. Like, Selena with 3 amulets is still, good. It's still very strong.
Yeah, of course. Let's see what he's actually aiming for here. I'm definitely very curious.
Yeah, he keeps it as a 5/5. Like, the banish would have just, banish that. You get the Pegasus. Oh, he top decked it.
Oh, you can see his
mean-
face light up.
Alright, I guess his play was correct after all then.
Just double Noah, bro.
Yeah, so...
It's- But even then, right? If he had played the priest, he would have had to spend.
Yeah,
no
it still
resources.
would have been better because,
Pick
the
up there.
banish is worth a lot right now. But that's not a bad Selena.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
One of the
Anything's-
Noahs does go straight to the...
Yeah, just got dips. He's out.
Yeah, because the Arya summons the 2, and
Yep.
the order of play was Arya first. So...
That's right. Again, the shady priest. Ah!
Well, Selena Evo is still solid. Go back to 20, clear the Arya.
yeah.
Go face for 2. He does have 2 playables left over though. Does he want to spend those?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, the only thing you can do is like Haven Fire, and
Yeah, honestly,
then you
like-
kind of.
If he just set up the Shady Priest last turn, it would have been so much better, right?
Because then, right, he would be able to actually Evo face here.
Yeah,
potentially,
because he would
to
have
push forward damage.
2 8/8s, and then Evo the face.
Yeah.
Well, this is
Well,
still a
we'll do
pretty good board. He's gonna Haven Fire just for the damage. The second forest does take a bit. Like Yo has the leader effect set up, and the leader effect is very, very powerful. But
Yeah.
it's a while before the second comes out, and like this is quite a Shadowverse board. Can Yo respond with only 5 play points?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a lot to take care of with very few cards.
Yeah, there's no Wisp. Honestly, like he has 9 cards in hand. He just doesn't have the play points at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see it.
Like Resolve is good. He could go like Fairy, Resolve. The second Resolve gets both effects. That's worth something. I'm gonna use the Sorcerer for the Bane. That seems like a solid way to spend some play points.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I think there's probably might be the best way to clear these things. to
Yeah,
be
for
honest.
sure. It's the most efficient way to deal with the 8/8. So I definitely do think that was correct. He doesn't snipe the summon Pegasus, but
Ooh.
I mean,
Ooh.
all things considered,
hold up.
that's not a bad turn.
Yeah, absolutely not. But at the same time, that's still 5 damage left on the board, buddy.
Yeah, there's still Haven Fire. Again, we're right back to that awkward turn 6. Like, yeah, he does have Frick set up for 7. No J-Line yet. But what does he do on turn 6? It's just always a bit awkward for this deck.
Frig waiting room, please. Line up, queue up. We're just waiting here for the pop off. I guess. Yeah. I don't know, right? It's because you can't really get much. Like, Selena basically doesn't do much. Haven Fire is like, okay, cool. You basically push 6 damage this turn. That's
I think
great.
he definitely wants to push the damage.
What I'm thinking about, to be honest, is what if you went Shady Priest and try to pick up a 1? But then you're kind of clogging up space for your Frig, and that's not good either.
That's the issue, is that on turn 6 you don't actually want to play Amulet because you want the board space. So it does become very, very awkward. He is gonna excel it. Well, he could Dogma it, or
just for the card draw?
I mean, yeah, it's also one where Amulet destroyed.
Yeah, that actually does. That like, does.
Honestly, it's not a bad play.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for the Jade line to close out the game, that's actually not bad, yeah.
He's doing it. I actually like this. I think that is the correct play. Based on his hand and what he could do, I do like that.
Hey, that's not a bad pickup either.
Yeah.
Yo, like, he's pushing him down to 8. Like, it's actually not too bad.
Yeah, it might be time for a Grand Slam then, if Yo feels like 8 life is not enough. Coming into those Frig Jade line turns, the Ferris Lover can give him some life to work with. At this point, the Selena's only a 5-1, so really easy for him to clear the board. And that one fairy still has Bane as well. But he is missing like the Sekka for damage himself. He did pick up Alberta, but it's a bit late for the Alberta.
Yeah, that's like turn 3, or otherwise you just lose tempo, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, still Storm, you know, Storm out of 10, but...
I mean, yeah, now it's just a race for the damage, but based on the life totals, and really the ways the deck works, like, Tyr is like 1 turn away from damage, potentially. Or maybe 2, right? While Yo, I don't know, he's missing a lot.
Yeah.
Like he's only halfway through the Sekka being activated.
Exactly. So, you know, the namesake of the deck is missing in action here.
Yep. Okay, it's gonna go for the Grand Slam. At least get some heal and the clear, which is nice. Plus, it's also a lot of you know, numbers for the Sekka. Even though he was at 10 when the turn started, at the end of this turn he might be at 15 or something. So.
That's right. All right, here comes some more. It's also, you know, potential pings to the face.
Oh yeah, like from all the damage adds up.
Leader effects.
And although he doesn't have Sekka, I mean, all he needs is like 1 Sekka and a bounce. Like the damage will be there for sure. See what Frig is gonna do for Tyr. Gonna get the full set.
Ooh, let's go with the heal on it too.
Ooh, good banish.
Yeah, very good banish. And let's go 15-15.
Hey,
that's what I like.
That's exactly what you want to see. Plus, Frick has the heal on strike, which is nice. Wants to stay nice and healthy. Goes up to 19. Good heal on the Frick.
16 if he clears everything, but you know, it's still very comfortable position. But now the problem is, right, this is going to be a very, very scary Shadowverse board, but if he gets cleared, what's the follow-up, right? The rest of Tyr's hand is pretty awkward. Like,
he doesn't have the Jade Land, even though he tried to draw for it with the Hollow Dogma. And we know that Yo has that fairy that has Bane from the Sorcerer.
Exactly.
So hopefully that 15-15, it's going to go down to the 1 fairy.
That's right. He has the option to either, like, go more face, or, you know, like, evo something else to trade over the theory here. I wonder what he's going to go for, because at this point...
Oh, just evo the face? Maybe just wants the damage, right?
Yeah.
I think that, like, he knows there's at least 1 more turn before he's gunned down by the Sekka. So just casting as much damage as he can. And then he does have double Handfire plus a Sniper, which is quite a bit of damage because Sniper is doing 5. Maybe something survives. Maybe he tops deck. Some way to get more damage, like another Sniper or the Jade Land.
Exactly.
Although, funny enough, like, you know, when you play against Sekka, like, you're kind of just counting down, expecting, like, well, he gets to 20 and then Sekka ends me. But there is no Sekka right now for Yo. So, like, he's doing good plays and he's fighting back. But he doesn't actually have the Sekka just yet.
Yeah, gotta keep that card draw going. That's the most important thing here. Just keep drawing, find that win con.
Yep.
Oh, does he pick up another Deepwood? Ah, man. It's gonna do double Shama Shama.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting damage. He's definitely finding some damage. And digging
Right.
for the Sekka. The fairies get some good chip damage in. I think you have to trade, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, don't leave that
Absolutely.
Summon Pegasus up. Ooh,
Look
no
how much damage he
Jade.
went through as well.
Yep.
Oh, man, I'm thinking here, right? It's like we're this close. We're barely off lethal. I'm thinking.
Yeah, he's close. He's very, very close. He's, I believe he has 7 damage. So, yeah, he's
he does
very,
have,
very close.
7 damage for sure.
Honestly, that's the difference between the Grand Slam or not. Like, that extra 2 or 3 life that, healed.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just thinking at this point, what the play even is like. What are you trying to hope for at this point? Because
This is
There's, like,
game
no way to
3. The loser is
Yeah.
going home, so everything on the line here. And Tyr doesn't have the best of plays, but he's so close to lethal. He might just not have the time.
he's not in a comfy position either, right? That's the problem. That he can't really like relax and just chill for a turn and just buy time. Because I mean,
Yeah, like another
Yo is this
Frigg would
close.
buy him town or buy him time or something, but I mean, Jalen would just won the game on the spot.
feels bad. Feels bad. Let's see.
Well, time's running out. He's got to make a decision, and I think the only play is the sniper, unless you don't want to have anything on the board to not give the fairies any like chip potential.
Exactly right.
Maybe that's relevant.
Oh, he's going for it though.
Okay, sniper
Alright.
is 5 damage to
Down
the
to
face.
1.
1 off lethal. Sad. We'll see if Yo can pick up the game here. He does set up for next turn lethal with the himfire.
Yeah. That's the important thing. Also, if he basically has this situation where any other amulet kind of lets him get the refund
Yeah.
on like playing out the Selena as well.
So basically,
see.
if there was Sekka, this would be the easiest lethal in the world for Yo, right? There is no Sekka, so my question is there still lethal?
Is there any way to? Man.
He has Alberta.
Yeah, but I mean, Albert is one thing. We got the full cost Deepwood Wolf, baby. Let's go Storm out of 10.
I mean, if he had an Evo, maybe.
Oh, baby.
Funny enough, the Shamus Antics for the 2 life gain might be enough to keep Yo alive, because it doesn't look like
thinking
he's
that as
going
well.
for lethal this turn. And surely Tyr is just relieved that there wasn't a Sekka.
Just read that and relax,
Yeah,
basically.
gonna just cash in as much heal as possible. I think he knows that he definitely doesn't survive a Javelin top deck, but maybe he can survive another Sniper top deck by going all the way up to, 7 life. It's not bad.
Yeah,
Honestly, not a bad turn. And he was still digging. His second nowhere to be found, but at least he's still digging.
Dogma is card draw, but man, we've been drawing cards and not really seeing the connection.
I mean,
here.
he could draw, and then he has 7 play points, enough for Frigg or Javelin.
Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Come on.
So sometimes you
leave
gotta
him
just
at
go.
top.
Ooh, nothing.
Not quite. Not quite. Not quite.
Yeah, sadness.
That's very sad. Oh man.
Yeah, like now he's just stuck with these sort of combo pieces, like the smite is great in the early game when you have all those amulets, but right now they're just pretty much worthless.
The entirety of your early to mid game is just occupying your hand, and everything you want to be actually seeing is just nowhere to be found.
Yep.
And Tyr's done so great so far as well. It's been such a good run for him. So
It's funny because on the other hand, like Yo doesn't have the Sekka either, and he spent all the bounces trying to fish and stay alive that he doesn't even have bounces to like, I don't know, do anything else with him. So like Alberta has
back and
damage,
forth.
but it's not doing 9 damage by itself.
exactly. Ah man. I mean, at that point, but thing is, right? He's slowly chipping away.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you,
mean,
Arya, for existing, right?
He's just at any point 1 Sekka away, just like Tyr was 1 Jade Land away, right?
Yeah.
Even fire, play the bird.
Yeah, just play the bird. I mean, what else can you do?
Awkward. Oh, Wind Fairy.
Fairy.
Oh man, Wind Fairy has Storm, but it only does 6 damage.
Yeah, it's only 6.
That's funny.
Bro, how are we this close? See, that's where. Oh my god, isn't that where Alberta would have like come in big time otherwise. Well,
Yeah,
maybe
like-
not exactly here, but
Alberto would have done so much damage if he was able to play it early on, but he wasn't. And
yeah.
Alberto can still do damage today, and he does have Fairy's Lugger. He can get a bit more life.
Is that his third one? Has he bounced one at some? I think he
No,
bounced one. at
he
some
bounced it,
point.
yeah. This is funny because
Yeah.
like I feel like we started this game, this series, like in a very explosive fashion. And now
Yeah.
we're down to like this very slow, kind of awkward late game of both players not drawing their late game cards and really unable to do much of anything.
It's like this weird tug of war where it's just like both players are like super exhausted but not giving up and just barely on their last legs.
You gotta fight with everything they got. Yo's going with the Alberta, cashing in at
Okay.
least some damage.
He sees
Maybe he
the
could
line.
set up
he
for
knows
it.
Wind Fairy is the line.
Yeah, like Alberta's 4 damage this turn, and then maybe next turn will be just enough.
That's right. Does give him an amulet though.
Yeah, will there be a Jade top deck for tier? Oh, it's a Frig!
Wait.
Oh,
a
that's
second.
awkward. No, the Frig
Ah,
doesn't
yeah,
do
that's
it.
really-
It doesn't do enough, and he's also like, he doesn't get the full effect because of the Pegasus.
Yep.
See, if that wasn't the Pegasus, things would be different, but
This hurts.
if that was Jadeland, that'd be game. Frig, on the other hand, it's good, just not great in this position.
I think you owe me an
Oh boy.
Okay, goodness.
Alright.
Frig, what is Frig, like, what can it even summon at this point that would be good?
Stats. That's what we're getting here. We're
I mean,
getting lots and lots of
21,
stats.
21 Noah. Oh, it doesn't have
man.
Storm. It's not good enough.
Please, Side Games, if you're watching, you know what to do.
Yeah, if Noah is at 20, give him Storm, right?
yeah. Come on.
Alright,
It'll be
well-
more dramatic that way.
After all that, it looks like Yo will finally get the victory, and Yo's gonna take the first set of the day 2-1 over Tier. Tier put up a good fight, you know, he definitely had a good showing, but the Amulet Haven just let him down at the end.
God, that was just such a back and forth, like tug of war. Just da. It's just, man, I don't know what to say. Like they both played really well. I especially liked the Amulet Haven mirror match. That one was just, it was fun to watch. It's cool to see like both players I think did their best. And man, I think for Yo it's also, you know, we're kind of focusing on him as this like, oh, he brought Rune. It's crazy, right? But he's doing great with the other decks, and that's a really big thing to focus on, you know. We say it a lot. You gotta have that excellent mastery of the 3 things you bring, right?
Yeah, I hope that we could see the Rune in the future since it did win. But I feel like that was just a good set to show Amulet Haven. We saw both his strengths of this like very strong early game into mid game stabilization into late game Jadeland Frig that just win the game. And then we also saw it was like very, very awkward, like early game you don't do anything. You don't have the Jadeland late game and you just don't do anything. Those very, very awkward turn 6s. So like you saw why it's good and you also saw why it's like not the best. But I'm glad
Yeah,
that it is the
it's-
meta deck and people are playing it because like you were saying, we were both talking about this for, you know, last month. Like, we both loved the deck.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see it in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm a big Selena fan. Actually, I was gonna ask, have you had any? Because I mean, you've been making Shadowverse content for so long that I guess this probably doesn't apply to you. But like, what's the one craft that for you didn't touch for the longest time? Like it stated that like 0 wins for the longest time.
You know, I always played a little bit of everything, but I would say that Rune was the one that I played the least because I wasn't a huge fan of the old school spell boost, which funny enough is what we were seeing
Merlin and
today
stuff.
with their
Yeah,
unlimited
yeah,
GP and D-shift and all this stuff. But as soon as the Ginger archetype came out for Rune, and they gave Rune this like other wacky ways to
yeah.
play, and Ginger was just like,
Yeah,
you play
yeah.
all these big dudes and they cost 0. Like I really liked Rune from then on, so you know, at this
Yeah.
point after 5+ years of Shadowverse, I've played every deck, every class so much. So
Yeah, I mean, for me it's the same as well. But I remember I refused to touch Forest and Haven for a really long time. And I remember when you start out Shadowverse, it's like one of the big tips you always get is like choose like 3 or 4 classes and then dust everything else, right? You know, so you can actually build those decks. And I remember when I started, I was like, okay, Haven doesn't interest me. Forest doesn't interest me. Blood doesn't interest me. So I just kind of got rid of those. Then I think pretty early on, Blood got a really like cool deck, and I finally built it. I think it was when the first Medusa came out, maybe, or maybe earlier than that. And then Forest was that point where the Roach came out, and then it was kind of like, and then Haven finally with Selena. But yeah. Anyway, though, enough talking about not playing classes. Let's take a look at the people who are actually going to be playing next, which is going to be Honor and Doctoro.
Yeah, so at the end of last year, we saw Honor show up into the scene, and then he just topped like 3 SBOs in a row every single time with Sword. He wasn't here, or he wasn't making top 8s at the start of the year, but he's back and he still has Sword. On the other hand, we have Doctoro, who is perhaps the most consistent player of 2021 yet. I want to say he has the most top 8s, but he doesn't have that big victory just yet.
Yeah, like he's been doing so great and so consistently. And of course, Honor as well, we see has been picked up by Mana Surge, representing the European part of Mana Surge. Definitely very exciting, but it has been banned out. But I mean, it'd be unfair if we don't give a highlight to Honor's new and improved sword list here, the OTK sword. I'm of course very excited to see this as well. We saw Sword last month, from Light, and now it's back again. So again, neutral package, but this time it does have some other parts to it that definitely make it stand out.
Yeah, so it's like the same deck. We saw the same, win condition that Light was playing, but it's a lot different. We're seeing like triple Planetary Fracture. I wonder how that works out for him. Triple Decisive Strike, only 1 Ida, which is such a huge piece of that combo. Really going down to 1. He just needs the 1, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, because you're only using 1 per game, so I guess the logic is just, well, if I'm only using it once per game, the remaining copies are dead cards, right? Like they're not doing anything for me in my strategy, so I might as well use that space for something else. And we can clearly see that he's been using that space for just all of these other just parts of the package, I guess. I'm really curious to see this one in action, so if Honor makes it through this one, we'll maybe see it in top 4 if it doesn't get banned. But up next, let's take a look. We saw plenty of it. We saw plenty of the other Haven, but now let's take a look at Sanctuary Haven, which is still alive and well.
Yeah, so Doctoro is the player that has last month's lineup, and he's still doing well with it. It's the Sanctuary Haven, Evil Blood, Bike Dragon. So like those decks are all still very effective. Sanctuary Haven is still good. It's just that like Sanctuary was better in when you expected like all the Bike Dragons and all the Evil Blood, I guess. And now that those decks aren't as expected, the Amulet Haven might be better against the field. But I would still put some respect on the Sanctuary Haven. It's still pretty powerful. And Doctoro showing that last month's lineup still works today.
Yeah, he's the only Sanctuary Haven player that we have today, but honestly still showing up excellently, right? I mean, this deck, you still see it in ladder every now and again. It's not like it just went extinct with Amulet Haven popping up, and it definitely has to be respected. And maybe he's been playing off of the fact that some people thought that, all right, Sanctuary's gone, everyone's playing Amulet, so, don't have to like counterpick it anymore. Maybe that's what helped him win through Swiss, and so I'm curious to see how his top 8 journey is going to go this time.
I think it might be almost the opposite in the way that like if you look at the lineups on the top 8, Doctor is the only one with this old, we'll say, outdated lineup, while everyone else is like the newer thing. So maybe it's more like the new lineup is better, right? Because more people succeeded with it. It's just that Doctor is like a good player. He's been very, very consistent, and his decks are still very powerful. But maybe the lineup which has just been better last month, and Amulet Haven, Ball Blood seems like it's the way of this month.
Yeah, exactly. So without any further ado, let's hop into this next top 8 match, because I'm definitely very hyped, and it's a Haven mirror, but don't be fooled. It's not going to be the Sank mirror. It's going to be 2 different Havens going head to head. One other important thing to talk about is like, we talked about how it's like, it's like the list from last time and things like that. But honestly, if you've like, learning a new deck is so much time, right? You have to put so much time in to learn matchups, learn the optimal plays, learn what to do in a brick, learn what to do in all these different situations. If you've already put in so much time in, let's say with last month's lineup, quote unquote, you might as well just bring it again if your knowledge of the deck and the matchups is still excellent, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. And again, like Doctoro has been so consistent this year. We've even seen him in the top 8 in previous years. And at this point, now he's the guy that I'm looking at like, okay, you've shown us you have what it takes to be in your top 8. Does he have what it takes to get the big W? Can he win his first Shadowverse Open? Because at this point, he's had a lot of tries.
All right, so finding those sanctuaries right there. Of course, he has yet another way to search it next turn as well if he wishes to. But on the other hand, here we're seeing potential just Revolver Eagle, and you get Selena for 3. That's not too bad. Or is there a world line, let's say, where you actually stall out a little bit?
Well, he's waiting.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I think
How about that?
this matchup might be a bit different than Amulet Hitting against the other decks, where you want to just like turbo out the amulets, because the Sanctuary is not really going to pressure Honor at all. So I think he is content to just take his time and just guarantee that Selena, since it'll be so much more powerful, and he could just wait the turn. It's fine.
Exactly. So Selena here is going to be big damage running in there. There's a Sanctuary with a refund. Very, very nice. And just going to pass, knowing fully well that there's multiple ways of that being removed.
Yeah, Dark Dodo has really good setup. He's got all 3 Sanctuaries in the hand, going second, so he's going to get the discounts, and he has a Small Cure Priest for the leader effect. And pretty much, and even a Blight too. If there's like a big scary amulet board, like Blight can always answer.
Exactly. So let's see here. I wonder if this is, that's kind of the thing with this matchup, I would say, is that Amulet Haven, as much as it can like push these bursts of damage, with them being able to heal it back up, this might go for a really, really long, like, frig after frig after frig type of game.
Yeah.
Or if he's going to just try to burst damage as much as possible here to, like, before he can actually heal up enough, right?
When the games go super long, I find those are the cases where the Noah can really come in clutch. Because if you get like a 15-15 Noah, you could just like tank the Sanctuary hits and then they can't answer and you can just win the game. But we'll see. It also could be over quickly because Honor on turn 5, look at that board. He waited for the Selena and it definitely paid off.
Absolutely. Like, not even the basic Blight doesn't take care of that.
I also like Honor's play because he has good setup. I was talking a lot about the awkward turn 6, but Eagle into Mirror Prayers is like an excellent way to spend 6 play points. But Dark Dodo does, with the Blight, pick up the full clear.
Yeah, excellently done, honestly. Making use of the Sanctuary as well, giving you extra stat lines to just Evo in and trade away. If anything, this is also like, you said Eagle Prayers, it's like that actually is a perfect play. But at the same time, you don't get the nice trade when your Mouskers is going in for 3. It's like,
yeah.
Do I really want that?
It kind of feels bad against the 6-1. I also do want to point out that we saw 2 Amulet Havens. We're going to see a lot of it today. But you can already tell that Honor's build is different. He's playing the Tortoise, the Ward Lion guy. So he doesn't have like the cookie cutter Amulet Haven in though. We'll see if those differences pay off for him or not. Because you can definitely tell that Honor's the type of player that he likes to play his style. Like whether Sword is good or bad or meta or not, like he's cooking with it, he's bringing it, he's doing well with it. Like, I don't think Honor is the type of player to just like follow the Tempo Storm meta snapshot. I feel like he's the type of player to just build his own, and he does well with his own build.
Exactly. Like, my man wants to define the meta, not follow it,
Yeah, exactly.
So let's see. He has the Noah. We talked about how that might be really important in this matchup. And I wonder if it's worth putting it down because, like, you have Frigg next turn, but you've only popped 3 amulets anyway so far, so you're not getting full value out of it yet. So you might as well just go for either the Frigg for 3, or you just wait a little bit until you've played out more and see where that takes you.
Yeah, I think it's good because you want as many Noahs to have been destroyed as possible, so you have a bigger chance to bring him back later on. And the more you delay it, like, the slower and slower it gets. So I do like the Noah that turn. And Honor's still at a decent turn 6. He doesn't have the Jalen just yet, though, so we'll see about that. But Dodo, man, look at those plays, keeping up the pressure. Now with double Sanctuary online, still has 2 evils to his name, and he healed all the way up to 20.
Yeah, that's... there we go. Oh, unfortunate. Didn't get to distribute the ward effect, but still... Oh, would you look at that? That's a friend.
Okay,
that's a
well,
buddy.
Yeah, that's... Buddy? If there's one way that Honor's going to win this game, it's definitely going to be with a combination of Frigg into Jadeland. And he does have time against Sanctuary, at least a little bit, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much just... They're going to keep playing down these big boards, and it's going to be a test of time whether you can take care of it or present your own that they have to waste their resources to trade into. And he's close to getting to that point, right? It's just a little... few more turns... or a well-timed Selena that pops a bunch of stuff. It's... Let's see. Frigg, I think, might be the right call here. Let's see what he gets off of it.
Yeah, he's cashing it out. Having the
Wait.
banish is very, very strong.
Oh,
And-
that's so good.
You also see the value of the Sacred Groundskeeper that the Red Decks are not playing. It pops up, it's a 4/5 ward, and you draw a card. So honestly, pretty cool here for this mid to late game. An excellent frig for Honor.
Yeah, that really worked out well. So, I mean, here, this is probably the best Evo target because you get the one heal at least, right?
Yeah.
So, just trade out a little bit, push a bit of damage. You know, most of this board will get popped by the Sanctuary or whatever comes out of the Sanctuary. But,
I will say
know,
though, like that was a good answer from Honor, but like you have to keep in mind the amount of RNG that went into that. Where Doc Dodo he whiffed the Sanctuary effect on the same Tiger, and then Honor got the snipe on that guy that got buffed twice. So this definitely could have been a very different outcome, you know, if those two
absolutely.
effects have gone to different targets.
That's right, that's right. I mean, at least then, I guess if it got split up, this Frig wouldn't be standing anymore, but at least it would have traded over it. But then he would have been left with a 5/5 on board, which is now like safely trading over the Groundskeeper. So yeah, there's a bit of a pesky target here for Doc Dodo.
Well, he still has 2 evil points, has the 3rd Sanctuary if he wants to slam it down. The Archangel of Evocation, like he still get plays. He hasn't developed the small cure leader effect, but he also has that option if he wants it.
That's right, that's right. And get that eternal one heal.
It goes a long way
Where's
to
Wheels?
give you the Sanctuary effects guaranteed.
Yep. All right, there it is. Haven fires are going to be pretty hard to fire this time around. We see the J line is slowly coming up. It's now at 6 dealt, 6 restored.
Yeah, very interesting that Dr. chose not to play the 3rd Sanctuary, perhaps because he values the board space more than the extra effects, since he already has 2 of them, but he definitely could have, so I'm not saying it was correct or wrong, but you know, like a very, very crucial decision there to either play it or not, and he chose not to play it.
That's right. And hey, we just talked about it. Look, Anvil. He showed up.
Yeah, so yeah, I was saying that some player had Anvil in the list, and I guess it was Honor then. Honor's playing the Groundskeeper and the Anvil, so a bit more into the ward, but really it's just because they're both like slow amulets, and that's what the deck wants.
Exactly. All right. Thinking about the Jetline, because the Jetline here is, or Jateline, sorry, is, you know, okay, I don't think it's gonna go for it anymore because it would have been double banish, double summon.
I feel like you really want to hold it in this matchup. You want to ensure those very, very powerful Jadelines, because like your opponent's at 22 life and he's gonna keep healing. Like your Jadeline better be winning the game. You know, banish 1, deal 6 is not gonna cut it against Sanctuary, I don't think.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Pick something with Selena. I'm also thinking about this Revolver Eagle as well, simply because it's like you could set up for a big Selena next turn that would then propel that J-Land, you know, into the stratosphere. Let's see if that's gonna be the play.
Oh, we go for the Eagle, but he doesn't need the bike. I kind of like this. It's a way for him to use all his play points, get as many amulets as possible, and I think he, you know, makes the call that like the bike's not going to be needed. So I do like this play quite a bit.
This is gonna pop, and let me check the rally count real quick. Oh, we're at 8 right now. Okay.
Yeah, well, Doc Dodo, he still has the Evo point, and this is the turn to get the small cure leader effect, because he wasn't under a lot of pressure. I mean, he's under pressure, but like no followers he can interact with since they're all amulets. Now this will be the Selena, and it's gonna be a great one.
Oh wait, that's nasty. He's back up to 7. That is also pretty nasty. All right.
Yeah,
here
it's
comes
pretty good.
Oh, how big is this sniper now? This must be. Ooh, it's 5. Let's go. Okay.
Yeah, see, and this is what I was talking about. We're like, now the Noahs become very, very annoying because the Sanctuary doesn't have a good answer to them aside from like the World. But you can't the World when you're at 21 life. And then if like a 15, 15, 17, 17 Noah survives, like that's how you just end the game.
Exactly. Oh, let's go. J-Land is on 9 now. Come on, get to that 15. I'm rooting for you. We got this.
Yeah, Honor's showing he knows how to maneuver in this matchup, getting the most out of his cards, not really rushing for the obvious plays. Look at that sniper doing 5 damage already.
So much work.
Okay, he's not
Burning
gonna.
the fires here, I think is good.
Yeah, he's not gonna respect the world at this point, but I think it's fine because the world is like the majority of Doc Dodo's turn, and then Honor has good follow-up.
Exactly. Like, keep in mind that he's got a huge burst coming up.
Yeah.
You know, anything that sticks is gonna just bring him closer to that. So I don't think he has anything to stress about here.
And in a lot of matchups, the Jade Lane heal doesn't matter because you play Jade Lane and it just ends the game. But in a matchup against Sanctuary where like you might play multiple Jade Lanes, the fact that you could play Jade Lane, like do 9 damage, heal 9, will buy you the time so you can play your other late game cards to win the game.
Exactly. Okay, Lorena coming in here. This will help to clear the board at the very least. If anything, it might be just what he needs here.
Lorena plus World, I would assume, has to be the play. Yep.
Yeah.
Again, the only way to clear that,
Yeah.
Noah. Looks like maybe mom says dinner's ready or something, but Dog Dodo's ready. Okay, Honor.
Right.
So Jade Lane does 9 damage, right?
That's right.
Banishes the full board, summons 3 guys. And like if those are like, you know, Noahs that he gets back, then those Noahs won't be clear. And
Yeah, there's no more world ready to go.
yeah, I think you just go for it. Let's see what Jalen's got today.
Get that full heal as oh.
Oh,
All right.
well, okay,
that's
one Noah.
That's one.
Honestly, might be good enough, right? 18-18 goes
18-18
back
is
to
pretty
20.
good.
Yeah, not a bad turn. And keep in mind that he's gonna have other Jalen.
No.
Also procs the Anvil. Yeah, great turn for Honor.
Yeah, if anything, I almost forgot about the anvil there.
Yeah, he was sneaking in there. The world just up
Alright,
for Doug
perfect.
Dodo, but now it's one of those tough decisions where you don't have the Yukari to save you from the damage. So, you know, you can attack with it, but you have to take that 4 damage, which at this point at 5 life is quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we're assuming he's gonna heal up pretty well here, but I don't know. And there we go.
Yeah, he does have a blind
Going to
justice.
the wrong places.
Like the blind justice is crucial here. He needed that so badly. Also picked up Raw, which is how he gets the damage. Raw plus the world at this stage in the game, it really adds up like crazy. But maybe Doug
Yeah,
Dodo's
if it wasn't
still
for the
in
9
there.
heal. Okay, justice will do it. That's definitely one way to approach it.
Yeah. Does he want to
the
get the
rest of the
Raw
answer?
online or go for something else? He does still have EO after that, the leader effect.
Yeah, I don't know, because you can also assume that the opponent has like a damage burst ready in hand, right? There's just so
I mean,
many ways
another
for
Jade Lane,
this
right?
list. Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Or even hell, how much is the Vengeful Sniper going for?
Oh, a sniper's
Five?
probably doing 45 damage
Still
at this
5.
point. He's doing 5. I mean, it's still quite a bit.
Yeah.
Okay, I think with this on the play, he just wants as much life as possible. But he
Gets
doesn't clear. Frigg shows up. Haven fire. Sniper does way too much
That's it.
damage. And that's gonna be game number 1 going to Honor. With his build was different. He had more into the ward amulets, but it worked out well. We saw the power
I
of
like it.
Jaylan and the Noah very strong too.
Yeah, if anything, I quite like that build because it was something different. It feels like a list that maybe we haven't really seen that style for a hot minute, I want to say, but I'm glad it's still showing up.
Yeah, and I also like the way he played it, the way he piloted the matchup, where he didn't just rush to get like the everything as soon as possible. He waited, ensured he got good value out of the Selena, the Frigg, and the Jadelin.
I hope you're ready to escort
Exactly. Ooh, this is the first dragon of the day, and we're already, you know, almost halfway through the top 8 here.
Yeah, also the first Evo blood of the day, so now these are the decks that were dominating last month. Again, they're still very strong today. No one would, you know, say that these aren't very strong decks, but we're just seeing a lot more emphasis on Amulet and Ball.
That's right. And oh boy, we see a pretty nice hand on Honor's side here.
Okay,
Oh,
not
they
gonna
just
Oracle in
because-
2. Yeah, gonna just keep up the pressure. He does have double Oracle. Georges. On the other hand, Doug Dodo with not 1 but 2 time traveling vampires. The Alisard.
Yep. Oh, unfortunate. No high roll for you. It is what it
Yeah, if only he got the Reggie right.
is. Maybe next time.
I mean, at this point, Honor gotta feel pretty good. He's up a game. He has a good start to game 2. Double Oracle in hand. Georges. You always gotta feel safe with a Georges in your pocket.
Yeah, it's that kind of big clear that often comes up in these matchups too. So I think if he's missing a little bit of that like long game reach, but surely that's fixable, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's hovering the adventurer. Might want to just delay those oracles. We'll see if that works out. You know, it's one of those cases where like you're playing this deck, you learn how to play Bike Dragon. The most obvious play is like, hey, you just ramp. You have oracles, you just play that oracle. But we'll see. Honor might be looking to just hold on to him for a bit.
It might be that he's just kind of worried about connecting his plays into the late game at this point. That maybe this board presence early game is better than actually prioritizing the ramp at this stage. And he'd rather keep for the draw.
You can get good damage, good chip damage from going first with a good curve, and then maybe utilize those oracles as cycle tools late game, because he does need card draw at this point.
Exactly.
Thanks to you.
So let's see, Vuela coming in for the little card draw.
Nothing.
Yeah, but Doc Dodo can't answer the 3-3 or the 1-2, so Honor is going to get quite a bit of chip damage here. Picks up a Roy as well.
Ooh, Mr. Roy, how have you been, buddy? We've seen some good lethals from you. Expecting a lot this time as well.
Yeah, Roy is still our boy. And we even saw from the mulligan that Honor is playing Forte as well. Forte combos really, really well with Roy. It's such a powerful combo.
Yeah, I really like it myself too. I was actually playing that list for a while, and I still, I think, play like one Forte even now just because of that little interaction that just, it feels so good when it goes off.
Yeah, plus Forte is just like a fan favorite, right? She's been in Shadowverse from the start. People love her character. Okay, so this is the turn that he cashed out the double Oracle. He's not going to get the cycle out of it, but it doesn't ensure that he will be in overflow next turn, which could be important. You know, it means more George's damage. Means Reggie top deck would be better as well.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, I guess at the very least Georges gets more face damage here. And I mean, he's been pushing really well. I mean, we're on turn 4, already down to 12.
Yeah, Doc Dodo, I mean, he finally has Evil Turn, so he could definitely clear both followers here. And he did pick up some heal in the form of the World. But, I mean, I don't know, I feel like the Evil Blood in this point is missing so much before I could see him winning. Like, I could see Doc Dodo, like, you know, fighting for the board, buying some time, maybe an Aria World here and there, but like, we're not seeing the Lauras, we're not seeing the 6. There's one Grimmer, but he hasn't evoed a single time yet, obviously, because it's still early game, but he's far from win conditions, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he's still missing a lot of that early tempo, if anything, so we need to see it. This kind of helps to bounce back. He'll get some card draw out of this later on too, to help connect into those pieces, but at the very least, this does clear.
Yeah, I like this play where he keeps the best of his hand, the World and the Rhea, which he's definitely going to need for the mid game, but can also try and find those late game finishers I was talking about.
Exactly. Okay, alright, Georges gonna do his magic here. Get that 2 damage into the face, get the little board clear as well.
I mean, it's not the greatest. Like, yeah, George is very strong and he clears, but I don't know if it's exactly what Honor wants to be doing with his play points. He does have the Roy for some follow-up. He's missing, like...
I like this. I like the bike into Roy.
Okay, yeah.
Because
it sets up for potential, right?
Exactly.
Like, potentially, you can have a lot of damage in the future.
I mean, keep in mind, right? He goes into Roy, and I think he just... You know, depending on what happens here, I feel like he might be close to lethal.
Oh, he's definitely
depending
close.
on what Doc Dodo has.
Yeah. Maybe Doc Dodo is scared at this point. He's like, oh man, I really need to just keep that ward. It feels bad to resolve for 4 play points, especially when your deck's name is literally Evo something. Another George is picked up.
Huh. Well, that's not bad.
I mean, it's alright.
That ain't too bad. Alright. He's gonna stall it out. I do like this.
Okay, just wait, yeah. Just one Gen that goes away, right? Alright, Doctor gonna play the World. He doesn't need the clear, he just needs the life. He needs that 5 HP. At 15 HP, he'll feel a lot safer. And the card draw isn't bad either. And now Honor is the one that's kind of top decking. We'll see what the Oracle picks up. On Wings is pretty good. It will clear and give him 2 cards.
2 Gandagoses. Oh, not even close, damn.
I mean, on Reggie, it's pretty good.
Yeah, might as well go for that.
Yeah, he has the play point, he's gonna cash it in. I wonder if he's gonna spend the Evo as well.
Yeah, yeah, he's gonna go. That's gonna 7 damage, right?
Yeah, the Evo on the Reggie is worth 3 damage instead of 2, so it's definitely like one of the best targets. Plus, a 7-5 is nothing to laugh at this point. And putting Doctoro at 8 life means that if there is again that goes to top deck, then he just wins the game.
Exactly, exactly. And I mean, if not, doesn't Double Georgia just do the trick?
Also correct, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, this is the point where like now you'd be like, oh well, Doctoro's gonna play Lara, get some life back, but the Lara's drawn so late, she doesn't even have drain yet.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate.
The Scorpion, crucial for the heal, going above 8 life. But like I said, it just feels like Doctoro is surviving, right? Like, yeah, he's living. Every turn he's like finding a way to stay alive. But he's not really finding a win condition just yet. And to be fair,
Yeah.
Evil Blood is slower in that regard.
He's surviving, but not necessarily winning. You know, it's that.
Yeah.
It's always that conversation that people have, right? You know, play to win, not to not to survive. But we're really seeing here that Honor's been basically controlling the aggression here the entire game, and not just recently. This
I like
has been
the
basically turn 1.
I like the double Georges. Like, it just pushes 8 damage, which is good, but it also is like clear and double 4/4s. Seems like the way to go. And again, Doctoro, he just hasn't really has much of anything. Like, Combustion Ammo clears, Naria's alright, but man, he could I guess try and
not
get a
getting
little bit of
anywhere with that.
life.
Yeah, he's just not getting anywhere with that, right? It's like, yeah, you can keep answering the board, but how long are you gonna keep doing that? It's just, I really have to just give a lot of respect to Honor here because he's putting on so much pressure from the very start. You know, turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, there was already unclearable targets as early as that, and that entire trend has just continued for the entire game.
Honestly, I would say the entire set. It feels like Honor has really controlled the pace of the whole set, from the Amulet Hand against Sanctuary, and now the way he's playing the Bike Dragon. He had good early game, and although he did rely on like some crucial top decks because he didn't have a lot of cards, he found great plays, and now Double George is holding it down, looking for next turn lethal.
Yeah, I mean, he's been basically this close to lethal for quite a bit now, and every time we see Doctoro just heal out of it, barely.
Yeah, Combustion Demon is great. He clears the board. He gives him 2 evos. Like, these are all things that Evil Blood wants to do. But the problem is that he just doesn't have the life. Roy's gonna come down, and that's gonna be a 2-0. Oh wait.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't have the amulet. Yeah. He needs to destroy he needed like a 2-drop or anything, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
The game's
hoping-
not over
oh,
yet.
There they
Oh,
are.
that's what he needed. Yeah, literally
there
any
they
one of
are.
those before would have done it. So the game's not over yet. He can maybe just go engineer, set up Rasia. If she gets answered, then
That's that's
would
it.
be
She
it.
gets answered,
Yeah.
and we call it a day.
although there are ways to protect against that, like Naria can lower his stats. Doctor can still try and get some drain. He does have the Lara. Scorpion heals.
Scorpion's
Wait a second. The set's not over just yet.
It's not over yet. That's kind of the weakness. It feels weird to say weakness of Roy, right?
Yeah.
But if you're gonna give him, gonna point out one of them, it's definitely the fact that, playing him down on just a naked board, it doesn't really do you as much, even on 8. So you're kind of just sitting there. As close as that was, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, unlike Gandagosa, he needs at least a little bit of setup.
That's
You know,
right.
after all this, Doctor still has 2 evos to his name. And he did pick up the 6, and he has the Lara as well, plus gets another resolve, so maybe this is the point where he just turns the game around.
This is looking good. All right, this might actually be the turnaround. I think you're right.
He is going to take the 4 damage from the Rasia.
Okay, that's
I mean, is this still just one Gandagosa away, right? Actually, well, he just goes to Adventurer Roy next turn.
Yeah, that is right.
Oh, but there is the
Wait.
ward. Doesn't matter, the world is there.
Yep.
Oh, man. Alright, 1 turn late, but Roy still got it. Just like that. Honor is gonna take the serious 2-0. Doctoro, it really looked like it was gonna make the comeback, but it just wasn't enough. And again, it really did look like Honor just dictated the pace of the whole set. Once again, we see Dog Dodo make top 8, be very, very consistent, and then just go out round 1.
It's so close. Every single time, you know. You can't help but root for him at this point too, but Honor, representing Mana Surge, you love to see it. You know, shout out to the Mana Surge boys. You know, my loved and treasured ones. But yeah, Honor looked, I mean, you put it best, right? The entire series just dominating. Just having that pressure, that presence, that... I mean, for Dog Dodo, it's like, yeah, you did really great all of yesterday, but when you basically have this just steamrolling, non-stop 2 games in a row, how, like, what can you really do, right?
Yeah, every time Honor shows up to the top 8, he's always a force to reckon with. You know he's playing the sword, you ban out the sword, and then it's like, wow, he's really good at his other decks too, right? Dog Dodo still got those league points. He's the highest player in the standings, I believe, that has not won an SVO, which is very impressive. Like I said, he might be the most consistent player in that sense for this year. But he just hasn't gotten that big win just yet.
And it's honestly like huge respect to him, right? It takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to not just, you know, perform so well that you get to top 8, but as unfortunate as it is, you know, to lose in top 8 basically every time and then still come back every time and go like, all right, this time we got it. And even if we don't got it, he has enough points if he keeps this up every time. So, you know, it's working out one way or another.
Yeah, gotta play for the long game plan, which is get the Contenders Cup later on this year to qualify to the World Grand Prix. We have a lot more Shadowverse signs for you guys today, but before that, let's take a quick break. We also do have a card reel for you guys, so you definitely want to watch the whole show. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
As it is above, so it is below. This world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms, and the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Feed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap to a dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
welcome back to Shadowverse Open. This is the May Cup. We've had a lot of great games today. We have a card build coming up, and it's been just a great day overall. How are you feeling, Chris?
It's been hype, you know, gotten to see some of my favorite decks, so I'm already satisfied, but there's still plenty more to come. You know, we still have some of those like nice pet decks that we talked about, like a banned out earlier. Maybe we'll see them in top 4 as well, but there's still a lot more action just from this top 8 as well, so make sure you stay tuned, because after that we do have a card reveal as well.
Yeah, for our next match, we're gonna see Shinsha going up against Rodolfo. I believe we've seen Shinsha in the past quite a bit. If I'm not mistaken, he was in Contenders Cup. As for Rodolfo, I know he's been in top 8 as well. We see Shinsha with the Forest, Bike Dragon, Blood being banned out. Rodolfo with Forest, Bike Dragon being banned out, Blood. So pretty similar lineups.
Yeah, very similar lineups. I need to check if they do have differences in there. They do have differences in their forests and their bloods actually, so on surface level it might seem the same, but there are some differences here. But first, let's take a look at Shinsha's Bike Dragon. So we just got to see it just a moment ago, but of course, you know, this is the true and tested, the most represented Bike Dragon. We're seeing 6 of them today out of 8 players, so it's definitely still a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, well, the meta may be changing, some things are still the same, and Ganagosa is still the best, and he still strikes fear into every player that goes against them. Bike Dragon, still really strong. In the list, nothing really has changed. It's the classic, it works, it's effective.
That's right. And you know, did you see that meme where it's like the I'm fine, but it's like I'm Fist of Rage?
No.
It's too
but
good.
I love
too good.
any sort of Ganagosa artwork or anything from the community, like, it's so good. Our next deck
actually good.
is going to be Rodolfo with his Sekka Forest. We saw a bit of it early on. Again, Sekka showing up in the expansion, and Arya with the leader effect, making Forest a threat once again.
Yeah, and it's not the only Forest build either, as we're going to see in this matchup, that not just Sekka Forest, but also the Luxus Forest are both still very viable. And I mean, we've seen Sekka is just really strong. It's very explosive. It can grind out games, which is something maybe, you know, you didn't feel as much, but that last time we saw it definitely highlighted that very much so. So I'm interested to see how Rudo will actually pilot it today, because yeah, I mean, I think it's really strong, and it doesn't feel like it needs you to practice with it as much as the Luxus. You know, not to say that it's nowhere near as like skill based, but at the same time, like Luxus is just, you need to perfect the craft, or it's a question if you should even take it, right?
Yeah, and I find it funny that everybody calls it like Sekka Forest, but really Arya to me is the star of the show.
Yeah.
Because like we saw, you can win without Sekka, and you can win without Arya too, but like you really need Arya to get the deck online. It's all about that first Evo Arya with the leader effect. Just transform your fairies from like mediocre followers into amazing, really buff fairies.
Yeah, and just that fact that no matter what's happening in the game state, whether you're actually drawing your Sekka or not, the fact that you get those little like 1 damage pings, you know, the ability to just like keep trading all the time. And I mean, worst case, it's the setup for Sekka that just makes the card so good, you know. And I think this deck is really cool, and I like when every class, if it can have like 2 variants that are sort of prevalent in the meta, I think it's always good, because it gives people that choice at the very least, right?
Yeah, I like that. For example, we had Sanctuary, and now we have Amulet Haven. There's Sekka Forest, there's Luxus Forest. And funny enough, because Doc Dodo was the player with the old lineup, last month's lineup, and he lost, we pretty much only have like the new lineups now. So we're going to still see a lot of Amulet Haven. We're going to see probably a bit more Ball Blood than Evil Blood, though.
Yep.
And everybody's still with the
right.
Bike Dragon. It's still too good.
Yeah, there's no... I mean, there are other dragon variants, but at least not this time around. Nowhere near as much, but here we go. Rodolfo versus Shinsha. It is time.
Yeah, so the third match of the day. Standing-wise, I think both players just need a lot of league points. I don't believe either of them are like super high up in the standings or anything like that. But again, we did see Shinsha in the Contenders Cup, so he is a great player. Very consistent for sure as well.
Yeah, Shinsha is definitely a name that I think a lot of people remember. You know, even if, you know, you're busy adult, don't get to watch as many of these SVOs, if you just watch the Contenders Cups, you know, those are the names that get easily remembered, because, you know, that's the top of the top, right? Those are the people that make it the furthest, and so it's much easier to remember those faces too. So, you know, I hope that he can make the run back this year as well, and worst case, next month is going to be that special direct invite.
Yeah, we see Shinsha with the double Oracle opener, just like Unner had. Although the difference is that Unner had like pretty good early game to go alongside with it, so he chose to wait on the Oracle. But Shinsha doesn't. So I think this man is going to be slamming Oracle on 2 like he's Hero from the anime.
That's right.
Yep.
This is exact same matchup as last game too, right? Except we're gonna see what difference it makes to not have that board presence at the start and, you know, forcing your opponent to trade into it, because now it's gonna be on Rudo's side, right? He's the one playing out the Alizards. You know, he can go for the Vuela next turn as well, and we're gonna have to see how this time Shinsha will be the one answering it.
I feel like every time we see Evil Blood in the West SBO, they always have the Alizard on 2.
It's just confirmed, man. If you are on stream on twitch.tv/SVO esports, that's just how it goes,
That's
man.
how it is, yeah.
It's the confirm.
Okay, so
So if you
Shinsha...
too would like to be part of the experience, make sure you sign up to SVO next month, and you too can top deck Alizard on 2.
Yeah, one thing we haven't really talked a lot about, but is very important, is that these tournaments they're filled out, you know? We have 256 players every single month now, which is really, really exciting. So shout out to the community. And you guys, you know, keep playing. We have league points, cash money, glory on the line here. So the Shadowverse Open, always a great experience.
Yeah, and even if you're not, you know, as competitively minded, you shouldn't necessarily look at this like, oh, this is just for, you know, if you're really competitive and you want to win it all. If you just want to have an alternative way to play Shadowverse that isn't just ladder, if you want to show off, it's like, yeah, I'm actually pretty good with 3 decks. If you just want to have fun and play 3 decks against a bunch of different people, make some friends, right? You can always exchange contacts with the opponents you play with during Swiss. It's a great way to meet new people and actually, you know, be part of the Shadowverse community. So I definitely invite everyone to join, and it's really cool to see everyone come through month after month. You know, we're capping these player counts, and it's not just in the West too. SCAO is the same.
Yeah, and it's also pretty cool if you're in one of the community discords or something like that. Whenever there is an SBO, you see all the players that are like, oh, like I won this round, or like, oh, I barely lost to this Ganagosa guy, or like, it's always cool to see everybody come together and just talk about, you know, the game and their experiences. Like the Shadowverse Open definitely brings the community together, and I really appreciate that.
Absolutely. You know, I always like to see, especially when, you know, these top 8s are happening and people are watching SVO with like the big watch parties. To me, it's also really cool because it's like a monthly excuse to get together. And honestly, you know, once you reach a certain age, you kind of need that excuse to like step away from work and, you know, bond with people over something as simple as just a card game you're passionate about.
Yeah, we see Shinsha use 1 Oracle early on and then hold on to the second one. Found the Tiamat, pretty solid there to just lower the stats over Rodolfo's board and go face with the Rasia, still finding some early chip damage.
Yep. Okay, here comes the Rampiel, everyone's best friend.
Yeah, I love Rampiel, still just a huge fan. I mean, you're going second, it's just such a good card, extra play point. Like he casted a free Dragon Oracle, you know?
Yeah, just with stats and, you know, being able to not get pinged off by random effects too.
Yeah, I also love her voice line. She's like, do not seek what is not there. I just love Ramiel. She's a great character.
Yeah. Definitely very nice.
But maybe everyone's favorite, Ganda goes off the top.
I'm thinking about this Jerva here. It's a nice little Jerva.
Yeah, it's actually super clean. Yeah, I like the Jerva. Yeah, get a full clear with the Evo. Get a 7/7 left behind. Develop the leader effect and cashing 5 damage to the face. How could he say no to that?
That's right. Also, shoutouts to everyone that uses the roller leader. I always love the evolve animation. Just massive dragon mech occupying the entire screen. Please, can we have that on every single leader? Thank you.
Yeah, Rodolfo did get up to 6 play points, but that 7/7 is pretty annoying. He could use the Thunderbolt and then punch it, but usually you see Thunderbolt like you fanfare clear one guy and then you Evo and survive over another. In this case, he has to spend all the effects on the Jerba and then he's destroyed anyway.
That's right. So I had to work pretty hard for that, and not the most optimal, but hey, if it works, it works. Just gonna pass 5 damage to face.
Yeah, I like it. Like that play from Chincha, man. He sets up for next turn Gana goes to lethal with the Oracle, cashing in essentially 10 damage to the face from Jerba this game, right?
Does Rudo see it? Does he know it's coming?
I mean, even if you know it's coming, what can you do sometimes?
I mean, at the very least, the Scorpion will keep him out of that lethal range, right?
Yeah, if he has to Axel the Scorpion, he can't play it, so he's got to play
Exactly.
something in Axel the Scorpion. Even so, though, it's like barely keeps him alive, and like if you can survive one Fist of Fury, can you survive the second one?
Man, oh man.
Oh,
Let's
man.
find out. Elicina coming out. There's a free Evo coming in from the Liberté.
Do what I want. No
Okay.
holding back.
Yeah, honestly, it's the best that he could do. He does respect the Ganagosa, heals up to 13, but I think you just do it anyway, right?
Drag
Well-
that boy up in here.
There is a world in which you can go like double Georges, Engineer. Georges can Evo and clear the Hanisa. If you're scared of that for some reason, you still push 4 damage this turn, and then be set up for a bike plus Ganagosa next turn. I mean, and that's
to-
cute, but why not just skip the middleman and just start punching, right?
Exactly. You're gonna have to watch the SVO stream of a different world line to see that outcome, because we're just going for Gandagoza over here, baby.
Yeah.
This close to lethal, and now there's like, it's not even Gandagoza anymore. It's like there's so many ways to close out game, and he still has again 10 damage to swing in with because he has the Wormfire in hand.
I am a prisoner of this
Yeah, you have to clear, and like if you don't want to give him a target for the Ganagosa by not having a dude, then you might just lose to the Gerbil leader effect. So what is he supposed to do?
You're so right.
It's like you play a follower, it's getting punched. You don't play a follower, then Gerba's gonna punch you.
Yeah.
Goes up to
From
6
every single
though,
angle.
finding some heal.
That's not quite enough.
Okay, another Archdemon. And just drawing those Archdemons left and right.
Yeah, that. I don't think that's gonna cut it.
No
Well,
holding back.
clear the Ganagosa, but Georges doesn't really need a target. He could just slam it down. 2 Georges, 10 damage. Get the third one. That's gonna be game number 1 going to Shincha, showing the power of Bike Dragon, working as intended. Some early game, some Bram, then out of nowhere. Like that Gerbil was pretty brutal, to be honest. It was such a good mid-game tool. Pushed 10 damage, and then he just
10
ramped
all
up to
damage.
Ganagosa.
Yeah, that was really excellently played from Shinsha, and goes to show that he really is, top level veteran that has come through and topped multiple times. This isn't his first rodeo either, so I can definitely see him, coming out of this looking pretty good. And so now he's 1 game away. He has his forest left, and that is going to be the Loxus, the first appearance of which today.
Yeah, we've seen some Psycho Forest. Luxus still around. This is still his home, or maybe a little bit. Fincha with
He's
the
trying to retain it.
got the Latica. Still think is the best leader in the game, and the Pina Colada Master emblem, which I respect as well.
That's right. You gotta have you have to have the fit coordinated even on Shadowverse.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the leader; it's the combination of everything, right? Leader, emblem.
That's right.
And I guess Flair.
It's everything. Even your emote combo, it all matters.
Okay, has the
Ooh.
11 early on. Sukuna. You really want to use Sukuna for the late game, not really as a 2-drop.
Yeah, and I mean, wow, he's gonna go for the Walder. Okay, I mean, I guess it's fine, right?
I think that's a quick player.
Yeah, I mean, can't say no to that.
Yep. More Archdemons for Rudolfo. He's been spamming Archdemons, but we'll see if this game he can get there a bit further. Double Lara getting buffed early on. Seems like a good start though. But I don't see many
Absolutely.
low-cost cards in his hand just yet.
Okay, let's see if he goes for any bounce here, just to like reset the Walder and keep pushing. But then you're burning bounces just for
Yeah,
that.
it
pretty
feels bad. If it was like the wolf to like, okay, you can bounce and then draw, that might be acceptable. But just to like push 1 more damage, I don't think it's worth it. He's even gonna
And
hold on
keep
to the
in
Sukuna.
But keep in mind he's playing Loxus too. Like he doesn't have any setup whatsoever.
Yeah, he's got nothing right now. Just like actually nothing.
Just
Oh,
a quick blade and
man.
a dream.
The Sukunas he doesn't want to play. Yeah, Quick Blade and a Dream, honestly. That was such a dominating game 1 for Shincha. But man, this game looks a bit rough.
This might be the reset that Rudo needs, to take advantage of this. His hand is also like, you know, might not look fantastic right now, but those Lauras are looking pretty good already, right?
Yeah, plus Lux is one of those decks that like is not gonna do 20 damage in one turn. So I feel like Rutherford, he'll always get Bally out of the world. Like having two of them, I feel like he'll feel pretty safe. Like oftentimes it's like one good Lux's turn into some Sukunas, but like the world could be just what it needs to stabilize after that Lux's.
That's right. Okay, at least you're putting on board presence, right? That's the least you can do in this situation. You're still swinging first. You've been pushing a bit of damage, even if it's not that much. Oh man, that's not what you want to see though.
Yeah, these hands, man.
Ooh, you can see he's not pleased with it himself. He's like, "Word? Really? That's how we're playing today?"
I feel like Chincha's a pretty chill guy based on, you know, his expression, the way he, I don't know, just the way you see him play.
Yeah,
Like,
it's just like,
he
well,
knows it's not a good hand, but I think it's also a good enough player to understand that, like, that's just part of the game, man. Sometimes you just get these hands. And he always, he's up a game, so even if this one goes poorly, it's not his final chance.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what even is the play here. It's like you can, because these are all pieces in the end. Well, except for, I mean, even Walter is a piece in a way, right?
You could leaven the Alisard, gonna just enhance his Kuna. It is an extra 2 damage, but it's just 2 damage. No amulets have been played so far, no vehicles.
Yeah. And I want Rudo to read this. Like, I want him to recognize the fact that, you know, Shincha took so long to make those plays. Everything's looked really weird. And so,
yeah,
you gotta take advantage of that. You can't let that be unpunished.
I agree. You have to make the read, right? Like, sometimes it's not about, like, what you're doing, but, like, paying attention to what your opponent's doing. Like, why would he do that play, right? The reason he would do that play is because his hand is trash. So, yeah, take advantage of that. The Lara stabilizes, heals, fully clears. And this is definitely Rutherford's his game to win.
Alright, Ponder came a little bit too late. We needed that cycle earlier, buddy. What you doing, man?
You're gonna see the Levin. Man, Levin used to be, like, such a bigger part of Forest, I feel like. I really liked him as a card. And then he just doesn't really see much play these days, but it's still pretty solid.
Yeah, he definitely had his highlights at the beginning of the year, and now just kind of slowly getting pushed out.
Yeah, I liked him a lot in the Axel Forest. I think it was super fun.
Yeah.
But it was short-lived
Same.
too. Like, Fairy Flounder was such a cool card, and then I don't know, I guess the other Forest decks kind of just took over.
Yeah, to me, I look at Sekka as sort of the kind of like inherited power in that sense. It doesn't really have the same flavor, but at least parts of it feel somewhat familiar to the Accelerate one.
Yeah.
And if anything, it's always been the alternative to Luxus.
At least we're free from Roach for a little bit, so.
Oh man, I miss Roach, man.
I mean,
Roach is a good buddy.
I like the original Roach a lot more than the Whirlwind one.
Yeah, true.
Wow, the pre-Evo on the 11. You see, Shincha really taking its time. Even though his hand isn't great and he doesn't have that many options, he's still taking time to, you know, ponder, figure out what the best play is. And he says pre-Evo on the 11 is the way to go.
I mean, a 7-7 is still a big threat, and we can see here that, you know, those Evo counts aren't high enough for this resolve to get refunded yet, so forcing him to... You basically traded an Evo for a resolve getting burned for its full cost, so that's not too bad.
In a way, I feel like it's almost a bluff. Like, yeah, I have my 7-7. Like, he has nothing else, but yeah, you know, it forces out the resolve, and like, hey, that's his turn, so I think he's okay with that.
Yeah, he kind of bought a turn there, and there was no real change in anything else for that matter.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Like,
where the pieces at, man?
He keeps drawing cards, and they're just not the cards that he needs.
He's just sitting there like, alright, how many more turns of this?
At least
how much more will I have to deal with this?
He gets the Alberta leader fact. Gonna just hold on to his other pieces. Alucard comes back.
And that's that, and then we sit back down and think, right?
Yeah, it's kind of weird how, like, some of these meta decks can be, like, incredibly explosive, or they just don't do nothing, you know? Like we see Jade Lane show up, do 9 damage, summon 3 dudes, or like Amulet Haven just be like pass, do nothing. Like, this could be like turn 5 Luxus, I end with 3 guys, I push, I don't know, 10 damage, or he's just like Alberta pass. Like the difference is so massive.
It really is. How those Grimnir counters looking? Oh, 1 out of 5. Oh man.
Oh well, it's gonna be 2 out of 5 here. Haonisa is still a pretty good Shadowverse card.
Very much so. Especially this matchup, I think she shines a little bit more. And oh man.
Oh, it's really just like
He's just laughing at this point. He's like, all right.
His opening hand was like not good, and then the next like 8 cards he drew were not what he needed at all.
Nope. I don't know. It's like,
I mean, he could try and get like chip damage or something, but I don't know. You hate to see it.
yeah, honestly.
Like I'd like to see him like play his heart out and like do the best with it what he's given. And sometimes he's just like, man, he really has nothing.
Yeah, I wonder. Like, there really isn't many lines of play that he could do. And you know, I'm sure that if you pause and rewind, and maybe there were some other lines he could have done, but he hasn't even really drawn into many cards that can help him connect into other pieces. And we talk about how important that is for so many decks, right? To even when you go past your explosive play, you know, to have the follow-up, but he's had nothing to start with. He's still trying to like,
Yeah.
you know, boot up the entire system, and it's just not responding.
Oh man, like there's a world in which he like I guess gets chip damage in with Alberta, cashes out the Wind Fairies to balance the wall there, and I guess the Shamu Shama with the couple cards played. But that's not doing 14 damage, I don't think.
Not at all.
And now the world is activated. He doesn't need to
Oh,
play it, but he can. He's going to. Go up to 19, get the card draw. Surely Rodolfo has it when he needs to close the game out. Honestly, maybe he just evils the Alzard, go face. Yeah.
Yeah,
Again, like
push
you
that
know,
at this point,
your
right?
opponent has nothing. Like you know for a fact now, he's got nothing.
Yeah.
Just close it out, man. Let's
He's
go
been
to
Brick
that.
City,
Yeah.
left and right.
Let's
At
go
this
to
point, I
that.
think even Shinja's just waiting for it.
Let's go to game 3, man.
Oh,
Hey, Barman.
Barman.
That's a piece.
Buddy, where have you been?
It could have been there
We're-
4 turns ago.
We've only got 28 cards left in the deck, and you show up now? Damn, dude.
Oh.
That's how you want to be? Alright, alright.
Yeah, he's a little late to the party. But honestly, he's not enough of the party either. Like,
Yeah, he
he
better
need a
bring
lot
some
more
friends
than
in.
that.
I don't know. I feel like because Shinsha had like the decision here where it's like keep playing it out, playing off the top and see what happens, or concede a bit earlier, get the mental reset, and
Yeah.
just play.
At what point do you just, develop or commit that brain power to the next game? The one that's gonna matter.
Exactly. Alright, here comes the damage.
Okay, he does have the Alberta leader effect. He's making the best of what he's got. I guess this is the turn where he goes in. You can get quite a bit of Barman with the bounces. Summons the Alberta. Implicates the wall there. Okay, he's making plays.
Yeah, that's the last Walder too.
Yeah, this is what we need to see like 3 turns ago.
Yeah,
Into
exactly.
the Sakuna follow-ups or something like that.
And 2 of them have been burned, man. And that's the other thing, right? Is like he's been stalling out this entire time to the point that now we've reached a state where he like literally finally drew into a piece and instantly made plays, right?
Yeah, like
and so he was ready to pop off whenever. He just needed a piece.
at the same time,
And,
though,
I mean,
like
look how much he did.
now he's 100% all in because he has absolutely nothing in his hand, and
Yep.
this is not winning the game anyway. So
That's right. Points for
Yeah.
attempting, but that's
He
definitely
tried.
game there.
yeah, we're going to a game 3, and hopefully Shinja draws a little bit better than that. But for Rodolfo, maybe that was the game he needed to get back into it, and maybe this is his month. Last month it was Godhammer's month, and I believe they're on the same team.
That's right. So, whether it's Shincha or Rodolfo, they're both doing really good, and it's kind of gonna come down to that Forest matchup, and it's not a mirror match either. So I'm really curious to see how this is gonna go because, man, like for Shincha, I think he's experienced, he's a veteran at this point. He's probably not gonna let that get to him, and he knows better than to get beat up. So I just want to see him get the reset here and hopefully find more pieces.
Yeah, if you've played card games long enough, and we know Shinja's played a lot of Shadowverse, like those games happen, and part of being a good tournament player is you don't let those games mess with your mental game.
Exactly. Exactly. So here we go. That mulligan. All right. Well,
Already
the
looks-
vagabond
Yeah,
lizard. that's
infinitely
already
better. One Bagamon
And the
Lizard,
wow.
one Barman. He's already way better.
Yep, Shincha, I think you might be good this time. You had to just burn that bad luck last game, get rid of it, and now we can be good.
On the other hand, is Rodolfo gonna draw that Aria by that first Evo turn?
Let's see it.
So Shincha's drawing cards. At least
Ooh.
this time, if he's not doing much, he can at least cycle and find the pieces that he needs.
And it's some good cycle too.
It's kind of funny for me to see Fairy Whisper be played. Like, I was playing Fairy Whisperers 5 years ago, man.
Yeah. I get that too, man. I'm
Yeah.
still just like, I look at her sometimes. It's like, wait, was she like put 2 fairies on board, right? Oh no, wait, they go to hand. Ah, right, this is an old card.
Yeah, it's a really old card.
Yeah, but still, I mean, just for that pure fairy generation, it's never bad when the deck is this turtled in on like focusing on fairies, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a 1/1 for 1 is like pretty whatever. But for 1 play point, a 2/1 rush last will deal 1 damage, which is what the fairies become after the leader effect. Like, that's amazing. So anything that
Right.
generates fairies, those stonks are going up.
That is correct. All right, Wind Fairy for the bounce here. Of course, this one feels more impactful in this list than in Loxus.
I kind of like this play. He can utilize the Wisp for the extra card played, get the result with the full effect, both playing Lizard and some of the fairies. So Rodolfo making the best of his early game, but like I said, I'm looking out for that Aria because Aria really turns the deck online. Without the Aria, those fairies are not gonna cut it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, well, on the other hand, for Shincha, he's like slowly getting all the pieces, you know, getting the setup and everything, but just kind of missing, you know, the actual man who occupies the center stage. Mr. Lox is here. So I want to see what he's going to do to potentially set up, just play it off the top. Ooh, this Alberto's
Okay,
not bad either.
just cash out the Alberto for some damage, and I guess wait for a bit more setup. They don't want to cash out the Barman or anything like that just yet. But to be fair, he still has a lot of time. I think when you play against the Sekka, you're expecting the Aria on 4. But if it doesn't come down, we'll see how Shincha reacts.
Yep.
Ooh, no Aria off the top. Really not a lot
Alright, it's gonna
for Rodolfo to do. Maybe just play more Whispers. I guess, yeah, he could cycle the Wisp. Just
At least
dig.
he's pushing. Yeah, like at least he's cycling, setting up, and pushing. And I mean, at the very least, you get that, right? Just gotta wait. And I mean, that's like, again, we keep talking about these different decks where it's like, yeah, you pick that deck, you're gonna have to deal with the problems that it comes with as well, right? Not every list is perfect and they all have downsides. And
Yeah,
I
and,
mean, Aria's
like
a
I
big
was,
one.
like I was saying last game, the difference in Parallel is so massive. It's like you either play Aria and then you get like insane effects, or your deck is like, I play 1/1s, pass my turn. Like, it's such a massive difference.
Okay, another Levon and a Walter.
Okay, well,
Alright,
this
well-
could be a Barman turn.
I think that's the best you can do, right?
He could definitely get something out of it. It's no Luxus, but it's still pretty good. We've seen, again, Noir has shown us multiple times. Sometimes a good, well-placed Barman, that's all you need to close the game out. Or to set up to close the game out.
Okay, here it comes. Get that little refund. See where it goes.
Okay, get
Another
the
Barman.
Axel. You can invocate the Walder on another, on the next Axel. Has Levin as well. Hardroy can push some damage. He has Alberta to work with as well. Like, this is a big turn for Shincha.
That's true, that's true. Can't forget the Alberta, that's the one that
Yeah, it really is gonna add up.
escapes your mind, yeah.
Yeah, and the
here
Barman's gonna
comes two.
clear the board and push damage too.
Ah, so nice. Alright, so you can come in, get more damage into the face.
Yeah, I like just playing another, maybe Steed. I mean, the Alberta's gonna go away, but you still get one more face damage.
Exactly.
Okay, it's fine. He's just gonna ignore the fairy. Like, sure, it's just a 1/1 fairy. You don't really have to commit anything to it.
Yeah.
Is there an Aria now? There it is. No!
You can't do
Oh
that.
man.
That ain't right. That's why I was looking at the fairy wisps earlier, and I was just kind of watching like, surely he's gonna play that out just in case, right?
Yeah, honestly, if you end with 9 cards in hand and you need Aria or you lose, like, it's not a good look, man. Because if you draw in, which he did, it gets burned.
That's so unfortunate.
Oh man, that's Shadowverse, man.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, for Rudofer, it's, again, high stakes. You're playing against someone that's pretty well known. There's just a lot going on, and of course, you know, those are really small things that sometimes you just forget. You know, you're making so many little micro decisions that
Wait,
you
another
can't account for
Barman.
everything.
He might have lethal now.
Oh,
Because-
you might be right.
Yeah, he still has the Walder, there's the Alberta, there's the
Right.
Barman damage.
Right.
This might be just enough.
Here it comes.
Okay, Walder from the deck, he has Walder in hand. Every amulet is 1 damage. Alberta's 2, Walder is 3.
That's right.
Yeah, that's gonna be game, just like that. Shincha showing us how the deck actually works. No Lux is needed, and Shincha's taking the set 2-1.
There we go. Just like that. You know, props to Rudofer. Definitely excellently played. You know, felt like he was playing from behind in that first and third game, but man, Shincha just, again, joins the ranks of the legends that can win with the deck without Loxus necessary.
Yeah, and you saw for Rudofer, it's like, okay, so you don't have Aria in your first Evo turn, and it's tragic. And then by the second turn that he could have Evo'd, I mean, he burned it, which is, you know, super funny. But even if he had it, I don't know if it would have been enough either. We just spent that turn
Yeah.
playing the Aria again, the lead effect, which doesn't give you any defense, and he still would have been smoked by the Barman next turn. But Shincha's gonna advance, and he's looking good. The one game he lost is because his deck did not want to play.
Yeah, honestly, and so he's going to be the one actually surviving with the kind of like old deck lineup. So that's good to see as well. You know, got to get the representation up there. But for Rudofer, you make an excellent point, right? Even if that didn't get burned, the play doesn't really save him. And it's like that kind of aggressive, like advancing the game state, you know, getting closer to lethal play that you would have liked earlier. But at that point, you kind of missed that little gap in time where it was appropriate. But that's how it is, right? Shadowverse is Shadowverse. But still, we do have another matchup, though, because we still have one more top 8. This one's going to be, I think y'all pretty familiar with these players. Pain versus V2. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, this is a match of Shadowverse Titans. Both of these guys have been to Worlds before. They've been to Contenders Cup multiple times. And this is what I'm saying, like, the players at this point were playing Shadowverse for so long, like, it's not just like they've had good month or good year, like they've had great years at this point. Anytime Pain makes a top 8 appearance, it shouldn't surprise anybody. We know he's that good.
Exactly, and like Pain has been, he's like a face that people have seen here for so much. Like I still remember his like interviews from years ago, and you know, him being at Contenders, just such a familiar face, and it's really cool to see people like that come back. And of course, Vito also has that portal there. But let's take a look at these decks here. So this is gonna be really, really interesting. This is Pain's Ball Blood that we've been seeing here and there.
Yeah, so Ball Blood's still pretty solid. He is playing the Alistar, which is very interesting. You know, it's just a great tweet up in general, I suppose. We see Halanisa, the Aria combo like I was talking about, but the deck is still pretty aligned on the Corruption and the Ball.
Yep.
But when it works, and it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, you basically summed it up perfectly. I think that's essentially how it goes. And it's going to be a question to see how he actually manages to, you know, draw through it, if he finds the pieces on time, and just in general, how it's going to go. I'm personally excited to see this deck pop up because we've seen it kind of flop around so far, right? It's had some games where it's like, yeah, it manages to win pretty clean, but some games it just kind of like doesn't even get to set up much and gets run over by stuff before there's even a chance for it to breathe.
Yeah, you can also see the evolution of the deck, where before we might have played like the World or some spells. Now it's just 40 followers. Everything can be fused except for the Archdemon. And the Ball Blood looking pretty solid. On the other hand, we have Bido, the only player playing artifacts today. We saw artifacts last month from Den, who had an impressive showing with it. We see the deck is very, very hard to pilot, but at the highest level with the highest ceiling, I could be unstoppable. It is relying on you drawing those artifacts that you sometimes are not gonna get. As funny as that sounds, like sometimes the artifact deck just doesn't have enough artifacts.
Yeah,
but it's still a
oddly
force to
enough.
reckon with.
Yeah, and you know, you were saying this is a very difficult to pilot deck, but when you're a player of this art, like of this caliber, it's not really going to be an issue, I think. I'm excited to see this. I'm glad it didn't get banned out. I'm checking nervously. I think it did not. But man, this is something to be excited about. I really look forward to seeing it in action. We saw it last month as well. You know, it was the one of, and you know, we've seen one ofs make it all the way to finals before, so might just happen again.
Yeah, and for his actual list, Shadows to the Kitty Cat Arsenal, just a cool card. I like the name. I like its effects. It could be hit or miss, but when it goes off, it's very effective. And we'll see if Beto can pilot it. You know, he's definitely one of those players that we know, again, he has the skill to do it. He's been to Worlds before. I'm sure he wants to go back there. But
Yeah,
only one of these
experience.
Titans can advance. Will it be Pain? Will it be Beto?
That's right. So I'm curious to see how this is going to go through. Like, this is really, you know what? This makes me wish for like a sort of like best of kind of clash for SVO, right? You just have like a bunch of Titans from throughout the years. This could be done just like inviting like past world champions for like a big feature tournament, or even like the tops from contenders, right? From each region. You can keep it within regions. We're lucky that we get to see this level, you know, of players in just a top 8 match, but it'd be so cool to actually get to see like a showdown of giants, you know, of titans of Shadowverse. But here we go. This is going to be as close as we get to it. Pain versus V2. Here we go.
Yeah, see, they both have the check mark. That's how you know that they made it to Worlds. And like, you know, there's some
Right.
players that are like good at a specific deck, good in certain meta, good in a good matchup or something like that. And then you have players like Beto and Pain are like, they're just good at the game. Like, no matter what, right?
Yeah.
At this point, having so many tops, so many victories, gone so far, they're just great Shadowverse players in general, man.
That's right. Live and breathe Shadowverse, and just no matter what new cards come out, no matter what the meta is, adapt to everything and just keep on grinding. And you know, we see them keep on doing it. Still hungry for. I mean, you know, they've tasted the WGP, right? But now
yeah.
it's like it's lifting the trophy. You want to get back in there, and you don't want to just show up anymore, right? They've had that experience. You want to take
Yeah.
it all.
I wonder how that goes because, like, for most, like, 99% of Shadowverse players, you know, they play and you're like, man, wouldn't it be cool to go to Worlds? Like, that's the goal, right? And then you have these guys that are like, no, I've been there. Like, it's not good enough anymore, right? They want more.
Exactly. You know, it's that kind of question of like, especially once you become champion, it's like, what's next? Imagine you win Worlds. I think I remember seeing Feg even talk about it back then. You know, it's like, yeah, you win Worlds. What's next? Well, gotta do it again. You know, just gotta do it again.
Well, we could do it again from a nice mansion or something.
Yeah, that's right. All right.
Yeah, so
Pretty good
far-
startup here.
Yeah, kind of a slow start for Bidu, but Pain going quite aggressive. Showdown to cycle is to find the corruption and the ball.
And that's, I mean, what this deck, you know, lives and dies by, right? It's those pieces, that early draw to help reach those pieces. You know, he has until turn 5 basically to get there too.
Yep, gets double Archdemon. I'm a huge fan of Skull. As a card, I feel like he's just so great. Like, both his conditions are like fairly easy to fulfill, and they're both pretty powerful. +2/+2, like you're seeing him playing as a 2-play on 4/3 rush is crazy. And then if you get Storm, I say no more, right?
Exactly, and I mean, look at that. Just put down a 2/3 and pass on it. It's compared to what just happened. That's not quite the same.
Yeah, you see the power of the Skull Statline early on, able to clear a follower, and then survive to go face for 4 damage next turn. That's crazy strong.
All right, we're starting to see the pieces of the puzzle come together. Ball has been found. Oh, he's gonna just cycle with it too. Interesting. All right.
Okay, this is interesting. He's gonna get the full redraw. Continue the pressure with the hand. Picks up another ball anyway. I think it's because he really wants the corruption. Can't,
Like,
you know,
yeah,
state
like-
enough. It's so
No
crucial
matter-
that the deck have corruption on that first or second evil turn.
100%. Like, no matter how you spin it, that was a +3. You know, you fuse 3, but you made back another 3 on top of that. Like,
Yeah.
a +3 in any card game is going to be insane. And so that, you know, even if you're technically burning a ball, I mean, you got so much out of that. And a 3/3 on board.
Yeah, plus like the chance to just see the corruption. Like every draw is the higher chance to see it, and he needs that card. You need the corruption.
That's right. Okay, I think he used the perfect timing for it too, because you know we're seeing Vito just like slowly like, here's an artifact, yeah, here's another one, oh yeah, you can have another one, and that's basically been it, right?
Yeah, and he hasn't even generated that many paradigm shifts because of his early game. Only has one in hand. Essentially, spending 4 play points to get the Mystic is far from what you want to be doing.
That's right. Okay, I want to see how he's gonna trade this away. Regardless how you put it, I mean, the thing to trade this one away is on the board immediately, ready to go.
Yeah, the Silver Bolt also putting in work, you know, being played since turn 1 and getting that chip damage.
Yep. Wow, he's going for another one.
I think it's just
This
as
is
simple
for
as like,
air.
you don't have corruption, like, okay, we'll find corruption.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna go into the air.
Yeah.
This will draw him up to 5. Still no corruption.
See, this is that play I was talking about, where you could fuse, get free cards, and, you know, like, it's so much easier for him to get the ball to 6. Wow, Showdown gets to Evo, picks up a free card for the Hellspear. With the Iris, has Storm. He does down to
He's
5
not even
life.
waiting anymore.
Yeah, at this point, he's about to win without corruption. World first.
And like, look at, there was so much care put into that too. Like, you know, the ball skipped on the Hellspear because he was like, well, I have a great follow-up to that, right?
Yep.
Showdown and just go on. Ooh, and damn, Vito just acknowledges that he can't do much against that and paying a very quick first game.
Yeah, just another day in the office for Payne. Going first, he had a good curve. He utilized the ball without even having to, you know, get out the crazy effect, no corruption. Just playing good Shadowverse cards. That skull was massive, honestly. The 2 play point, 4-3 rush in the early game. So strong.
Man, look at that. NGE Open NA top 12. I've never seen that flare in my life.
Yeah, that's how you know Beat
I've
is
seen
an
them-
ancient Shadowverse player.
I've seen them from that generation, you know, from that like time, but top 12, man. That's just they don't make these kind of kids anymore.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, Payne just has the 2019 MVP because he won Contenders Cup that year.
Yeah, that was back in the Euro split as well, so
Yep.
fantastic showing. Just really great. But now for Vito, I mean, his portal was, yeah, you got to show it off, but it kind of flopped around.
Oh, he did
didn't really do too
not
much.
look particularly strong.
Knowing that you're playing against Luxes here, what's the pick to follow up? I mean, you got to win with both decks, but for that kind of like mental reset, let's see what he actually chose.
They're gonna just
Alright, stick with
run
the
it
portal.
back with the Portal Craft. Artifact, you know, again, it looked really weak that last game, but when things go according to plan, like, the Artifact deck is insane.
Yeah. Like, you have to keep in mind that that was basically low roll. Like, he wasn't doing much with it. Didn't get the early setup, you know. Just in general, the paradigm shifts not coming through, just the artifacts having to be played out so slowly. I think this game might be going a little bit differently.
Yeah, Vito's going first. He's gonna start making artifacts right away with the Spinny's artifact. He does have the Kitty Cat Arsenal in hand, although it's a card that you want it when you're going second. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yep. All right. Still fine. I mean, that's still really. Ooh. Oh, Mr. Oh, he already had a Vagabond, but I mean, for setup, that's going to be really important. Doesn't really have a follow-up from that setup yet, but of course, that's not something that the following top decks can't fix.
Yeah, sometimes the best follow to a Vagabond Lizard is another one, right?
Yeah.
The 3/3 stat line, pretty good. He might want to go with the Elf Queen, but he did pick up a second one as well, so he can also opt to hold for it if he wants. We'll see if he can find a Barbant or a Luxus. But he definitely has pieces.
Yeah, he's got like a bunch of things going on here. He just needs something to convert those pieces into, you know, stonks, basically.
Yeah. And at least Vito can generate a second paradigm shift. Has, you know, artifacts on the board. Still waiting for like a lot more, but it's a start. It's the start of something at least.
Yeah. He can't really, he doesn't really have too much to follow up here. I guess, like, he could burn the carrier here, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't see what else he would do.
Yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, like at least you generate a second paradigm shift, and then you can just wait for some good top decks or something. The
Yeah,
Kitty
or
Cat
the
Arsenal
really-
is just not the way to go. If he was going second, yeah, but just not amazing going first.
Stuff happens.
Yeah, it's a great card. You know, not to say it's bad or anything, but in those situations, it doesn't really do so much for you.
Oh, I like this. Using the brink to clear it. Okay, reasonable
good.
enough. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so Krina shows up. Probably not gonna be the play. This might be Elf Queen just to get the cycle online. He has really no other card draw in hand, and no great target for that bike.
Yeah, unfortunately, Elf Queen might have to get her new ride early. Let's see what it draws into. Ah, Pastures. We already got you, bro.
I mean, at least the Elf Queen can clear the board with Aero Effect, essentially for free. It's a pretty strong follower, 6/5 Wood Ward. And he's drawing, even if he didn't draw the piece he needed, he's drawing closer to them.
That's right. That's right. The cycle is really important here, just to find ways to extend it. I mean, he can set up, you know, a steed here, one way or another, to maybe start something for next turn, but looks like he's just gonna pass here.
Yeah, when you have Luxes, the Steed, and the Pasture is basically free, so usually you want to just hold it. But he doesn't have the Luxes yet.
Yeah.
Okay, Beto picks up Synchronization, which honestly is pretty decent. It's a way to get Analyze an Artifact or another Paradigm Shift. He has one that costs 4. Those Artifact scans are pretty awkward right now, but they definitely scale. The more the game goes on, they get infinitely better. But even the 6/5 right now is quite a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I'm thinking, like, while Payne's play there was pretty minimal, just that free clear with that stat line is basically holding it down for, at the very least, this turn. Like, he's committing the synchronization here and dropping down the analyzing.
This was the most likely, just because you're so desperate for the card draw and a differently named artifact.
Yeah.
And while it's not the cleanest answer, with the Kitty Cat, you can at least finish it off right.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what he's going for. Like, Kitty Cat otherwise is just... I think he's gonna run out of scenarios where it's gonna be useful for that cost.
Yeah, it's not getting any better.
Yeah, you want to keep everything else in his hand, right? The scans are gonna get better with time. Paradigm Shift is... I mean, sure, you could burn one of them for 3 here, but... I mean, he might just go for it. Let's see it.
Thinking about it,
Oh.
looks like it's the
Yeah,
Kitty
he thought
Cat.
about it.
Okay, and we'll see if Payne can pick up a Luxus or a Barbment. Both would be massive. Sagittarius is card draw, which is good. And he can still, you know, play Elf Queen to get another card draw as well. But more draw and waiting for Payne, I suppose.
Yeah, he has balances as well to cycle through these draws, but... I don't know. I mean... All he's been really doing so far is cycling too, you know, it's... Need to start pushing at some point, and as explosive as this deck can be, you know, you don't want to wait too long for that setup either.
Yeah, if you wait too long, the artifact late game is insane. You know, with Factory, and they just start drawing cards like crazy. Gotta just take as much card draw as possible. Doesn't really pick up what he wanted, I don't think.
Yeah, Shama is certainly a card, but not the card for the day.
Okay, maybe he's just gonna cash out some damage right now. Gonna go Pastures. Picks up the Walder.
I guess that's at least some chip
Something.
damage.
Yeah, I feel like either way, you definitely want to end with the Sagittarius to ensure that he gets potential Luxes next turn. And, I mean, this is 5 damage, Storm, 7 because he's spending the Evo.
Yep.
Yeah,
At the
I mean,
very least,
it's
you know,
something.
that's pushing him closer to lethal.
Yeah, like, he drew a lot of cards that turn, and he pushed some damage. All those things seem reasonably okay. Now, Artifact's one of those decks that has, like, the easiest and maybe best access to Drain. Because then get those very, very cheap Keen Edge artifacts.
Destroy the world, artifact.
Right. Spinaria's gonna show, you know, what's so strong about her right here and now.
Yeah, at this point, I think Beto's just focusing on having the differently named artifacts. Because his hand is kind of lackluster, but he has 2 scans. And if he gets those 2 scans to 6, then his hand might become pretty explosive.
Exactly. Ooh, some good balance picked up, but we continue to dig.
Yeah, no Luxes, no Barbment.
I mean, at least this does get cleared out just like that, but man, just not enough. Blizzard doing his job here.
Not a bad turn. Gets the clear, gets the draw. And if he does have a Luxus or a Barband, he might have a good turn 7, but I know right now Pain is just doing his best and just waiting for his like big boss monsters, if you will.
Yeah. Absolutely. Alright, there's the extract. I think that's the last one for Scan. Yep, there we go.
Finally gets
We are
the
at
6. And just like that, at least Vito will have, you know, better plays. Definitely better plays, we'll say that. Gets double Spinny's artifact, which I can't imagine is what he wanted.
Yeah, considering everything that he's played so far this game, that's at both times.
It's pretty funny, actually, the fact that he got the exact same roll twice. Like,
Yeah,
what is the
whole thing.
chance of that? That's pretty funny.
Oh man, I don't know. Like, I feel like that's something you play towards for so long now that you've been building up towards it, and now you're just like, oh, right.
Oh man.
You know?
Like, where's the factory?
Well, Spinarias will do something.
Yeah, Pain is like, alright. Just gives him like that slight nod of approval, you know?
Yep. Okay. Yep.
These Shadowverse can be such a funny game sometimes.
Absolutely.
Okay, essentially Vito's kind of like all in. Because what else is he doing, right? I think he's making the best of his
hand
hand.
at this point.
And still no Luxus, no Barman for Pain.
At the very least, like this board, you know, while it might not seem like he has much left to follow up with, you know, he's got 4 more down.
I wonder,
basically lingering there.
Oh, he should just play Giant Pastures. Yeah, it's a full board clear. Gets a good setup for the Sukuna. Pushes good damage. I like that play from Pain.
Yeah. I agree.
I was gonna even cash out the Walder right away.
Oh wow.
Yeah, why wait for the
that's-
Sukuna if he has, you know, get a 4 ward right now? Now Sukuna will likely be lethal next turn. And Pain did pick up some card draw from the Spinny's artifacts. Also Miriam.
Dug into Miriam, but the thing is, like, now he doesn't really have the follow up on Miriam. Like,
Yeah, he does not.
you want the paradigm shifts to just like get that massive burst. Wait, how much can he do? Like, really not much.
I mean, if he had Factory online, like those mid-game turns where he wasn't doing much,
Yeah.
a Factory would change everything right now. Like with
That's
Factory and a Miriam, you're like, oh, 8 damage is free. But right now, I don't know, it seems unlikely.
Yeah. Alright, let's see what went for Vito here.
And this is potentially his last turn. If Vito doesn't win right now, I feel like Pain definitely has damage. He could
I mean, there's
go for more Keen Edge and just, you know, keep draining life. It is an option, but not the
I don't know about
cleanest
that one,
clear,
yeah.
yeah. There's so much
it's definitely
on the
not.
board for him to clear. A 3-1, 5-6, and a 4-4 ward. Plus the listener's gonna spawn a bike. There's a Sukuna in the hand.
It's like you got double steed Sukuna. It's like actual just vehicle festival.
Time's running out. He's gotta make a play. What's it gonna be, Bidu?
Mecha arm. Okay.
Okay, he's gotta go fast.
Ooh.
Okay, there's one Keen Edge.
Yeah, that gets the job done.
Goes
Question
to
mark on
10
that.
life. Doesn't actually clear. There's 8 damage
time
left
out
on the
there?
board, and that's gonna be it. Pain with his
Oh,
Sukuna
man.
is gonna take the series 2-0 over Bidu, the only player with artifacts today, and man, the artifact did not look particularly good in this set.
Not at all, man. Vito, you know, he's done great in the past, and surely, you know, just at least getting this top 8 is good for the points, but man, oh man, Pain looked super good there. Just very dominating, especially that first game. God, that was really powerful, but, you know, at the end, he's going to be advancing to top 4, and we're getting a pretty stacked top 4 here as well.
Yeah, Pain, I think he's showing, like, anybody could play when you have, like, the nuts curve. Anybody could, like, do the, you know, the obvious play. But Pain, both games, like, game 1, he's not have corruption. He still found a way to work with the aggression. Game 2, no Barman, no Luxus. Still made it work, right? It's the best players that turn those, like, mediocre hands into victories. And Pain going up 2-0 over Bidu. Again, both Shadowverse Titans at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see because that really goes to show how like high caliber these players really are. Being able to, you know, we say this with plenty of players from past months as well, being able to turn these sticky situations into wins. I think with Ball especially, you know, a lot of people tunnel into that thing. It's like, oh, I didn't get the Ravening, you know, I didn't get the ball, you know, to clear and like ping, ping, ping. It's like, I guess I don't win. But it's honestly, if you make the right calls at the right timings, that's all you really need to steal games like that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of great games today. Let's take a look at the bracket. We can show you guys just how we're doing into this tournament. We started with 8 players, only 4 are left. We saw Yo take it 2-1 over Tier, and Unearth take it 2-0 over Duck Dodo.
That's right, and so this is gonna be now, you know, we had Shinsha go against Rudo, and so that was a 2-1, and then we just saw Pain with a 2-0 over V2, and so that's your top 4 bracket. Lots of big names with lots of cool one-ofs as well. You know, we got Sword, we got Rune, sadly no Artifact, but pretty great top 4 so far, so I'm excited to see, you know, all the upcoming games here.
Yeah, we're probably still going to see a lot of Amulet Haven, and I did enjoy that deck quite a bit. We saw it pop off, we saw it kind of not do so hot, but we'll see what else is going to go online. Players are still fighting for those league points, you know, first place taking home $1,000, right. Everything's still on the line. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the rest of the top 8 for you guys. And we also have a card reveal, so you guys definitely want to tune in for that.
That's right.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms. And the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Heed your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap you would dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over! The greatest warriors from every realm have entered the arena, and they're ready to rumble! The matchless blade, Kagemitsu! The Duke of Defense, Wilbert! There's Karula and Mamaga! The champs are all here! Get ready for a fight to the death! Match it so red hot, you might get burned! Wait, if she steps into the ring, we might all be on the menu! Anyway, it's on! The ultimate lineup, the ultimate challenge!
Better not blink.
The gates are about to rise! At the Ultimate Coliseum! The battle of the century awaits.
in this organic world. Miserable, pathetic, so defective and natural. Does it inspire you with its splendor? Cretins, roaches, watch as I terminate your pitiful rock. How does it feel? Like hope has died? Like you've utterly failed? Don't try to fight with fate. Cower, fall to your knees, and wallow in complete despair!
It's not over yet. Nothing is final.
But this is the finale, and your ending has been written.
Make your threats, you tyrant. Heroes will stand tall to write their own tales, inked in bravery on the pages of hope.
We have to make this our final battle.
The seeds of destruction
Will uproot this world no longer.
Fate, the purview of the gods, and mortal kind's doom. 'Tis a festering wound. Whoa! So much for being down to earth. Let's flip the script. Come, this way. What is a mortal? A trifling puppet of fate. You want freedom? Easier said than done. Do you mind? You're interrupting my flow. Now, there is one way to escape. Destroy them. Covenants, rules, grind them all to dust. Bound by chains of destiny, pluck them apart, link by link. You don't have it in you? You're fine. You have us. Our power is yours. You need but wield it. There's nothing you cannot do. Well, go on then. Take up the cards and turn the world upside down. For you are the arbiter of Fortune's hand. We are more than mere playthings of fate.
The hell are we up to today?
Same as always. Raise Cain and get paid. Our future depends on it here.
Well, hell yeah! I never say no to busting heads. Can I go all out, Barry?
Sure can, Bunny. After all, ain't no justice here. Not in our humble Reveal.
Well, that makes sense. Ain't no gods here neither.
The moment you slip up, the moment you ask for help, that's when this world will get you.
That's why we got us our 3 rules, right, Hoss?
Believe in your own damn power.
Don't let nobody in your own damn way.
And finally, don't fear a damn thing.
Now, let's get this show on the road. Nobody's gonna walk on us. Not till we've remade the whole plum world.
When hell comes a storm, only fate can provide.
welcome back to Shadowverse Open. This is the May Cup. Only 4 players remain and we're going to crown a new champion in a bit. How are you feeling, Chris?
I mean, these games have been really back and forth. We got to see some of our favorite decks, but I think soon we're going to start seeing some of these players' favorite decks as well. And for those of you watching from home, I mean, keep in mind we have a card reveal coming up soon as well. So, you know, not only do you get all this action, but a sneak peek at the mini. So, I mean, what else could you really ask for, right?
Yeah, let's see. Take a look back at some of the action we've seen today. Let's take a look at the bracket. See how we've gotten here so far. We saw Yo take it 2-1 over Tyr, and Honor take it 2-0 over Doug Dodo.
That's right, and Shincha made it to top 4 after beating Rudofer with a 2-1 score, and then Pain, pretty quick 2-0 there. You know, definitely just bringing the pain to Veru, but still a great showing by everyone that made it to top 8. You know, some of them had really cutthroat top 16 matches as well to make it here, so that was really cool to see. But now we have a pretty cool matchup between Yo and Honor, and I am hyped because once you see the picks and bans, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, the Rune and the Sword are both up. Can I get some Lewis Poggers in the chat real quick?
Yeah, it's gonna be a good set. We see a lot of blood, a lot of Amulet Haven already, but we haven't seen the spell boost yet. We have not seen the Sword either, and we've seen from SVO previous month, spell boost is a force to reckon with when it draws properly, and Yo was undefeated in day 1 Swiss. On the other hand, Honor is known for his sword play. He's been playing sword non-stop. Pretty sure he only plays sword every single time he enters the SVO.
Yeah, he won't let it go. Whether sword is considered, you know, the deck to beat or just tier 67, it doesn't matter. Honor never stops believing, and that's what I love about the man. So I'm hyped. Like, not only that, we also got the Amulet Haven matchup. I don't know about y'all, but, you know, of all the different not amulet types, Haven types that have existed recently, this is probably my favorite one. You know, especially mirrors, I feel are so explosive that they kind of just, it's all over the place from the very start. If anything, because those like first 3 turns of setup that are even then exciting because it's cool to see who actually gets that early setup or not.
Yeah, and keep in mind, even though it's a mirror match, Honor's Amulet Haven, he's got the Ambell, the Grand Sweeper.
That's right.
It's a bit different. Right. This is going to be a very exciting set. We have Honor going up against Yo, who is going to advance to the finals.
That's right. Okay, so Honor, you know, it's pretty late over here. It's turned dark, and so he's turned serious and brought the sword. You love to see it. Ooh, Yo's got a pretty good opening, though. Eagle and the Altar, that might be pretty hot.
Yeah, I like that. Now that sword isn't banned, he's going to start off with a sword. His sword list is interesting. I can't say it's weird or not because there's no other sword players. And I'm sure that Honor knows, like, you know, how to play sword, of course. His build is cool for a lot of different reasons. One of them is that he only has 1 Ida. And I guess if you draw it, you don't need any other copies, right?
I mean, there we go. Just don't even have to search it. You know, there's so much like officer search in this deck, but it's like, well, I mean, if you open it, you might as well just sit with it, right?
Yep. Now, he has a lot of the neutral cards to supplement the sword combo pieces, like the Adventurer, Combustion Demon, Ramiel, Planetary Fracture. Because a lot of these neutral cards are just, you know, great at getting you to the turn 8 so you can execute your combo that does 20 damage or more.
Exactly. Like, you have to sustain and reach that point. We've said this before, you know, in Light Broadsword last month, but it's that sustain that you need to make sure you can actually execute the combo and win the game. Because when people were playing this deck at first, it's like, yeah, okay, cool, you can win on turn 8, but if everything else is just steamrolling you before that turn 8, you're gonna have to find some way to patch up those weaknesses, and turns out there's a lot of good neutral cards that help you do that.
Yeah, it also works because not only are the neutral cards strong in the mid to early game, but by running less sword cards, your sword cards that search for other sword cards are way more consistent, and you can focus on just executing that combo as consistently as possible.
Exactly. So, for example, even this like Arm Butler, right? It's very specific search. It's gonna find commanders. There's only like I think 2 or 3 that even runs. And man, he's drawing the Ramiels, but you know, they're not Rampiels when you're going first. So it's a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, but the Butler pretty nice there, can clear the bird, get the buff, and then draw the Amelia. Although for Yo, he doesn't get the Summon Pegasus, which is good, because you definitely want the other bird instead. And he's gonna just keep on slamming those amulets. About what you expect from the Amulet Haven early game.
Absolutely. So Holy Falcon can come through next turn. You know, no Amelia, or not Amelia, rather Selena in sight. I'm mixing up the the two sort of like mascots.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the sword deck does 20 damage to turn 8. So this early chip damage that Norman's getting, it shouldn't really matter too much. Although you can always just play Albert as like a 7/7 Storm technically. So maybe it does matter. Maybe Yo shouldn't be so, you know, maybe he should think more about taking this early damage. But that is the nature of the Amulet Haven early game.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically, again, the trade-off, right? You have this crazy scaling and pop-off in exchange for, well, I mean, you kind of get bodied for the first few turns, and, you know, you do get to pop off like crazy next turn, but gotta get to that point first.
Yeah, but think about it, like this turn, Under had 4 damage on the board, and he could have played a 7 attack Storm Albert. Like, that could have been 11 damage. And it's not correct because his deck isn't made to win that way, but, like, just think about that. Like, Albert, you know, as a combo piece is pretty strong, but, like, he's just a good follower, man.
Yeah, let that sink in. Let that sink in for a while.
Yeah. Now, Yo has the Unicorn proccing and no Selena just yet, but... Oh, never mind.
Speak of the devil. But I don't think you... I feel like God's Loving Smite is a little bit nicer here. You get the Banish. Pray that doesn't hit the 1/2 Butler. Because otherwise you just...
Well, you also get the damage from this Might, so... I feel like it's pretty good no matter what it hits. Since you're clearing,
this is nice.
Yeah, 2 targets for sure.
Alright. Well, there we go.
Okay, so he has to trade into the Amelia, sadly. Like, it could have been a bit better, but honestly, it's still good. He's still getting those amulets going. And
it's fine. Yeah, like he got his rally count up. He's got his ward, not ward count, his amulet count up as well. You know, so that Jadalyn is, you know, doing more now. You know, it's already banishing 2, and it's only going to scale up going forward. And there we see it. Just heal up and pass. You know, you're just basically waiting, playing the long game, and seeing where it takes you at this point.
Okay, so is it now too late to play the Noah as an amulet? Turn 6.
I
just
wonder
go
because
Revolver Eagle maybe. Like, this is a good board. Oh, gonna cash out the cash out I say, but he has no amulets, so
yeah.
Not the greatest Selena. It is heal, yeah. Again, like the heal doesn't actually matter too much if the combo does 20 damage, but we'll see.
Exactly, and we're 1 turn away, so you know, getting pretty close here. Of course, Skybound Art 1 evolution away. And that Combustion Demon is, it's actually not looking too hot now that I look at it, because there's no way to, like, cleanly trade without losing one of them.
Yeah, he also plays Triple Decisive Strike, which I can understand why. Like, surely, like, it would be good, but he doesn't have a commander, so it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, not enough here. I mean, he's basically just Albert. That's all that's carrying him, and it's not doing enough here.
Yeah, also, like, for him to get the Eat on turn 8, he has to Evo this turn.
Yep.
So, I guess Combustion is the way to go. But it's not the cleanest clear since, you know,
you're leaving damage up no matter what.
Yeah, like, Yo's followers have 5 attack, which is really good against the Combustion Demon. You can just not trade. But the Noah doesn't get answered by 1 snipe either. So you leave some damage on the table no matter what. At least, like, the Jadalyn isn't... Well, it's doing 6 damage summoning 2 things, so wait a second. Maybe, like...
This is... Like, no, this is so risky, because if this hits Noah twice, you're in huge trouble. Yeah, that was the best possible scenario.
I mean, that's still like 6. He gets 6 from Jadalyn, and what if it summons Storm?
Oh, yeah, so this could be 8 if he evos it. That could be lethal, yeah. That might well be lethal. Let's see what he actually...
Because he can summon the bird and then the... what is the name of the Grey Wind Fedfolk? But he have to summon both of them. There's also a Miasker though. Miasker is still 2 damage. He's going for it. Alright, slam the Jadalyn, roll the dice. Does he get lethal? Oh.
Close.
There was also the other bird,
close.
Well, put him at 1. Now, does Under have lethal? Because... You know, Yo did get up to 20 life, and a lot of times the combo, you need 4 pieces. I only count 3 right now, so...
Yeah, I'm only seeing 3 buddies over here.
Yeah,
but,
I'm not seeing him do the 20 damage either.
Yeah. I mean, let's see. Hold on. counting phase. This is a
Yeah.
secret hidden
No, the thing
phase in
is-
all card games.
If he has to commit his combo pieces to clear, because if he doesn't clear, then he loses. But the deck is very all in. So once you commit your combo pieces and you don't win, then what does he do? Because
That's all she wrote, right? And
Yeah,
you're still stuck on 1 health
like-
with no way to heal.
technically you can go face
And
with
you know, this
everything,
deck-
and then top deck Albert or something. But if you don't clear, you just lose. So like he has to trade.
And he's going about it the right way, like choosing to play the Geno before the Evo is right. That way, you know, Geno does pop a random evolved follower. If the only one on the board is your opponent's, well, so be it. That's what we're gonna do. All right, so Geno gets his power up, so that'll be 5.
Yeah, but
And
like the
basically-
Albert has to destroy a follower to get the effect, and like, oh, it's just so
Not enough.
awkward. No, he doesn't have enough damage. He can clear, but like I said, once he commit combo pieces to the board, like, okay, now his combo will never ever work. So I don't see how he
Yeah.
wins because his deck doesn't do anything else. So it's
You
like, yeah, he
pass on
didn't
this?
lose this turn, but I don't see how he's winning.
Yeah, that's basically all she wrote. And I mean, he isn't, you know, he's still living. Under
Yeah.
still got this.
Still alive,
But-
technically.
The other thing is, I mean, Albert now on 9 has that like Bahamut effect, so
Oh, it's
that's
pretty
something.
good. Yeah, it's something, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
like
even if
playing
he's
a
losing on
Noah
1.
and hoping that it sticks is never going to work. So I think that Yo should just play the Eagle and like, you know, in 2 turns he wins, I guess.
Like he knows that there must be Alberts in there, right? He's
Yeah, for
done
sure.
commander search by now, and there's been less commanders that have come into play, if I'm not mistaken, that he has searched for.
But he also knows that there wasn't enough pieces, you know, to end the game last turn. And like there's only 1 Ida in the deck, and so what does he have to fear? I don't think Noah's the correct play though.
Yeah, it's gonna get
Like that's just gonna get Albert.
Bahamuted away.
Yeah. Combustion Demon picked up. Yeah, it has to be Albert though. I mean, I guess
Yeah.
to be fair, the Noah forces at the Albert for what it's worth. Maybe he's okay with that. Because at any point that he draws like a Jadeland or a Haven Fire, a Sniper, a Frigg, then he just wins anyway. So maybe he's okay with that.
That's right.
Even the
right.
Meowth spells would do it at this point. The sword deck has some heal in the neutrals, but Honor has
that's
none
it.
of it.
That's all it has though. That's just in the neutral package.
Yeah, it forces out the Albert. Honor does have the Evo, so he can still do the like Albert get
10 damage.
attack twice, Evo. Yeah, it's the classic.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 1 and a 2.
Okay, does Yo draw lethal? A lot of cards in his deck are game.
Yeah, basically. I mean, yeah, it's like you're missing that one piece every single time on both turns, and it's a shame because
Frigg should do. Actually, he just played Eagle for 9, yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
that does it too.
Revolver
Regal Falcon
Eagle.
with the hard value does do it too.
Okay, his play was 100% correct then because holding the Eagle guaranteed lethal next turn, which is better than Axe on it. And
That's true.
forcing out the Albert means that, like, yeah, his play was correct. And Honor
Yep.
did what his deck was meant to do, except he didn't have enough pieces. He was missing 1 more damage card for the combo.
Yeah, and he runs so much search, right? But it just didn't connect. It didn't
Yeah.
connect, and he couldn't find the right plays. You can see his Albert love as well. Got the icon, the leader.
Yeah, I respect it. I mean, Albert's great. The new Albert is
Yeah.
great too.
It's really good.
I'm seeing that Meister Gios opener though with the squirrel. That looks pretty good to me.
Mm-hmm. Okay. On the other hand, for Honor, I mean, yeah, Pompous. I mean, we'll see what that gets us, but he is going second this time, so it is a Rampiel, at least. So that brings him to lethal a bit faster.
Yeah, it might be
Let's
good
see
for
what he
him
has.
because like Meister going second can be just too good. So maybe it's better for him that he would like okay, just ramp PL, get the ramp, deny that first evil Meister basically, or that turn 4 Meister. But it also means that Yo gets to maybe dictate the pace of the early game, and he might just be slamming that Meister.
I think so. Like, all things considered, looks like he's gonna hold on to it, but
Okay.
it's that early board presence against a deck that just basically all it's doing is surviving until turn 8. I think you want to force that aggression to make them start responding to what you're doing, but looks like he's gonna forego it and just go for the scroll here.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Under was aggressive last game based on the early game. Like, he got chip damage in. And funny enough, the chip damage would have mattered Because if Yo was at 15, then the 3 pieces would have been enough to end the game. But he managed to heal up to 20. That early aggression did not come through, and now it's,
Your defeat was full.
you know,
It's kind of the opposite.
yeah. We'll see. Honor's potentially his last game here. He's gonna either win or go out, you know, with the sword.
That's right. I'm glad he stuck with his sword though. Like he's got to show his,
Yeah, for sure.
gotta show his metal.
This man is a sword main through and through. A second Geo's picked up. I see a Meister, I see a Golem, and I smell a lot of rapid fires in the future.
Oh yes. I mean, he's basically just saving them for the following turn, right?
Yeah, and like,
burst
oh
through
man,
there.
he has followers to spell boost. Like, that's exactly what you want to see. Not one but 2 Geos, and the Crystal Witch, and the Daria. This is... He's gonna
so
have
good.
a very strong turn 5.
Yeah, like he burned the Marshal early as well, so he has like that instant setup without having to commit too much next turn. Like, you love to see it.
On the other hand, you know, Ramiel does not care about the rapid fire. She doesn't take damage from it. And
Yeah.
if you put her on a horse, she'll be a 5-5 after Evo. Maybe that's a way for Honor to hold down the board.
I think so. I mean, at this point, he has to. There's not much choice. So he's gonna jump basically to 5 here. So 6 next turn. I think you still go for Amelia. Like, you know, she does search officers, and Yachta is indeed an officer.
Yeah, I guess Meister on the bike plus Evo is enough to punch through the Ramiel.
Yeah.
Surely this
Yeah,
is
that's
the
true,
Meister
that's true.
turn. I can't imagine it not being.
I think just calculating what else you might want to do at this point, because do you miss out just to draw and see what you get into and then maybe start misering and, you know, blasting left and right? I think that might be...
Yeah, it
Just
could be okay.
Crystal Witch is also another, like, draw cycle.
Yeah, I think
You know, you don't wanna be
he's
stop
gonna...
boosting empty stuff.
He's gonna be drawing cards this turn, so... Ooh,
that's
Rooney,
good.
oh man, like that's maybe the one thing he was missing. Like now he
Yeah,
has
yeah.
all. It's the spell boost party for sure now.
Absolutely.
Yep, drop the
All right,
speed,
here we go.
Crystal Witch
The Witch
with a
for
Meister,
0.
and oh man,
Shade imaginable.
yep, looking pretty good for Yo, I would say.
Very nice. Here we go. Time to start firing.
Yep, 3 rapid fires so far that cost 0 play points. Gonna make some board space for the Owlcats, I think.
Yeah. I mean, also just, like, get that spell boost out the way now, right?
Yeah, funny enough, although the Rambo doesn't take damage, it also means he could just rapid fire her.
Target
He'll
it,
always have
yeah.
a target, which is kind of funny. Cash out the
Daria for
Daria.
0.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Ooh, an impalement.
Yes, not bad. It's not bad at all.
No, yeah.
I'll just cash it in.
We'll take those.
Wow. See, so in one turn he goes from nothing to Owlcat and
wow.
Miss Dragon.
That's really, really good.
And one thing that I do
like what I'm
want to
seeing.
point out in this matchup is that the incandescent dragons can actually stop the Sword of Decay, especially if you get 2 of them. Since when the Albert
Yeah.
and the Genesis attack, they'll lose so much attack.
Yeah, you force them to answer it, or you just basically force them to have way more pieces to actually try to execute.
Yeah.
Oh, Armballer is gonna be big here. Look at that.
Yeah, and he is picking up those pieces, has 1 Albert, 2 Alberts, and a Geno. I will say though, he doesn't have the Ida, and like his deck only runs 1. So the combo only works on 8 if you have Ida, and if you've been Evoing. So like I am iffy about how that works in his deck. Because like his deck can only win on turn 8, right? And like you need Ida to do that, and he only runs 1.
And
Like-
he's also now missing the like Evo timings for the actual like Skybound.
Yeah, exactly. It's like last game, okay, he drew it, so it looks fine, like no issue. But what about when you don't draw in the opening hand? Like now, does he play for like a I don't know, turn 10 lethal or something? Because that's much worse.
Yeah, especially against a deck like this that scales for forever, right? It's Scale City over here, and I don't know how he's gonna deal with the late game.
You know, that-
Especially there's like the Rooney coming up.
I was gonna say that Rooney was drawn last turn. She's already boosted down to 8, by the way, in 1 turn.
Exactly. Yep, that's what I mean. That's pretty nasty. All right, we're in turn 6. That means if he plays an authoring, it's giving out 1s. That's not exactly too optimal with this board.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to hold him to a Rooney till he gets the duplicate effect. Or does he want to just cash it in now because it's like pretty good right now? It's a way to clear the Amelia push face damage,
Yeah.
draw cards, spell boost, and heal. Because I mean that's all pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a pretty great Shadowverse card even without that.
Yeah.
He's gonna go for the authoring and just
Okay, so
allow the Butler to live.
yeah, he's really valuing the Rooney duplication, and he does pick up a Miss Dragon, so not bad. Like really well played from Yo here. Combustion is great. Like, sure, 2 evils clear the board, amazing. But there is no Ida, so like he's not winning turn 8.
Yeah, those evils just got burned for not much use. You know, he even ramped for it.
Yeah, the Rooney is now at 10.
Lethal faster.
And on top of that, he's down to 20 cards in his deck, so Crystal Fencer is absolutely insane. Like, insanely strong now. Boost your entire hand by 5, and you all got 3 Roonies? Yeah, that's crazy.
Just optimal timing at that point.
Yep.
And he has a Witch he could play for... I mean, if he does play it out, that's going to be for 0. Man, this is looking really good. I mean, he has to still take care of these combustions.
Yeah, combustion kind of annoying right now. But, you know, if the 2 dragons get summoned, that will be a pain for Honor to deal with, maybe. He does have Decisive Strike, but once again, no actual... Actually, yeah, Albert's a commander, right?
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, okay, so... Wait, that doesn't really work that well with Albert, though, because Albert only has 3 attacks, so...
Yeah, he used it earlier, too, to take, like, an early ping.
Yeah,
this is
I
like
mean...
a 1-cost control.
I guess that's fine, right? Like, it's just reasonably okay.
Yeah, but basically, yeah.
Oh, he gets the Gios right away, wow.
Yeah, the man is here.
Yep, so 2 dragons.
Another one next turn.
Send some Gios, not bad. And now he'll have, you know, the Roonies to close the game out. Ooh, Planetary Fracture. That's a way to answer the dragons.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
It's pretty funny.
It's definitely one way to answer it.
Yeah, it's not bad. One of his, like, you know, tech cards, like, when it works, it must be pretty good. But, again, we know Ida, like, yeah, he can clear the board, but how's he gonna win the game?
Mm-hmm. That's right. So, of course, the Gios does skip out on being destroyed by effects.
Yeah, it does get answered by the Combustion Demon, though. But now, I think Gios just starts slamming those Roonies down.
Yeah, so let's just burn that Crystal Witch first. Into
Ooh, another Rooney.
Okay, we'll take that.
Yeah, it's gonna be no shortage of Roonies here for sure.
And he's 1 away from getting them the 3 to 7. So basically play like Impalement or
the squirrel.
Basically anything.
At this point, he might hold on to the Impalement for the extra damage, and Authorin will definitely give him any damage he's missing if he gets to turn 10.
Yeah, this is the last turn of the previous authoring, so that's gonna just give 1 to a bunch of things, but it's not gonna be really necessary. But at least he has that for the random 5 pings later on.
Yeah, he's also gonna get another copy of the Gios from the one still in hand.
Yeah.
And just use the Roonies to push for damage right now.
Alright, so now just inside. That's actually pretty good timing for it too.
Yeah, it works out quite well. And like at this point, even if Ida was top deck, okay, it's not Unibursted, it's not Skybound, it's not lethal. So
I want to ask you this though, like when you're playing a deck like this that revolves so much around one single enabler, like what's even the plan at this point?
Yeah, see, I don't know, because your deck is so one-track mind that like you do that one thing really well, but when you can't execute on that one game plan, like I don't know what he's supposed to do. Like sure, you could play Albert as clear the board, but again, you're losing a combo piece, you're surviving but not actually winning the game. But if he doesn't do that, like he has nothing else to play, and like this might be, you know, sort of the weakness of this style of deck, where he doesn't get the Tornado to K, and then now he's like a worse version of the other sword decks, basically, right?
Exactly, and I mean that's kind of the thing as well, where we saw Honor in top 8 win with 2 of his non-sword decks, and he looked really, really good in here. You know, I get wanting to really show off the power of the sword, but like look at all these pieces and just look at how little is going on here, right?
I wonder how many people against him in Swiss, like everybody just says like, oh shit, it's Honor, I better ban sword. I'm sure that happens a lot.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I feel like today's the day where like the decks that are whiffing, like man, they're just whiffing hard.
I know, man. Oh, don't bring it up. I'm already trying to not think too much about the previous ones because it's just sad, man.
Alright, Rooney to the face. He's got Magic Missile, a bunch of damage on hand, bunch of damage on the board. Is that enough? Time to do some basic math.
3 more. That's 2 more. All right, 1 more.
Roland Marshall.
I think he's
Yeah, he's one damage shy. He'll definitely lethal next turn. He is board locked, but at this point, you know, Honor committed the Geno because he had to. And again, like, he could survive a turn, but his deck just can't win now.
Yeah, like, slam the Bahamut Albert and, you know, poke face a couple times. It's good. But, I mean, you know Rune. It's got damage. You know there's Runeys in that hand, too.
Yeah, we finally got to see Honor bring out the sword. It wasn't banned, but it kind of disappointed here. And on the other hand, Yo gets to play a spell boost and it looks pretty good. He's gonna advance to the finals, taking the set 2-0 over Honor.
That's right. You know, honestly, great showing by Honor so far today. Especially that top 8 looks super solid, but and the sword just, it didn't really click. And like, I understand the logic behind the deck building. I understand, you know, the whole idea of Yerta as a one of, you know, that you can just like fetch with all that officer search. And there is a lot of that officer search, but I don't know if that was enough. It really feels like maybe it's just that people really did ban it out a lot, and he's excellent with all 3 of his decks, and maybe some people just didn't know what to do against the sword when it was left up, and there we go.
Yeah, like, I could definitely see how he could play that sword deck and just like absolutely get wins. Like, everything goes according to plan. He like starts the game with Ida, he plays the neutral game, survives, and then bam, turn 8 win, GG, right? Sounds easy enough. And then we saw it not once but 2 games, and like, oh man, you just get to turn 8, you don't have enough combo pieces, don't have enough damage, or you don't have Ida, so your deck doesn't actually function at all.
Yeah,
and then, I don't know, man, it's just great display from Honor. You know, happy to see him in the top 8 again with the sword, but it just was not enough this time.
Yeah, I definitely want to tinker around with that sword list. You know, that's another great thing with SVOs. You know, these deck lists are accessible and anyone can check them out and give them a run themselves, because there's a lot to learn from this, from the deck building of these players too. As we saw with that sword list, it's definitely trying to do something with it, but it just feels like it didn't quite reach that point. And that's really unfortunate to see, but still great showing by Honor, honestly, like all props, but not going to be advancing to the finals there.
Yeah, on the other hand, we're going to see who's going to be our other finalists. We have Shinsha going up against Pain. Pain had that impressive 2-0 set against Bidu. Shinsha had that one awkward game with Luxus that wasn't really his fault at all. You know, the games where he got to play his game, he looked really strong, as he always has. At this point, Shinsha's just like a really solid Shadowverse player.
Exactly. You know, that game where things weren't going right for him, he was just laughing at how badly he was drawing. You know, but you can't do anything in that situation, right? You just gotta laugh it off and just continue, and that's what he did. Laughed it off and then wrapped it up in the next game. Pain, on the other hand, had a super dominant 2-0. Like, that was super strong, looked super solid, and just had this presence, I think. Not just, you know, on board, but just in general. I feel like once you have someone that can set up those threatening boards all the time and not give you any breathing room at any point in the game, they can really get in your head, and just that kind of mental tax of your opponent always being in your head at all times, it can get exhausting, like more so than you might think.
Yeah, and while the last set was like the wacky decks, because we had the sword and the spell boost, this set is now like the classic. Both players banned out the forest, so it's just Bike Dragon Blood against Bike Dragon Blood. I don't know if they're both Evil Blood. I believe they're both Ball Blood, actually. So yeah, there you go.
Yep, they are both Ball Blood. That is right. That's what the cool statistic line says. But man, I mean, Ball Blood, again, we talked about how there's been this kind of like resurgence after all the hype on Evil Blood. It felt like we saw those like tournaments a few weeks ago where it was just, you know, Evil Blood everywhere at all times. But Ball's coming back, and we've seen, especially Pain. I think if you're allowing Pain to play that Blood list, if you saw the top 8 game, I'd be a little bit afraid. I mean, he can pull out lethal from basically nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see that the meta changes even if there's no new cards, except for that next month there are going to be new cards. Again, we do have a card reveal for you guys later on the show, and we'll see what the meta looks like in the month of June.
That's right. It's going to be pretty exciting. All right, he gets the checkmark threat as well.
Yep. You're gonna see Pain going up against Shinsha. The winner of this will make it to the finals for a chance to face off against Yo, who was looking pretty strong with the spell boost.
That's
spell
right.
boost won, you know, last month. Is it gonna win again?
Yeah, and it's like the one of each time. Only one in the entire top 8 out of all these decks that they could possibly bring. But you give spell boost to one good person. I think Kyo tweeted out something along the lines of, if you see someone in top 8
With spell boost, you ban it,
spell
right?
boost, you ban it because
Yeah.
that person knows what they're doing. Y'all should have listened to Keo. He said it a month ago. Y'all should have listened. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the deck is strong, maybe not that consistent. So like when you see it in the top 8, it means that like that player was like doing so well with it, right? So I would definitely see it at
Exactly.
this stage.
Because it's also not something you would, especially in Swiss rounds, you kind of look at it as like, oh, there's more threatening things in this lineup. You know, I'm gonna,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna leave it up, and then that's it. That's the end of your journey right there.
I mean, you know, we talk a lot about crazy Shadowverse cards like Candagosa or, you know, Force cards, whatever. But like, man, my Meister's crazy. After that dude got buffed, like,
Value.
dude, Rune was never the same. His power level was actually absurd.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know, man. The value you get out of that one card alone, and the very minimal setup you need to do for it,
Yeah, it's free.
it just pops off so quickly.
Yep.
I love it.
Okay, gonna
Man,
start
I
off
hope we
with
get
the
more.
Bike Dragon Mirror match, and they're both starting off with the Adventurer.
Yeah, it's quite the mirror so far. Although here, you know, Payne's kind of thinking, like, which flavor of ramp do I want?
Yeah, his hand is like nothing but ramp, right? Roy ramps,
Yeah.
the spells ramp, and then one engineer.
Yeah, that kind of leads into ramp.
Yeah. You know, I feel like Roy as a 5-player 5/5 ramp, like, is maybe underutilized. Because, like, the enhanced Roy is absurd. It's obviously really, really good. But sometimes you just want a 5/5 that gives you a free Dragon Oracle. Like, that's not bad.
Exactly. Play it on a horse. 6/6 Evo with 8/8. Like, that's so threatening to take out. And some decks don't have the leeway to take it out that early. Especially if they go second, they're like on 4. Just like, what can I Evo to run this into? Not much. Oh, okay. Alright.
Yeah, like, I feel like that's what Payne is about to do. And it's also going to bridge him nicely into his overflow turns, where the Dragon Oracle will be better, the Fur will be better, the Engineer will be better. So, you know, funny enough, being an overflow is like quite relevant for Dragon right now.
That's right. And he's winning the race too so far.
Yeah, very weak
like
turn
social
from
rope.
Shinsha. You don't want to float 3 play points. That could have been, you know, any sort of ramp. The Roy is being slammed as a 6/6.
Oh man. I mean, now it's like, you just gotta answer it, Razia. Go do some work. It's time.
Yep, it's honestly a pretty decent answer to it. And if
Yeah.
you didn't have that and he took 6 damage from the Roy, like, I feel like that would have just been game.
Absolutely. And I mean, there we go. It's gonna be 6 damage. I guess, I mean, the Fuhrer can now take it out cleanly.
Yeah, and look at the play point differential. Payne at 8 play points, Shinsha at 4.
Yeah, that's... He doesn't even have, like, Jerva to set up. We've seen how important Jerva can be in, you know, not just this matchup, but just in general. Jerva can sometimes carry if we just, like, you know, you just pass on an empty board, just keep getting those 5 pings to face, and sometimes that's
Yeah.
enough to kind of tide you over.
I mean, when Shinsha played Jerba in his first set of the day, like, Jerba cleared 2 followers, was a 7/7, and it did 10 damage to the face. And, like,
That's right.
any 6-drop that would do that, you would, like, gladly put in your deck.
Exactly. Okay, he has the world set up here, so that's good at least.
Yeah, being able to
Fed
get
himself.
the bike on the world is really nice, because you can, you know, use effect and then use the
Yep.
rush so you can clear another follower. Really just a lot of setup for Payne. Like, he's at 10 play points, which is, you know, a lot of setup. And then he has all these, like, setup cards, like the Adventurer, Engineer, Oracle, to maybe draw into more potential damage. Meanwhile, Shinsha's just at 5 play points, kind of just waiting for his ramp.
Yeah, I mean, he's at that point now where he's like, I can play down Roy for ramp, and it's not gonna do anywhere near as much as Payne managed to do.
Yeah, even if he had a single ramp, like, this would be a great Jerba turn, right? Jerba cleared the 2/2, push face damage.
Yeah.
Instead, you just resolve and pick up some followers, but no ramp at all. Literally 5 play points ahead is Payne.
I don't know how I feel about that, the Grand's resolve there either, because it's like, sure, you're fetching out pieces, but I don't know. I feel like you need some board presence at some point. Like, maybe he's playing around, like, not taking, you know, big old, you know, fists of rage to the face, but I guess
It's
that's
funny
the only
because-
explanation, right?
It kind of works out for him because Payne's cards are, like, very reactive. Like, you know, Tiamat, the world. Even George is, you know, used for damage and clear. And he really doesn't have much
I
to
like
do,
that.
so he's gonna just commit a lot of resources to a can't be attacked George right now.
Oh, I like that big time, of course.
But
there
that
are
could
ways
just
to
get
check it.
answered, yeah. The Jita's determination will do it.
That's right. But then again, you're forcing him to burn another spell of just doing nothing.
Yeah,
I
but
guess-
what else was he gonna do?
I mean, doesn't... Because I'm thinking, right? At the very least, he could go like Jerva Evo.
Oh yeah, that's
like,
true. He could develop the Jerba leader effect. Maybe that's better. No, he's gonna just
like he
smack
would
with the
run
Jitas.
Evo.
And float 3 play points. Doesn't even want to play Adventurer or anything. Wow.
He's literally just playing around, you know, the Fists of Rage. Gandagoza is just... He's that petrified of Gandagoza, which doesn't even exist. That's the craziest part of it all.
Okay, Pain just using the world for the card draw. This is not a bad Reggie turn though. Being able to get quite a bit of
This is
damage
really
and
good.
buff the followers. Like Reggie's Evo effect is so good. This is what I call a Shadowverse board.
That is 7 damage flying into the face and developing a board. Oh my god. And that's kind of hard to check because, like, man, like George just doesn't
George answers, yeah.
entirely check. Yeah, for the most part.
Like any board that you're like, man, that's a good, strong, solid board. And George is like, nah, I got it.
Yeah. Let me introduce to you my dear friend, Georges.
Yep.
Man.
Shincha just laughing it up.
I mean, yeah, when you're in that situation, like, you've been so far behind, and then it's also hard to read. Like, Pain, the one thing I really like about this is that you can't read if he has a Gandagoza in hand or not, or if he's playing around the fact that he's not given any Gandagoza targets, right?
Yeah.
It could be both, you know?
Maybe he
it could
just
be
top
neither.
decks again and goes, you know, I've seen it before.
I've seen this one somewhere.
Oh, is he looking to Dragon Rear in it so that the Georges can survive the trade?
You mean so Gandagoza can run into it?
True. Oh, never mind, okay.
never
the Tiamat
mind,
now can be attacked. Safe from Gandagoza.
I've seen this one somewhere before.
Yeah, funny enough, it does get answered by the... Well, this time the Grand's Resolve.
Grand's Resolve,
Pain really
so he
needs
can-
the card draw.
Yeah, and he can dig. That's the important part here.
Will he draw
see what
Gandagoza,
happens
though? Another world. Another
Wait,
Reggie.
yeah.
It's not bad. He could just go Engineer Reggie, cycle the rear right now. That's damage.
Wait, how much is that? That's
Actually, wait, is that
6,
lethal?
isn't it?
Ah, that is lethal, yeah.
Yeah, wait, yeah. Wait, no.
No, he's missing
Yeah,
one.
6.
Missing one.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the Evo or anything. But it's still pretty good. I put him on 1. What a funny game.
One would think maybe you could have waited like a turn for that, and then you really would have had lethal.
Yeah.
But
You know, it's
I mean,
funny,
it's
after all
very-
this time, Shinja's only at 8 play points. And Pain has been at 10 play points for like the past 3 turns.
man, I mean, there's so many ways to answer this, but
Yeah, at this
none
point,
of
he
it feels
can't
good.
respect Yanagosa. It's funny because like Shinja's been respecting Yanagosa the entire time, right? Like, he doesn't
Watching
know
this
that it's
was gonna
not
be fun.
there, but you always have to fear it.
I want to know Shincha's reaction when he watches the VOD later and sees Pain's hand.
Funny enough, if Shinja clears, like, he might be able to turn this around. Okay, gonna Evo the Adventurer, presumably to punch the Reggie. I wonder if he's gonna somehow pass with once again not a follower to play around Ganagosa.
God, he's doing it.
He
He's
really
doing
is
it.
playing around Ganagosa so hard.
All right, Burn wins it tomorrow. Gran, find me something. That's not something.
Yeah,
that's,
none of
that's
those are
nothing.
damage.
That's not something right now. I need a storm out of 10 right now.
I mean, he could play Tiamat and then cycle the rearing. Okay, I'm gonna just hold on.
You know, I was thinking. I guess when you know there's so much removal there, it makes literally no sense. But like, just Quixote can protect it with
Oh,
Tiamat.
yeah, I was thinking about that too.
Go, horse boy, go.
Like, I didn't even say it because, like, I didn't consider it like a real line of play, but I didn't think about it.
Yeah. Someone's got to say it. Someone's got to say it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Alright, Shinja 1 life to his name. You know what's funny is that like if he loses to like a Ganagosa top deck or something, like he's gonna be like, oh man, it was there all along, right?
Exactly. He's like his own imposter, right? He's just kind of there.
Oh,
Ooh, this
okay.
is big damage.
Wait, this is so smart. He gets to go face with the Roy and then PM it to once again play around the Ganagosa. But like Shinja's actually doing such a good job with that. Like mad props.
He's doing so well. Like we can't stress enough how smart he's been with it. The
And
third
Pain,
wins.
no damage. Okay, he can world and draw a Reggie or a Georgius. Ooh, doesn't get it.
I mean, but now
Shinja. I love his expressions. He's a very animated dude.
it's amazing. Okay.
Okay, gonna just TM it for the life. More than anything else, right? Like, it's a body, it's life. He just needs 1 damage.
That's right. Well, speaking of world.
I mean, he can't really swing with that.
Yeah. How much damage does he get out of this right now?
Well, he has Adventurer plus Roy, which is pretty good. It's just not 14 damage.
Not quite, not quite.
Bahamut is not enough either. Can he, like, just Jerba and get a ward? I think this may be it for Shinsha. He had a good run. Like, he really respected Ganagosa every turn. And he still found, like, reasonably okay plays.
Yeah, he's really been playing around it so excellently. If anything, like, I have a feeling if he wouldn't have played around it as much, he would have won by now.
Maybe.
There's been so many cases where he could have slammed down damage and chose not to, right? And it makes sense. You can't blame it. It's not actually the wrong play.
Yeah, it's not.
Just, you know,
I think he played this game well.
He really did.
Okay, he's just gonna pass. And Pain is gonna pick up game number 1. 1 game away from going into the finals.
That's right. Pain continues the Pain train as well. 3 games in a row. Can he make it a 4th? Boy, oh boy.
I mean, we saw Shinsha have like that very funny game in his first set too. And, you know, looks like he was okay after that. So we'll see how he feels here. Again, very expressive guy. But I feel like taking the game in a lighthearted manner can be good sometimes. Because it's a card game. You can't let these things like infuriate you. You gotta stay mentally strong.
Yeah. In the end, it's like, you know, I mean, both players have like their strong points, right? You know, Shinsha's just kind of laughing it off, like oh, I bricked, haha, you know, it's fine. Whereas Pain is just kind of like, he seems like whether he pops off or whether he low rolls, like no matter what.
You see what
like,
he?
All right.
You see what he gives to the camera? The 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, this is how he won the last Ball Blood. He played like he was aggro blood, basically, just curve out and go face.
And he's going first. Uh-oh.
Not bad.
I mean, let's see how he's gonna execute. Yeah, Shinsha, I don't know, like, ooh, you don't like seeing that. That's not.
Oh man, like a game where he has to just like, you know, pass while Pain's going first with aggro blood going face. Kind of scary. At least he picks up Adventure as a 2-drop, which he really needed.
But yeah, it's you can't stress it enough how badly he needed that.
Now I wonder if Pain would play Showdown instead of Skull. Like Skull gets no effects here. But if you Showdown, then like your hand is so good in a way that like, what would you want to discard?
Exactly. Yeah, I think that's the right play. Like his hand literally doesn't have anything you want to actually get rid of right now. Everything leads up into something better.
Yeah, those are all like great cards for the early game here. Like Hanisa going first on 3 is just so strong. Just can't say no to that.
Yep. So you can check the board, keep pushing aggro.
You can just keep going face.
Yeah. No problems
like,
with that one either.
If you want to take a value trade from Adventurer over the Hunter, like, okay, cool. But one of the other fathers gets +1/+1 now.
Yeah, and if that goes to Halasena, that's big yikes right there.
Okay, Rowan's Roar, gonna get the Ram. Yeah, just take the trade. Ignore the Hunter for now.
Uh-oh. Okay, here comes the soft ball. We saw this last time too. Just for the +3, basically.
Yeah, I mean, lets them redraw a whole new hand. High chance for corruption. He'll get another 1 draw, but he doesn't. Does get quite a bit of damage. Like,
Yeah,
again,
I mean-
Halanis are so strong.
This is basically aggro blood at this point. He's been able to somehow mold it into a hybrid.
Yeah, like we said though, any Shadowverse board you can think of, Georgius is like, nope. Gonna be a full clear here, and leave behind a 7/7. Plus he also has the World next turn, and then Tiamat's an Overflow to stabilize. So maybe Shincha is gonna be just fine here.
Oh. Yeah, I'm thinking if he's gonna do this, because this is like a really nice way to catch up in damage if this doesn't get checked.
Yeah, and I mean, he has the second Tiamat anyway, so again, he's fine. Probably only needs to like hard cast 1 Tiamat, and the World is quite a bit of heal already. Now for Pain we have first evil turn, corruption, nowhere to be seen. Has anybody seen that corruption around here?
Please, y'all. Just quick look around. If you find it,
Maybe
just
it's
call the
behind you.
staff. Yeah, just call the staff. They'll help you put it right back where it belongs in Pain's hand.
Okay, so if you don't have corruption, you can dig for corruption. It's gonna show down, discard some cards. At this point, like, I don't think Alistar's ever do anything, so
That's right.
rid of one, holds the other one. But
This
yeah,
is
it's kind of awkward.
the hand. Yeah, this is the hand that can actually kind of get away with that too. And now you basically just develop a ward. There we are.
Well, it's not a real ward because it's a can be attacked ward, so
Yeah.
yeah,
And
Georgius
that's
is an 8/8.
World's active too. I just realized that.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy.
I wonder if
Alright.
Shincha wants to go face with that, because
He's tempted.
he could
by
trade
his
against
fate.
the Showdown and then World to answer the Halanisa. It's a full clear. He goes up to 17 life. Okay, gonna ignore the Halanisa and just go face for 8. Like, I mean, it's 8 face damage, right? You just can't denote that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's
Like-
still a Bike Dragon deck. I think this is better.
And keep in mind, like, oh, there's a Ravening. Like, keep in mind that he needed to kind of like start tying up the life totals, but at the same
Yeah.
time, he just pushed himself back up, so he's in a much more comfortable position here. Like, Shincha might be able to tie this up.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't just tie up the life total. He got way
Surpassed
ahead of
it.
that raise.
Yeah.
Okay, corruption
Okay.
clears. And
Air can do a
then
thing.
gonna double trade into it. Ooh,
it
the
is.
ping goes face. It doesn't hit the Georgius. He needed that.
That is very unfortunate. The 50-50. Uh-oh.
Okay, does he have lethal now? Ooh, gonna go some. Tiamat. He only needs 3 damage.
I'm trying to hold on.
I don't see any way that he gets lethal right now, but at the same time, like, I don't see how he loses either.
Wait, doesn't... no. Huh.
Now, funny enough, he doesn't have any damage. Like, Reggie would have just been super GG.
Yeah.
If he draws,
That
then
is
he
the
wants to play Reggie or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, George is going face twice. That's a lot of damage. And then he could Tiamat to get a lot of life, clear the Ire, sort of neutralize the Halanisa.
Yeah, at the very least, right? Quixotic. Alright.
Oh, is he gonna go with Rasia instead?
It's an option, and I guess you put them into the situation where
Yeah,
they
like if you
have to do
answer the
something about
Rasia,
it.
then you lose.
Yeah,
Yeah, that might be the better play, actually.
I think that is the play, to be honest. Oh, and if
Okay.
you're doing it just to be safe, I like to see that.
Okay, well, I don't see how Pain is gonna get out of this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. Yeah, I think this might just be move on to game 3. Pain has
man,
been
like,
looking
again,
really good, but
Shincha has those like awkward games that are like sort of out of his control. I mean, he had, a lot of agency that last game, don't get me wrong. But like,
Yeah.
he doesn't let those losses affect him. Stay strong, found good plays this game. He was up against a lot of aggression. Pain going first with the 1-2-3 curve, but looks like Shincha
Yeah.
prevailed and stabilized the game.
uh-oh. Still haven't
Waiting for it, right?
He's just basically
Any
just
second now.
doing his thing, just doing some cool moves. Oh,
Yep.
oh, there it is.
There goes Deracia. Last War Steel sent him to his face, and we're going to a game 3. It's 1-1.
That's right. All right, Pain. You know, he's like, ah, damn. All right, we got to still run it for one more game. The speed run is over. The Pain train had to come to a halt, or at least to a brief stop. But
Yeah, he
the
could still
Shincha-
win the next one. I mean, he won the Dragon Mirror match. Can he win
Yeah.
the Blood Mirror match now? They are both Ball Blood, I believe.
That's right. So I'm curious. I mean, Shincha is like, just looking at him is like puts a smile on my face. You know, he's just looks like such a great dude.
Yeah, he
Here
he's
we
one of those
go.
guys that is like genuinely happy to be here. Like for a lot of people, getting top 8 is exciting, but it's also like nerve-wracking, right? Like,
Yeah,
oh
yeah,
man, I
yeah.
need those league points. I want that prize money or whatever. Like I'm going to stream, so much pressure. And Shincha just looks like he's just having a good time, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, that's something that like I feel like the top players, you know, the pros don't talk about enough. Is like, how do you deal with that pressure of being on stream? Like, you know, we see some people, they call their friends, you know, they call their team, you know, just kind of like talk to people, listen to music. You know, we've seen plenty of people just bopping and, you know,
Yeah,
grooving,
Den jamming out.
some nice beats. Exactly, you know, Den just out there jamming. So I wonder what's, you know, it'd be nice to hear from the top players themselves. Like, how do they deal with that pressure? You know,
I
What's
mean, look
their
at
way to cope
Shincha.
with it?
He's just having a great time, right? I don't know if he's like crying or. Pain going
good,
first again. 1, 2, 3. How does he do it?
Yeah. You know, both players are missing the corruption.
Yeah, at
Let's
this
see,
point, you know, maybe Pain doesn't need it, man.
Yeah,
He's
honestly.
played so well without it.
Honestly, I think at this point might be the case.
There's gonna be a lot of damage coming in from Pain, and I think he's gonna once again do the just cycle, play the boss at 3-drop, redraw, brand new hand. Like when you go first, you're down the card, and it can really matter sometimes. But when your 3-drop just draws you 6 cards, like it does not matter. You always have fuel for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's... I think at this point also for Shincha, he needs to respect this board presence and not start falling behind too early. So I think this is probably the right call.
Yeah, I think this goes correct as well. He at least saves 2 damage right now. Yep, pretty sure it's gonna be a fuse on the ball. We've seen Pain do this
The
a lot of times.
patented turn 3 play.
And no surprise why, it's so powerful.
Yeah.
He did have to fuse
Patented
another
Pain.
ball though, so like he played one and he fused the second one. There's only one left in his deck.
Yeah, at least he found the corruption this time around. Alright, here it comes again. Bada bing, bada boom. This time it's air though. That's
Yeah,
arguably
it's a
the
little
one
bit
you want
better.
more. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Doesn't
the same
find
outcome
the
except you
Raven.
get the 3-3 with rush. Or 3-1 with rush, and you get to hold
Yeah.
the ball, which is better than having to play it.
Exactly. Okay.
Well, Pain
And he has
did
Raven
draw
for next
corruption.
turn. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The ways of this world change at night.
Ooh, we just pushing damage. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
about
just
it.
go and face the 2-2 storms, the 3-drop, not bad. Cash in as much as possible. Shincha does not have corruption in his first Evo turn, but he does go. He can go double 2-drop here. Not bad. Can play the Hell Spear. He's gonna be an Avarice if he Libertates first.
Yep,
Seems to be the play. Should be a full clear here as well.
that's right. Yeah, I like what he's doing here so far. Ooh, that's
Ooh, I
quite
mean,
nice
Skull's
as
a bit
well.
better. Now you can take a value trade instead of trading away the Hell Spear.
Exactly.
Remember, his ball already has a bunch of cards fused into it, so he only has to fuse 2 more to go to 6. But again,
Yep.
he doesn't have corruption, and Pain
He's
is
not
gonna
doing
have
as
corruption the
much.
first Evo turn, and that might be a massive difference.
Yeah, let's see where. Oh, well, I'll make that double corruption. All right. Would love for that one of those turn to a ball, but we'll deal with it. We can work with this.
Yeah, this first corruption turn isn't amazing because he has like no great follow up. Skull does clear, and that's good enough for now.
Yeah, it
but now
just
he has the
cleared.
corruption leader effect. Now he's gonna be in a great spot for the mid to late game.
Exactly. You just want the time bomb to be active, and that's all. Like, that's all you can ask for at this stage. You'll naturally continue proccing it, and especially with how aggressively Pain plays this list, those like, you know, ball is ball, right? But I feel like he can win without it just from those like few extra pings that will bring him closer to lethal. I think just by playing the way he's been playing so far, I think that's gonna be enough.
Yeah, he's very good at turning the ball into like like a new age aggro blood, basically.
Yeah, yeah. He just like controls the tempo really well, and that's one thing that I'm very amazed by. You know, we've seen quite a few people play this deck, and this one feels honestly the most, like, I guess, smooth in terms of all the pilots we've seen so far.
Yeah, Shinsha with some awkward plays. He had double Haonisa, but he had to throw them away. Haonisa is a card that we talk about being so strong, but in this matchup with 1 health just to get pinged off by the corruption feels bad. He just tosses both of them. And a spend able to clear, and I guess at least get a 3/5 Storm Ward.
Yeah, next thing he refills a little bit. You know, gets to draw 2 extra at the start. Ball is
Alstar
ready as
comes
well.
back.
Hey.
Yeah, funny enough, Alstar's a perfect answer because it does 1 damage, and then it'll be a 4/4 enough to clear it.
Yep.
After that, I don't know if you play Abuela. He needs to start getting that card draw. Here's where, like, his early game was good, but he did commit not 1 but 2 balls in that early game. So,
Yep.
only has 1 left, not in his hand.
That's right, and there's still 25 cards to go through. If it's anywhere near the bottom side, that's can't do much about that. So all you gotta do is, you know, just play these Wellas, get that extra card draw, and just run through it. I mean, it's extra pings that are confirmed to go to face now as well.
Yeah, I do like the Abuela, and it curves up nicely with the Hell Spear. He's gonna spend the manual evil, turn that evil from basically 2 extra damage to 3 extra damage, put Shinsha that to 8 life. He finally gets corruption now, but it's a too little too late. It's enough for him to go corruption into ball. So maybe that's just the play. I mean, what else is he gonna do?
It might be fine. Like, I don't... He could get burst down, but at the same time...
I might as well go for it, right? It's what the deck does. What else is he doing?
Yeah. I think it's the play here. See, he needs to fuse just a little bit more.
No, he only needs 2 because he fused in the early game.
Yeah.
So he even gets to hold another ball if he wants it, which is nice. He gets 1 less ping, but I think that's a worthy trade to keep a ball.
At this stage especially.
Yeah, for sure. He gets a full clear, 5 damage to the face. That's a 5/5 and a 3/3. And it's going to show that he has the second ball right away.
Yeah, he's prepping it already. Let's see.
Yeah, it works out because this way you can play Ire and then redraw or refuse. As opposed to having to fuse, you can only fuse once a turn, right? Yep. It's definitely the correct play.
He's hovering over the Hell Spear. I get that. It's just that sweet storm damage, but I mean, every card turns into a ping anyway that you can then turn into more pings thanks to Air here, so...
Okay, does Pain have 7 damage? His ball is activated, but he's not in Vengeance. If he was in Vengeance, that Skull might have easily done the damage, but actually not in Vengeance. You know, it's funny because if Shinsha could fuse the extra ball, he would have put him in Vengeance. So not only is it correct because he gets to hold the ball, but respecting the Vengeance is actually so relevant here. So very well played from Shinsha.
Actually keeping him alive, and again, this is deciding who goes to finals, and that's a pretty big gap in terms of, you know, everything, in terms of prizes, you know, in terms of getting close to contenders.
The glory. It's a 1/1 here. The draw is Bloodbinder, not... I don't think it's what he wanted.
Face? Yeah, but what now?
Well, he could Alistar it. That's an option if he wants to get a ward. If he thinks that might do something. To try and clear the board with the skull. Oh man.
Just
it feels bad with like Shinsha's at 6, he has 3 damage on the table. And he just can't find 3 extra damage.
Exactly. It's like he can check this board as well, but checking this board is just not doing so much for him either.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, well, we'll see where the ping goes. If the ping goes on the Wella, then he can't ire it. He goes face, so he can play the ire, redraw, go ball.
Let's go. Shinsha, you got this, buddy.
Well, he wouldn't have enough damage though, right?
Does he not?
No, it's better if he plays ball first, and then the ball just draws him Hell Spear or other damage like that.
Oh, that's right. Does he have Hell Spears left?
It's a good question.
I feel like he's burned the majority of them by now.
Okay, Archdemon is 1 damage. Wow, he has no more damage. Pain was 3 off lethal, now Shinsha is 3 off lethal.
Not like
Wow.
this.
What a Shadowverse match. He could showdown so that next turn he gets damage, but not gonna do it right now.
Yeah, he's gonna go for it.
He could liver Tay for 1 damage, which is not enough. Okay, passes back, but could Pain find 6 damage now?
Let's
see that draw.
Well, okay, he has Skull, he's in Vengeance.
That's right. Alright, let's just... Oh my god.
Wait, he has 2 skulls, right? That's it. He's got...
That's right, yeah, he can just literally attack with... Oh, wait.
Oh, he needs,
Yeah, he's missing the Avarice.
He needs Avarice. Wait, couldn't he have played 2 skulls and an ire? Okay,
I
one...
think this works too, this works too.
Yeah, it works, it works.
There
He
we
still
go,
got it, he still got it.
Whew. Alright, just
Pain,
like that.
with the correct line, finds exact lethal after a great set. And Pain's gonna take the set 2-1 over Shincha and advance to the finals.
That was a semifinals, man. That was way too close for comfort for both players. Really came down to the wire, but Pain is just managed to find it. Managed to find the lethal just right. Just the right amount of play points and everything. Man, it's like...
Yeah, very well played. He won
like, you don't
both
even
the
know
mirror
who to root for.
matches.
Yeah. Honestly, excellently done, but man, for Shincha also really well done. And like, you know, we talked a lot about how well he can stay composed, you know, just laugh it off. And I mean, still, top 4 is nothing, you know, to scoff at. That was an amazing showing by both players, but the one to go to finals will be Pain. So we might be seeing quite the run back here as a pretty big veteran is stepping up to the final stage.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have Yo, who was 7-0 in Swiss, the only player with Spell Boost. Looking pretty good. Spell Boost did win last month, so is it time for Spell Boost to run it back?
Are we just dominated by Spell Boost now? Is nobody gonna listen to Kyo? Then we need to start banning this if people make it into top 8. But man, oh man, before we do see the finals and before we show you the card reel for today, we're gonna take a short break. But really, and I honestly mean this, don't go anywhere, because we're gonna show you something pretty exciting followed by something even more exciting, so stay tuned.
As it is above, so it is below. And this world is shrouded in darkness. Annihilation looms. And the moon illuminates only despair. But you need not shed tears. Heal your heart and dive into the abyss. After all, this world is a mere flame. Let its heat embrace you and set your passions ablaze. Or perhaps it would be better to abide in hope. Shine its light into your heart and break free of the dark. Mayhap you would dance. Let your feet wander, caper and twirl, to a tune never ending. Well, it matters not what you do. Go where your desire bids you. After all, this world is a flickering dream. Darkness over Velsar. May the twilight reign eternal.
welcome back to the Shadowverse Open. This is the May Cup. Only 2 players remain. We are very close to our final. It's going to have Yo going up against Pain, the Spell Boost, Amulet Haven, going up against Pain, Tried and True, Bike Dragon, Ball Blood. Who's going to take it?
That's going to be really exciting, but we have one more thing coming up before the finals, and what could that be?
Yeah, I know you guys have been waiting for it. Well, here it is. We have a card reveal for you guys, a brand new Shadowverse card for the Darkness Orb Ultimate expansion. We have Lisa-Lot.
Alright, so here we go. Bloodcraft Legend. We're seeing a lot of blood today, so 2 cost, 2/2. Fanfare. If Avarice is active for you, you gain the ability to evolve for 0 evolution points. At the end of your turn, if Vengeance is active for you, deal 3 damage to a random enemy follower and restore 1 defense to your leader. Alright, okay. Alright, then the Evolve effect. You activate Vengeance until the end of your next turn, even if your leader's defense is more than 10. At the end of your turn, if Vengeance is active for you, deal 3 damage to random enemy follower and restore 1 defense to your leader.
Yeah,
wow.
So this seems like one of those Shadowverse cards where it's like you have this very well statted 2/2/2, and then we just like splash a bunch of effects on it. You get a free Evo if you're an Avarice. You get some Vengeance synergy if your Vengeance uses damage, and an Evo effect on top of that. So it seems pretty juicy to me.
You get Vengeance activated for you just like that. We literally saw that last game where it was like, oh, if you just had Vengeance there, that would have changed everything. And there you go, man. And the art is so beautiful. I mean, I can't talk about art enough in Shadowverse. Like, absolutely amazing. Always looking so good. But man, I love when like you get a good 2-drop that has this much versatility. Absolutely amazing. So Lisa-Lot, Lady Scarlet, looking absolutely amazing. So yeah, there you have it. A legendary from the mini expansion coming up very soon, in just a few days actually.
Yeah, let me just say it. Last time we saw Blood be able to be in Vengeance above 10 life, we know what happened there. So we'll see. Blood looking pretty good now,
right.
and might be even better with Lisa-Lot.
That's right. So there you have it. There was your card reveal for the day. But now, of course, we have something even more exciting than that, which is our finals. So let's take a look at the bracket and see how these players got to this final point. So, of course, for Yo, it's been a long journey. He had to play against Tyr, really close set. That was a 2-1. And then, of course, he played against Unner, who stuck with the sword, and it didn't really come through for him, and got that 2-0 into the finals.
Yeah, on the other side of the bracket, we had Pain go 2-0 over Bidu, and then in a very close 2-1 over Shinsha, winning both the mirror matches. Now it's going to be Yo with his Spell Boost, Amulet Haven, against Pain with the Bike Dragon and Ball Blood, because both players have banned out the Forest Craft.
That's right, they're done seeing Forest for the day. We're gonna see Rune being ended on, and once again, Kyo, I'm gonna make a personal request here. Put the tweet up again. Twitter has a cooldown of how often you can tweet the same thing, but it's definitely reset. Put the tweet up again, because if we see Yo win this, man, I can't say the man didn't warn you, but this is gonna be really hype. We have our favorite, our favorite Haven type as well. I'm very excited. For some reason, East despises it. I don't know why. Why you would dislike such a great deck.
For the players, we have Pain, who's not, only one SVO. He's won Contenders Cup. He's made it to Worlds multiple times, I'm pretty sure. On the other hand, Yo's made a top 8 a long time ago. Is this his day to get that first SVO win?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all kinds of narratives being shaped up throughout these SVOs, and so this might just be the beginning of a new one, or at least continuing one of at least a previous narrative. So, man, I'm hyped. There's a good diversity of decks, and so it's going to be very exciting. They've had kind of similar experiences today, right? They had their 2-0s that kind of went pretty smoothly, and then those really struggle streak 2-1s where it's you don't know who's going to win and take it all. So yeah, I think both of them must be really exhausted after all that too.
Yeah, we've had a lot of really, honestly, just funny games today, but that's why I love Shadowverse, and we'll see how the final goes. We have Pain going up against Yo from Team Revelation. Who is going to be the May champion?
Starting with the Haven as well. You'll have to see it going first. Man, I already missed this deck, man. It's only been like a round.
Yeah, I'm glad that Amulet Haven showed up so much today, and I hope that we continue to see it in the future after the new expansion. But we have to wait to see more of the cards.
That's right. All right, this opening hand, I mean, both players just, I mean, all right, for Yo, we don't really know what emotion he's going through,
I
but
mean, he's got one emotion, he's sticking with it.
that's right. That's right. Ooh, ball pick up there.
Yeah,
I mean,
Pain has been
speaking
really
of-
good about
speaking-
having that, like, turn 3 ball, like, pretty much every game.
Yep. Speaking of sticking with it, he just kept that instant hand and just top deck Noah for the one play. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Too
Yo
good.
has the beginning of a great Amulet Haven curve. Ideally, you're developing, you know, amulets or followers that give you amulets on turn 1, 2, and 3. And that will really set the foundation for a great mid to late game with the Jalen and the Frigg.
That's right. You know, regardless of what happens here, I'm just glad, you know, that we have this deck that kind of just show the community as well, right? It's not just Sanctuary Haven that's, you know, something that you need to worry about in terms of Haven decks. You know, this is definitely something you gotta account for. And it's been popping up and being quite popular lately as well, so it's not like it's been completely out of people's radar. But I'm just glad,
You know,
get a top.
it's one of those decks that, like, I was playing it, like, you know, the first day or two after the expansion, and I'm like, man, this feels pretty good. And then last month, like, no one has it in top 8, and I'm like, really? Like, because, like, when I play it, I'm like, I feel the power, like, the deck is strong.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that it's getting that recognition that it really deserves.
Yep, 100% agree. But, I mean, we say all that, but Pain just went ball, finding the Ravening, instant Evo, and now he gets to just trade this away. Has more damage, has a draw cycle here as well. So he's
Yeah, has
starting to
another
push the
ball in
damage.
hand as well. You see why he really
Heck.
favors that turn 3 ball? Because it really sets him up to have an excellent mid game.
There's also a ball that you can fuse and then just, like, play the Air as well.
Yeah, on the other hand, not a bad turn for Yo. He's 5 play points, enough to play Sniper and his 3 cost of choice. And here's where Sniper is so strong, as not only does it, like, clear the board and stabilize, but it's also pushing face damage. Yo's actually getting really close to lethal, not even
Oh my
gonna
God,
Evo to
yeah.
clear the ball, he's just going face.
There's only 3 life left. My man is hungry.
Yeah, I mean, if his board gets cleared, he can just enhance the Fortune Foul, and that's gonna give him lethal next turn.
You're so right.
I mean, who needs Jalen or Frigg if you can just win on turn 6?
Yeah, honestly. Wow, okay, alright. Suddenly Pain, I think, realized the situation that, you know, you got... That's the thing, right? This is the first game where he actually gets all the pieces this early.
Yep.
And look where he's at.
It's not gonna
Look what's
matter.
happening.
And, like, you know, the
Man.
thing is, this was Amulet Haven with no... It wasn't even like he got, like, oh, a crazy Selena high roll. Or, like, the world's greatest Jalen. No, there was no Selena, no Jalen, no Frigg, just Amulet cards, some birds going face, and sometimes that's all that it takes.
You're just having a walk through the park and suddenly you knock out unconscious and it's game 2.
Yeah, that was a quick game 1. Yo, looking pretty good. Pain, you know, he had a solid start. He could push a good amount of damage here. It's not
Yep.
going to be enough, though. Yo easily has enough damage.
Yeah.
We're going to go to a
Go.
game 2 real quickly.
Yeah, and this was so back and forth as well. Alright. Hollowed. Dogma coming in
it,
here.
it wasn't
just with-
even like he had 2 damage once every way. He had so
Yep.
much damage in so many ways. He had the bird, the Fortune Foul in hands, the Sniper was damaged, the Dogma. Like, he had so many ways to get the damage there.
Yeah, that was a quick 1-2. Man, for Pain, that's just like, alright, I gotta think about this one.
Yeah, Shadowverse, man. Like, sometimes games are grindfest, and sometimes, you know, like, to me, Shadowverse is games like that. Like, that's a Shadowverse I know and love. It was over before you blinked.
That's right. I mean, that's literally, as I said, passed through the park, a few birds pulled up, and we're in game 2.
Yeah,
Ooh, look at that.
this
look at
is the
Miser.
Makeup Finals. Yo has a pretty good hand. Rooney, and more importantly, the Miser going second. You know he's gonna have that excellent turn 4.
That's right. I'll get Ravening picked
Oh.
up instantly. That's good. Oh,
Another
you know what's better than Miser? The double Miser,
The
baby. Let's
double
go.
Meister? Oh, man. This might be a quick set.
Damn, Yo is just like, it's my bedtime. I gotta go.
Just get his check and move on with his life, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, bro, I got a time limit that I gotta finish my SVO run by, and we're getting pretty close to the end here.
Let's not count out Pain just yet, though. He is a, World Grand Prix level competitor. Is not looking that great right now, but we'll see if he can pull out a miracle.
I mean, even then, he opened the Ravening. He has his early drops. He'll have board presence first. Even though it will probably just get popped, with the work of Miser, but at the very least, he's not. His hand isn't bad,
Ooh.
right?
No, it's not. But Marshall with double Meiser.
Aye.
Oh man.
Boy, oh boy.
Like that's the start of a dream turn for spell boost.
Yeah. The only, I guess, issue is that the only things you're spell boosting is like Rooney and Crystal Witch, and that's kind of
True.
it. So it's like,
I mean,
yeah, you
Rooney
got
is not a bad
crazy
thing to
pop-up.
spell boost. We'll see what else he can pick up here with the magic missile.
Hey,
Hey, another Rooney.
We got the doubles for days. All right.
Okay, Pain's gonna just curve out, get the chip damage that he can. He does have the corruption, like you said.
I mean, at this point, you might as well, right? It's like you gotta take advantage of the fact that Yo hasn't really been playing down much so far, despite what he has in hand.
I mean, I like him going just Marshall and then Authorin, and then he'll
Yep.
just be set up for the craziest turn 4.
Exactly.
Yep,
He's just gonna go for it. I think that's the right.
exactly it.
That's the right play.
Oh, picks up Sorcery. That's a good spell boost follower.
Okay, Blood Soak.
Man, it's kind of rough
Coming in
because
full
like the
draw.
more things that Pain plays are the more targets for the rapid fires. We're about to rename this
exactly.
to Rapid Fire Rune.
Oh my god. That's it. The government name is being changed as we speak.
Yeah, I think Pain is like, hey, just gonna, get as much damage as he can from the early game. I know
While I can.
what he's thinking right now. He's like, please don't have triple Meiser.
You literally wished it into existence.
Alright, there's one Meiser.
Wow. Wowee.
Second Meiser. Oh man. Alright, well, it's a lot of rapid fires.
Here we go.
Rapid fire. Even the Meister get another rapid fire. Now they all cost 0. It's a full clear. The rapid fires are going to start doing damage. And he has another Meister for more rapid fires next turn. All while spell boosting not one but 2 Roonies for the additional face damage. This is the dream. All he's
Like the
missing is like
Crystal Witch
Agios.
here,
It's
too,
the only thing
too.
he's missing.
Yeah, true. You're so right. Oh, he's holding them. Okay.
Interesting.
That's good. I mean, I think that's fine because you're basically just boosting these Roonies, which, as you said, is really, really good. But at the same time, it's like you're missing some components that you would like that free spell boost on later on as well.
Yeah, true. Like a Daria or a Agios would have been it. But I
Exactly.
mean, Pain looks pretty defeated, man. Like, it's rough because, like, okay, you have to clear, but if you don't clear the Meister that's not evoed, now it can evo the face and generate another rapid fire. Plus, there's
Yeah.
whatever's been boosted in hand. He has corruption, sure, but no ball or really anything else. Is he gonna leave it pay, try and snipe the Meister, perhaps?
I think that's what you gotta pray for. That's not quite it.
Doesn't hit it. He does have Ire, so I guess he can still at least ensure the full clear.
Yeah, like you've
And-
given up on the Ravening plan anyway.
Yeah, maybe it's best if he just passes with no followers that can be rapid fired. But like at some point he has to play followers. Like you can't just
Exactly.
play around Gandagosa forever, right?
Yeah. All right.
Okay, gonna go showdown. Leave up the 4/4 Meister. That's 4 damage to the face.
It might be, the lesser evil at this point, though, right?
Yeah, I think he still just plays another one though. Oh man.
Because you also
Well,
have.
he'll overdraw like crazy, but does it matter at this point? Because if he
I
plays
wonder.
both Meisters, he'll generate, so many rapid fires. There's a Daria.
Oh, she's finally here.
Yeah, this is really just Yo's game to just go completely crazy, whatever he wants. He could just hold the Meister, duplicate the Roonies. Pain's down to 7, facing again. Oh man, 3 more Roonies, another Meister, more rapid fires.
Yeah, like Gio's got burned, but does it even matter at this point?
No, it does not. This is it, man. Pain has the corruption, but
The
that's
Pain
really all that
train.
he's got.
The Pain Train, man.
Yeah, no Gio's necessary. This was really just the Meister game. And I talked about it earlier on today. I'm like, that Meister dude is crazy, and this is why, chat. This is why.
Uh-oh. I mean, here we go, right?
Okay, Rooney, go face. Play Meister, get some rapid fires.
Yeah, I'm just gonna burn through this. Grimoire Sorcerer is at 0 as well, just sitting there waiting. Uh-oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's gonna be the game going to Yo. A convincing fashion, a swift 2-0. Pain had a great day, but man, at the end, Yo looked unstoppable.
What a fantastic showing by Yo. Someone that just came up after so long and just showed up and swept through the competition. Big names, legends of the past. It's all good, man. Me and my speedy boots, unstoppable.
Yeah, once again, Spellboost will take the SVO and get pretty good at that. Only one Spellboost player, and Yo was the one to go all the way, looking unstoppable in the finals. Like, that game 1 was crazy too, but man, that game 2 was insane. Like, triple Meister by turn 4 with the Marshall setup and double Rooney. Like, does not get better than that.
It's this like domination that he just showed off, and that's the thing, right? Pain had that kind of presence in previous games, and it just went away somewhere, right? It just that I have no words, honestly. Like, we've had so many of these like crazy finals, and like every time there's something going on here and there, but Yo this time just swept through it quickly. That was basically just a speed run, like any percent finals for an SVO. God.
Yeah, at the end, like, he really showed the power of the Amulet Haven and the Spell Boost. Like, both decks just looked crazy strong. Let's take a look back at the bracket. You guys can see all the action we had today. Some great games for sure. Great SBO, but Yo is going to be your May champion, taking a 2-1 over Tier, and then 2-0 over Runner, and 2-0 over Pain.
So good, you know, just like a quick run, you know, such different games. Like the one with Tier was very back and forth. If anything, that was the shakiest one of them all. And then he just kind of got rid of all that, had a pretty chill top 4, I would say, and then finished it off in a very speedy fashion. But of course, now that it's all said and done, let's take a look at the standings and see how it's all looking right now, because I mean, here we go, right? Of course, Rinforzando's still up there, but man, but even Tier that we saw just in the top 8 there is still there on the 14th spot, still pretty good.
Yeah, so like the top 4 didn't change, top 5, because Doug Dodo was in top 8 today, but he didn't win a single game. But near the bottom, you could see like Tier, the first time we saw him, but he's still up there, 14 with 20 points. Pain going up to 20 as well, could definitely see him in the contenders, maybe if he continues to have a good year. And Godtemmer, who won last month, number 10, 21 points, holding it down.
That's right, and you know, that's the important thing, right? We're already quite a few months into this year's SVO, so now, you know, for him, it's basically just continue this movement, right? He got the dub here. If you can continue this, even just keep getting top 8s every month, you'll be good. And so, speaking of, you know, getting top 8s every month, let's take a look at the upcoming events for the coming month as well. Of course, we have the Shadowverse weekend happening on May 22nd or May 23rd, depending on your time zone.
Yeah, and for next month, we'll see you guys back for the SBO Southeast Asia on June 12th and 13th, and for the West, that's us, June 19th and 20th. And by then, the main expansion for Darkness Sword also will be out. So, you know, the meta will definitely get shaken up, and it should be a great and very exciting show, especially because the winner of that SBO will automatically qualify to the Contenders Cup, which is massive.
Yeah, like honestly, y'all don't want to miss this. Neither the SEO one nor the West one. It's going to be emotional, blood, sweat, and tears. It'll have already been quite a while since the mini comes out, so I feel like the meta will start settling a little bit. We might even see some, you know, the SVO results maybe defining what gets played in the West. I don't know. We'll find out. So I'm really excited. You know, we just got a new card revealed as well. And so I can't wait to see, you know, how these decks are going to evolve. And I guess pun not intended there, but man, it's looking really, really exciting. So I cannot wait for more Shadowverse action. And we still have one more SVO for this expansion, and it's by far the most important one as well.
Yeah, maybe next one we'll be playing Lisa Blood, you know, so we'll see.
That's right.
It's a great show today. I hope you guys have enjoyed the cast, the event. Shout out to all the players. Congratulations to Yo. Make sure you guys treasure your loved ones, chat. I hope you guys enjoy the show, and we'll see you guys next month.